see the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, yo, yo. What it do? What up, fools? Oh. I restarted my computer, so apparently the chat's not working. I truly don't know how to fix this. Like it seems like every time I go through like a million steps to try to fix the chat, and it just all of a sudden randomly starts working by itself. But anyways, today is 10/21/2025. It is 9:15 p.m. Eastern time. How's everybody doing? So, all right, we'll try a couple of things. Let's see how this goes. All right, so we'll try this first. Turn that off. Okay. Then we'll refresh this. Then we'll go back, turn this back on. There we go. Okay. So that's what fixes it. It's turning the thing off, refreshing the page, turning it back on. Okay. All right. No, it's good to know. It's good to know every time I do like 10 different things and then all of a sudden it starts working and I'm not sure what actually did it. So yes, glad I now know what actually fixes it. That's it's good information. All right. Got a number of stuff to go through today. Got some news. Got some big news.
I said, if I do this again, I'm going to get a ballroom built, and we're putting up our own money with the government is paying for nothing.
Oh, I was about to say, dude, it's a little weird to me that the government shut down and the ballroom's still getting built, but okay, fair enough. I guess if the what the why is the government not paying? It's weird.
You probably hear the beautiful sound of construction to the back. You hear that sound? Oh, that's music to my ears. I love that sound. Other people don't like it. I love it.
So President Trump sounding off as demolition begins on the east wing of the White House to make way for his new $250 million ballroom. Not everyone is a fan. The View was breaking out into protest song.
You don't own it. You cannot take it down. You don't own it. Tacky, gaudy, nasty ballroom.
He's pooping on the American people, literally.
But to take literally a wrecking ball to the White House, it's grotesque. It's just grotesque. Yeah, far different. Yeah,
painful. I mean, this is historic structure.
It's history being torn to shreds.
I mean, there's so much beauty and history in the East Wing, so it's sad to see that, that huge hole there.
Caroline Levitt had a post about Teddy Roosevelt building the West Wing, Taft making the executive office into the Oval. You can make improvements. I'm a traditionalist. I love tradition, but I do think you can make improvements along the way. And to have a ballroom wouldn't be a terrible thing. Plus, taxpayers are not paying for it.
That is so true. And remember, Nixon added a bowling alley.
Bro, this is something that they would freak out about, though. Like, if Obama had done this, or Biden had done this, they would have freaked out about this shit. They would have lost their shit over something like this. So there's no way they can complain about these motherfuckers. Now, fuck, dude. I accidentally X'd out of my entire, like, everything I had up over here. And I lost, like, the chat. I lost is there a way to, like, just re-pull up all of the tabs that I just X'd out of? Is there a way to redo that? How the fuck do I just bring all of that back? I used to have, like, a little arrow down in the middle, like, at the edge of my browsers, and I got rid of it. now I regret it. Now I want it back. Oh wait, the 7 tabs X'd out of? Yes. Restore window. Hell yeah. Okay, let's fucking go. Okay. We got it. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. Don't worry. I fixed it. Okay. So then, does this work now? Is the chat working again? No, it's not. Okay. I have to do what I did again. Alright, so let's see if this works this time. So turn it off. Refresh this. Exit out of this. And then go back. Turn this back on. And then it didn't work this time. I hate my life. Why? I thought I finally figured it out. I thought I finally knew what fixes it. Well, what? Never mind.
And Bill Clinton put mirrors above the beds. I understand Morning Joe upset. Mika knows a bad facelift when she sees one. Look, Dems don't understand Trump. Goes back to what he said when I work my ass off.
The Democrats don't understand Trump. That's the problem. That's the real problem, guys. Democrats just don't understand Trump. They just don't get him. That's the issue here. All right. If you understood Trump, things would be a lot easier. You just need to understand Trump. When you're complaining about people just wrecking entire parts of the White House and just getting rid of those sections, not adding to the White House, but just demolishing sections of the White House that had like history and had a lot of historical moments that happened there. It's the problem is that you don't get Trump. That's the issue. If you just understood Trump.
He does multiple things every day. That's what he's done all his
Multiple
life.
things.
Democrats will say, how can you work on this?
That's the issue that Democrats don't get, is that Trump does multiple things every day. Is that what he said?
Goes back to what he said, when I work my ass. Dems don't understand Trump. Goes back to what he said, when I work my ass off. He does multiple things every day. That's what he's done all his life. Democrats will say, how can you work on this redesign when we have a war in the Middle East? He says, I'm actually working on the Middle East too. I'm also dealing with Putin and Zelensky. I got the border over here. Democrats don't understand that you can.
I didn't see that clip. Where was that? When did Democrats say that?
Do different things at once. They can only do one thing, and that one thing is have a conversation. And then they pretend that the conversation is action. Oh, we'll talk about that. Let's talk about it. That's why nothing got done. That's why no kings. Everybody's freaking out because they're not used to seeing action. In your face, Jessica, preemptively.
Jesse, if every single Trump action is the end of the world, and
I didn't understand any of that. Did any of that make sense to any of you guys? That's why people are freaking out about no kings. They're not used to action. None of that made sense. None of that made sense. I'm trying here. It's probably because I don't understand Trump, but none of that made any sense to me. Did any of that make sense to you guys? Do I have a MAGA translator here?
the end of history and the end of the country, then really nothing is.
Yeah, I wouldn't make a big deal out of this. Gavin can hold a little ball in there, or whoever the next Democrat president is. The Democrats are upset because Trump is so unconstrained and he's so ambitious and he's wielding executive power so confidently. And none of their presidents ever did. And nothing they can do can check his power. They feel like they've squandered the opportunity in the executive office to do grand things, to make peace deals, to redo the World Trade Order. And they're looking at a guy who they thought was just like a pockmark in history, come back and be a consequential president. And he's so consequential, he's leaving a symbolic and physical legacy right there on the footprint of the most hallowed grounds in Washington, D.C., and they can't wrap their head around it.
I was thinking, Jessica, that like for me, when I first saw the pictures.
I'm sorry, Biden could have built fucking statues to himself if he wanted to. Biden could have built statues to himself. And if he did, if the CNN turned around and was like, they're just mad that Biden is so consequential that he has statues of himself. Like, they wouldn't have bought that shit. Nobody, no, that doesn't, they're just saying nothing. They are saying the most nothingness nothing of all time. So trying to cope about this, like trying somehow. And also, this has been driving me crazy, dude. Who the fuck is doing this? You see over and over, their logo is cut off down here. And it's supposed to say live, like at the bottom of their logo, and it's been cut off for like the past 2 weeks. I don't know who, somebody fucked with their banners and cut off the part that says live at the bottom, and nobody's noticed, apparently. Somehow nobody's noticed that their banners are fucked up for like a week. It's been driving me crazy. Every time we watch a video from Fox, I see that this logo here is fucked up and it's missing the bottom part where it says live, and they still haven't noticed and fixed this.
I was like, oh, I love that. That's such a...
There it is.
beautiful spot. But then I realized, one, that there can be progress, but two, for him, a site like that is like, oh yeah, here we go. Because he's a real estate developer. And for other people, we're like, oh my gosh.
It really was fucked up. We talked about this the other day. It was stuck there the whole fucking video, okay? Give me a break. It really was stuck there, okay?
It's horrible.
He was definitely excited by it, though there was some reporting that White House aides did know that the optics of this was really bad, especially because he had said that what he was planning pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. That doesn't really look like total respect to the existing building. So I don't know if his construction crew got a little ahead of themselves.
That's what you do.
Wait, Jessica, he's working with the White House Historical Preservation Society.
Yeah.
He's not coming in and bombing the place and putting up the Obama Presidential Library, which is ghastly.
Listen.
Have you seen that thing? It's a monstrosity.
Okay,
at least Trump has taste.
And come on, listen. I understand that Mar-a-Lago is allegedly the height of style and panache and glitz and glam, but he turned the Rose Garden into a patio that looks like you should have chicken tenders and fries on it.
Have you been there?
And now I can see.
No, but
I
you've
have
never
not
been there,
invited.
so you have no idea.
Okay.
When I'm president, I'll have
What's wrong with chicken tenders?
I enjoy chicken tenders. I have a 3-year-old. I'm just saying that the Rose Garden looked better before, and should we have a bigger ballroom? Maybe, but he wasn't supposed to do this, and he said that he wouldn't. But the big problem is that it's being funded by Donald Trump and also donors, some of the names we know, some which we don't. And Donald Trump has been profiting off of the presidency, left, right, and center. His kids do it too, with these deals all over the world.
How's he profiting from that?
Well, he's gotten. Well,
It's for the White House.
You don't know what kind of influence he's selling by having people come there. That's what happens at Mar-a-Lago, too. It happened at Trump International.
So he should have taxpayers pay for it.
Yes. The crypto. No, he shouldn't do it.
He shouldn't be profiting off the presidency this much in the first place. Like, this is something I've talked about a bunch. I don't mind people profiting off of the presidency at all, just as long as they do it once they're out of the presidency. Like, once you're done, yeah, go do like a book tour, go do speaking tours, go do whatever the fuck and profit off of your name now, like make a lot of money, because you don't make a lot of money as president, right? It's not a lot. It's definitely not what it's worth. So go do your thing. But profiting off of it while you're president, that is the fucked up part. That's the part that's really fucked up. That is the part that is like as corrupt as it could possibly be. And that is what Trump is doing. That is what his businesses are doing. That's what his sons are going and meeting with world leaders right before all of a sudden Trump announces some new deal with another country. It's like, what? Your kids were just there again in another country right before you announce another deal with them. And it seems as though your businesses are making these deals first, and then part of that deal is that the United States will just give them some free stuff so that your companies can make money. Like, this has happened over and over and over and over.
Or
Then he can't do it. Just say he doesn't. Just say you don't want it.
You don't like it no matter what he does, Jessica.
Maybe they should just show Dancing with the Stars in the family theater.
That is.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Like, she's over here talking about like how corrupt they are, and they're like, pah. You wouldn't like his corruption no matter how he did it. Jessica, come on. Just admit it. This is your TDS speaking to where you wouldn't like any type of corruption that Trump engages in. Just admit it already. We can all tell. We can all tell. You just don't like any of the corruption that Trump does.
Do Dancing with the Stars in the big, beautiful ballroom. That is a great idea.
will. Thank you.
I think what you're trying to say, Jessica, is thank you, Trump, for saving all this taxpayer dollars and creating a large space where we can hold huge meetings. Picture evidence. 1902, Theodore Roosevelt constructing the West Wing doesn't look too great. 1934, FDR added a second floor. Basement also doesn't look too great. 1948, Truman changed the foundation. Also doesn't look good. There's another bad one.
There was a fire, too, at some point.
We have Nixon. You're showing them. 1970.
What corruption? Are you kidding me? The crypto deals? The deals with Saudi Arabia? we've been over tons of different types of corruption that he's done here. He has engaged. This is by far the most corrupt presidency of all time. There's even who was the blonde lady that we watched on trigonometry? Ann Coulter.
I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history. With the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin, I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. I don't care about anything but saving the country.
He came in on the promise of.
There's tons of people who are like this, who are saying, like, yes, obviously, this is by far the most corrupt presidency that has ever existed. I just don't care. I just don't care that it's corrupt. It's like, okay, this is getting to just insane fucking levels of irony, but all right.
This basement also doesn't look too great. 1948, Truman changed the foundation, also doesn't look good. There's another bad one.
There was a fire too at some point.
We have Nixon, you're showing them, 1970, Nixon changed the pool to the press room, and then...
Well, yeah, if there's a fire, if there's actual things that they have to do construction on, that's very different than just getting rid of entire sections of the White House to then build a ballroom.
1975, Ford built an outdoor swimming pool. These look horrendous, but the end result was a beautiful White House. So we can say thank you, Donald Trump, for following in the footsteps of predecessors.
Is that why they call it the press pool?
Yeah, the press pool. There. Oh, Dana, that's a good historical fact. Is it?
Is that true? Did I just make that up?
I want to
can't be
check. I
true.
mean, you
Wait,
could
that's
maybe
brilliant.
say that, but it's a pool of people, so I don't know.
And the pool used to be
You
where
ever
the
signed the
press
pool?
I never understood why they called it the spray.
Pool spray?
Yes.
That was
the
a Bill
spray.
It's a spray of.
That was a Bill Clinton term.
Oh, Kaylee.
Kaylee.
Oh, going blue.
Wow, what has happened
Going blue.
to me and Kaylee tonight?
Yikes.
What did she say? I didn't even catch what the fuck she just said. All right, I'm still over here trying to get the fucking chat back. I can't believe I got the chat to work and then I accidentally X'd out of it. And now it's just gone. Now I can't get it to fucking work again. This is my luck. This is the Tomfoolery show. Spending long periods of time trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with stream. Tom Breakery. Like, and we talked about the fact that, like, you know, there were actual people here. I can't remember his name, like Kingpin or something. He was here almost every day during the election, rooting for Trump, talking about how great Trump was. And then the second that Trump came out with the Trump coin, he was done. He's like, fuck Trump. He's like, this is way too corrupt. This is not what I signed up for. We signed up to drain the swamp. We signed up to get rid of corruption. He promised that he was going to stop corruption. And all of this, like, NFT stuff and the meme coins, and then him trying to bring, you know, cryptocurrency into our regular currency. Like, this is just the way too corrupt that I can't stay on board with this. And so, yeah, it is it's a little wild. What corruption? What corruption? What are we talking about? HLOC 12 with the new membership. Let's go. Welcome to Members 1, homie. Sorry, did I say Members 1? Fools 1. I think I said Members 1. My bad. I can't even find the actual fucking chat right now. Okay, there it is. All right, so let me refresh this now. Okay, so let's try that again. Shit.
Coffee, and I was approached by 8 armed FBI. I went to go get coffee, and I was approached by 8 armed FBI agents.
That's insane.
Yeah, who basically were like, Isabella DeLuca, we have a warrant for your arrest.
Wow.
They waited basically 3 years to come and arrest me. They give you your indictment to read over, and I'm reading, and I'm like, theft of government property, and the agent just looks at me. He's like, yeah, you stole a table.
What?
And I'm like,
What?
Do
you look like somebody who steals?
But then they put me in the back of an unmarked vehicle.
Are you serious?
Not
This is
just
Gavin
me.
Newsom's America, guys.
Biden's America, Democrats' America.
This is why Americans absolutely hate the federal government
Yes.
and have zero trust
The
in the
federal
FBI.
government.
We want to know who was trafficking these girls. Why is it too much to ask?
Now listen, the Biden DOJ sat on the files for 4 years, right? But it was basically a campaign promise that the files would be released. They did that whole thing with the influencers at the White House. Yep. I have my own opinion on that.
Well, before you give your opinion, I actually got one of those binders and I was there.
She
The
said,
reason why
unfortunately-
I am not pictured in that photo is because as soon as Pam Bondi brought out those damn binders, I knew exactly what she wanted, and it was a photo op.
Yes.
It's a slap in the face.
The American justice system is very performative, and it's very much just about creating, supporting, and inducing narratives.
They pick winners and
versus-
losers, and I have an issue with that. Ladies, there's a reason for this. And guess who's behind that? It is George Soros and his affiliate organizations. He is funding this. This is not a coincidence. This is very intentional. Hi, everyone. It feels so good to be back, and thank you so much for your incredible support over the last couple of weeks. We see you, and we love you so much. Please remember to subscribe, like, and share. We would deeply appreciate it. Today, we have 2 fantastic guests, Isabella DeLuca and Savannah Hernandez. Thank you.
Yeah, we've had Isabella DeLuca on before. I think I was on a show with Hernandez a while ago, like a couple years ago. But these this is, I guess, like the way that they're doing things now without what's her face. I can't remember her name, but the lady who left the show recently that walked off. So yeah, I guess they're doing it a little bit differently now.
Thank you so much, both of you, for coming to
Thank
join
you.
us today. Isabella is a conservative influencer and activist best known for involvement in the January 6th Capitol events. She was finally pardoned by President Trump at the beginning of his second term, and she is known for glam aesthetics, as we all can see, and unapologetic takes on gender, culture, and conservative youth identity. And we also have Savannah. Thank you so much for coming. She's a political commentator and reporter for Turning Point USA, known for her viral street interviews, border coverage, and sharp critiques of media bias. She was previously banned from Twitter, X, known as X now, and she brands herself as a truth teller, challenging censorship and establishment narratives. We have a lot to cover today. We're going to start with Isabella's firsthand account on everything that went down on January 6th. And then I'm going to dive deep into the government shutdown and tell you what exactly is driving the intransigence on both sides. And Anna is going to reveal yet another shocking turn Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene has made on a number of issues, including immigration. And finally, Amy is going to dive deep into all this drama surrounding the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yes, I can't wait to hear from you guys as well, being a part of Turning Point, to hear your perspectives. So.
Absolutely. We're going to start with just a few questions about everything that you experienced. This year has been a whirlwind for you.
Yes,
right?
it has. In a good way. In a good way.
Absolutely. Why don't we start from the beginning? Why were you there on January 6th? And then you were raided. I believe they even confiscated your laptop and your phone and devices.
Yes.
Tell us what that was all, what was that like?
Well, for January 6th, I mean, I was there with a couple friends. I was there for the reason that most people who went there were there for, which is to hear President Trump speak. Eventually, people started making their way down to the Capitol. We just kind of followed the crowd. I got caught up with some friends. I essentially ended up in a meeting room in the Capitol, just in the midst of all the chaos that was happening. While I was in that meeting room, probably all about 2 minutes, I put my hand on the table. And so the FBI knew that I was there 2 days after the fact. They waited basically 3 years to come and arrest me.
Wow.
Yeah, I was.
Did they find out from social media posts?
Okay, this is maybe where, like, this is a little bit my fault too. They knew from my own social media posts that I was there, right? Like, nobody really ratted on me. It was kind of my fault that, you know, if I could go back and redo it, I probably wouldn't have found myself in that environment. I don't feel like I necessarily did anything wrong. It's just more so like, I don't think that was an environment I should have found myself in.
I have a question for you, because I think that, you know, a lot of people on the left are under this impression that everyone who was in the Capitol building broke in violently. But I actually think there are two separate groups, right? So there's the group that you see.
Where the fuck is she getting the everybody on the left thinks this? Who? Who the fuck thinks this? I've never heard anybody say this. I've never heard anybody say this. Who the fuck thinks this?
In the initial videos, right? Breaking the windows, breaking into the Capitol. But then there were a lot of people who just kind of wandered into the Capitol after the fact. So my first question to you is, prior to going to D.C. to see Donald Trump speak, was it in any way in your mind that you were going to go into the Capitol building?
No.
You didn't expect to do that?
No, not at all. I mean, I know that there was some talk, because, you know, if you get a little more into it, you have Ray Epps, right, who the day before January 6th was encouraging people to go into the Capitol, was not under my understanding of any of that, was not aware of any of that. I don't think my parents would have let me go, to be honest, if they knew that that was what was going to happen. But again, to your point, there was violence that occurred that day, right?
Yeah. Yep.
We can't ignore that. But it was a very, very small niche and percentage of people that were violent on January 6th. And the media...
That is not true. That is not true that it was a small percentage of people. Like, that if you could go watch, so the entire, like, front lines, like, I would say it's at least, like, a third of the people in the crowd are violent as fuck. Like, it's at least a third of those people. It was not a small percentage.
Just completely capitalized on that. And I think that was interesting about my arrest too, because when you hear these stories about January 6th and you see the people that they're arresting, it's like, you know, these veterans and these guys that have served and like these big burly men, and then they arrest me and I'm just like some 5'1" blonde girl. I was in California for an event with Live Action actually, and I flew in, I was exhausted, I was having a rough morning, I went to go get coffee from downstairs, and I was approached by 8 armed FBI agents.
That's insane.
Yeah,
Wow.
who basically were like, Isabella DeLuca, we have a warrant for your arrest.
Oh my God.
Uh,
You must have been
thankfully,
terrified.
yeah, I was terrified, especially too because I wasn't close to home, and it's like, even though I'm 24, like when you're in that moment, you still...
Yeah, at the time when she came on, I didn't know much about her being at January 6th. So all I knew was that when she came on, that she was being harassed by a bunch of Antifa people. And I was totally like, I had no fucking idea. And so I ended up asking her, like, why Antifa people had been harassing her. And she mentioned that she was at January 6th. And I was like, oh, shit. And I was totally caught off guard because I had like a whole list of other shit that I was prepared to talk about, and was like, fuck, dude, I totally would have gotten into this shit more if I had known this.
want your parents, and so
8 armed agents, like, oh yeah, that's totally proportionate force necessary for a
Yes.
5'1"
3 years
woman.
after it
What?
happened.
Yeah.
no criminal record, like not a threat.
Okay, so this is under the
Shut
Biden
the fuck
administration.
up.
Yes.
Where was that energy for illegal aliens, by the way? That was the sort of attitude they should have brought to illegals.
$1 million
from my
question.
perspective.
$1 million. I mean, you have people. I mean,
Dude, you were one of the people who was saying that they shouldn't be arresting illegal aliens. You were one of the people who was pushing the dumb fucking Democratic points that, like, oh, we don't care about illegal immigration. We don't have a problem with illegal immigration. That was you, motherfucker. You were one of the people who was just pushing the fucking stupid talking points that nobody else agreed with, that everybody else was like, no. Like, the illegal immigration just is not the problem that people are pretending it is. And she is one of the people who's like, no, we want illegal immigrants. We love illegal immigrants. Shut the fuck up.
Savannah could probably, attest to this because I'm sure you've seen it firsthand. I mean, you have people that literally commit like heinous crimes in New York City, for instance.
Absolutely.
That get out same day, that are treated with, less harshness and force than
I also
I
want
was.
to bring this back to something that just happened this week. I don't know if you saw, but Nancy Pelosi was yelling at a reporter on the Capitol steps.
Was it Allison?
I don't know who she was yelling at.
She told the girl to shut up.
Yeah, she got up in her face. We don't have a clip of this, but she got up in this reporter's face and said, "Shut up," when somebody asked her, why didn't you deploy the National Guard to the Capitol, and she blamed it on President Trump. I want to get your reaction to that.
I mean, listen, I'm not surprised that, Nancy Pelosi is starting to blame Donald Trump and Republicans. I mean, she had an opportunity to deploy the National Guard. It was advised to her.
Again, this just is not true. The Speaker of the House does not have the ability to deploy the National Guard. In no way, shape, or form is the Speaker of the House ever in charge of the fucking military. There is no evidence that Donald Trump ever actually offered a whole lot. He did offer it not to Nancy Pelosi. He did offer it to the Sergeant at Arms. And the Sergeant at Arms is the one who turned it down because he's the one who's in charge of the Capitol security, not Nancy Pelosi. Not Nancy Pelosi. There's no way in hell, never in the history of ever, has the Speaker of the House ever been in charge of the security nor the military or any of these things. It's just never been the case. But it does seem as though the Trump administration did offer some guards to the Sergeant at Arms, and he is the one who turned it down. It's fucking insane to keep... How is it... This just came out 9 hours ago. 9 hours ago. How the fuck is it that in 2025 you're still pushing this stupid talking point? How the fuck is it that you're still pushing this stupid talking point that Nancy Pelosi was somehow in charge of the security at the Capitol? How can people still say this shit? I don't get it.
She should have deployed the National Guard, and she specifically chose not to. I think they knew what was going to happen. I think they wanted it to happen because I think that they wanted to capitalize on it. And for the longest time they did. I mean, they literally talked about January 6th like it was a national holiday for 4 years, that to the point when it came up to this 2024 election. I mean, listen, them using January 6th, I think, worked for a very long time in the media. I think, again, they capitalized on it for as long as they can. But then this past election, I feel like they still tried to use January 6th. And at that point, people didn't really care.
Well, I mean, the video of Pelosi admitting that she should have ordered the National Guard came out. And for me, that was an eye-opening moment because she had denied.
That is not true. That is not true. She never fucking said this. She did not say this. That's not what she said. What she said is we should take, she said, something like, we failed, we have to take responsibility for this. That's what she said. She didn't say, I am responsible for this. I should have accepted the National Guard offer from Donald Trump. That is not what she said. She said, we fucked up. We have to take responsibility for this. That is what she said. There was a we. It was like, the government, the people. That was, she never said I. This didn't happen. We can pull up the video.
Breaking overnight, never-before-seen documentary footage of Nancy Pelosi responding to the January 6th insurrection. Video shot by HBO, turned over to Congress, and then obtained by CBS News. Some filmed as Pelosi was being evacuated from the Capitol.
How many times did the members ask, are we prepared? Are we prepared? We're not. Prepared for the war.
She said, how many times did we ask, are we prepared? And we're not. Prepare for the worst, right? So when she says, like, have the members asked, she's one of the members, like, these are the people. Again, she's not in charge of security. She's saying, and we are not prepared. Again, she is part of these groups saying, we asked if we were prepared. Apparently we weren't prepared. So now we have to take responsibility. This is like a very collective we that she is talking about here. What up, Coder?
We're calling the National Guard. Now, should have been here to start out. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
See this? Why aren't the National Guard there to begin with? She is not saying, well, obviously, I fucked up by not having the National Guard there. I really screwed up by not having the National Guard there.
They thought that they had sufficient resources. No, there's not a question of how they had, they don't know.
See? They thought.
Zed King tipped $5. Why do conservatives pretend to care about personal responsibility but never live by their own advice? They blame the DEI, the government, demons, just everything to absolve them and justify their misconduct. I can't believe Anna is sanitizing January 6th now.
Yep, everything, every excuse they can find to be a victim for some reason. It's wild. This, again, like I keep saying this, but I'm going to keep saying it. This is not the conservatism that I grew up with. This is not the same conservatism that I grew up with. This is like just victim mentality. Everything's about we're a victim. Everything's about like why we're so oppressed and trying to find some way to be a fucking victim again. There is no personal responsibility. Donald Trump has never apologized for anything. He's never taken responsibility for anything ever. But that's not the case with Democrats. Like even here, you can see that she's saying like, we fucked up. We have to take responsibility. Joe Biden has taken responsibility for a bunch of things and talked about where he fucked up a bunch of times. Like this is, he's condemned his own side a ton of times. Like this is the difference where you talk about Democrats. Democrats are constantly taking responsibility for things, constantly actually criticizing their own side. And this is just not something that MAGA does.
They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more. Because it's stupid.
Scott McFarland's here with us. Scott, good morning.
She did not say what Anna said here. Hold on, let's play this again.
Well, I mean, the video of Pelosi admitting that she should have ordered the National Guard came out.
That is not what she said. She didn't say she should have called the National Guard. She did not say this. She never said, I should have called the National Guard. She said, why didn't they call the National Guard? Or why wasn't the National Guard there?
Aren't there to begin with. They should have been here to start out. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
No, that is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
That is not her saying she should have called the National Guard. She's saying, I take responsibility for not having them prepare for more, right? She's saying that she should have put more pressure on the Sergeant of Arms to go and get more resources or something. But the Sergeant of Arms, again, was offered the National Guard. He turned it down. This is his testimony in front of Congress, in front of the January 6th committee. He said that, yes, he was offered the National Guard and he turned it down. This is not complicated, but for some reason they want to blame Nancy Pelosi, somebody who's not in charge of security. This is so ridiculous.
And for me, that was an eye-opening moment because she had denied that she had any responsibility. And, you know, she had an opportunity to do something and she decided not to. So, you know, people can speculate on what the motivations are for that. But what happened after you got arrested?
She has gone just full on fucking, oh, she's so stupid. I want to say she's gone full on. She's not gone anywhere. She's always been this fucking stupid. This is just infuriating, dude. This is so infuriating. She's so fucking dumb, bro.
Okay, so they come and they arrest me. They take my phone because they take whatever's on your being when you're first arrested. Thankfully, I was staying in my friend's apartment at the time, so my laptop, my Apple Watch, any other devices I had got to stay in her place, so I didn't have to like hand them over to the FBI. But then they put me in the back of an unmarked vehicle.
Are you serious?
And they coordinated with the Orange County Police Department, and I'm like, are you worried about me running away? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just the amount of force that was used and the amount of taxpayer money that went into not just me.
This is Gavin Newsom's America, guys.
Biden's America, Democrats.
In the meantime, we have innocent people getting locked up by ICE. Unmarked fucking guards, but people who are actually part of an insurrection. And she even says, like, I never should have been in that situation in the first place. I wish that I hadn't gone. I wish that I hadn't been there. Like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But then to later be like, yeah, that was stupid for me to be there. But also, I can't believe that they even thought that I had done anything wrong. Meanwhile, we have people, like you're upset by some guilt by association when you actually were passed on private property or on You went past the barricades. You were up on the steps of the Capitol, and you were right up against the building. You were part of a massive mob of people who were beating the shit out of cops. Like, fine. You say you didn't do anything wrong. Fair enough. But meanwhile, yes, we have all of these ICE agents going after a bunch of innocent people, and we have tons and tons of fucking like video of them just arresting people out of nowhere. Like, I got let's see. It says the NYPD ICE mistakenly arrest a Chilean woman on vacation in New York City, and police left her 12-year-old daughter on the street alone.
No, my son, please.
You could hear her yelling, trying to get them to like stop so that she can do something with her kid, and they just arrest her and just take her off and leave her fucking kid. Nobody knew what the fuck happened. In Chicago, they had officers come in to back up ICE, and ICE ended up tear gassing them for getting too fucking close.
When protesters confronted federal immigration agents in Brighton Park on Saturday, they were met with pepper balls and more repression. CPD responded to attempt to de-escalate the situation, and ICE tear gassed our police officers. Let me be clear. Tear gassing the women and men who serve as Chicago Police Department officers is not how we make our city safer.
We have citizens getting arrested.
Woman was seen on video being taken away by federal agents. We've learned she's a U.S. citizen and was on her way to work when she was taken.
Her family says she did nothing wrong, and yet she was disappeared for 24 hours. No one could find her. They didn't know where she had been taken. They couldn't contact her at all, and witnesses, including her family, say she did nothing to warrant her arrest, and they want her freed now. A 32-year-old American citizen had just been dropped off by her family for work at 9th and Spring when ICE agents charged her and arrested her.
Just to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you have the full weight of the federal government against you, and your family can't find you. It is a very scary. I was shocked. It took us 4 hours to find her, and we're attorneys. That's crazy.
What tripped her up is that her skin color, because in my opinion, these ICE agents are very racist. They focused on the dark-skinned Latinos, and come here, they yank them in to the jails.
In the meantime, this family has been left traumatized, afraid to leave their home, and desperate to get Andrea home.
Now we're dealing with ICE agents picking up U.S. citizens for the color of their skin. LAPD responds.
We have them fucking up in numerous ways, and then the government lying afterwards.
Shows a young woman being arrested in suburban Chicago on October 10th. After the footage went viral, a U.S. Department of Homeland Security official claimed that it was actually a year old and not related to Trump's.
So they say, oh, this video is fake. This is a year old. This is from the Biden administration. This is not our administration.
Crackdown on illegal immigrants, but the evidence says otherwise. We've confirmed that this video was filmed in the Hoffman Estates suburb outside Chicago. Look at the arresting officer, seen here in a blue hoodie and green vest. He also appears in multiple videos uploaded on the same day outside the Hoffman Estates Police Department. We can see him here with the same young woman he arrested in a live stream video. Reverse image searches show that none of these videos appeared online before October 10th. Hoffman police confirmed to us.
They had to. So the problem is that when they say that it's a year old, they had to have just lied. Like, there's no way that was a mistake. They didn't go find another video and they're like, oh, here's this video uploaded a year ago. Well, obviously it's a year old. So, like, they didn't find it because it didn't exist before now. They didn't find it. They just lied. They just lied to everybody and just made it up and just said this is from a year ago to pretend like it wasn't them.
That ICE agents were present at their station that day. A clearer shot of the arresting officer at this location shows he's wearing a uniform for enforcement and removal operation, a branch of ICE. We asked the DHS why its assistant secretary said this video was a burglary arrest from last year, but it didn't respond. Local media in Chicago report the teenager and her friends were released without charge. This video shows a young woman.
This is another situation. Plainclothes officers, no badges, don't announce themselves, don't say who they are, in broad daylight, just arresting somebody, which to normal citizens looks like they're just fucking kidnapping somebody. To normal citizens, if I'm standing there and watching somebody just get grabbed by people in random clothes, yeah, I'm probably going to run up and start fighting these people and trying to stop them from kidnapping somebody.
Hey, are you living? I can videotape. I'm a combat vet. No, I'm a combat vet. Are you a... Then where's this cop? Are you a cop? Hey, are you living? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you living? Yeah, please, call 911. Hey, are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you living?
Gentlemen, you need to identify yourself.
Yeah, hey, are you ICE or a cop? You could be. Hey, are you living? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you living? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you living? Hey, look at their face. Are you ICE or a fucking cop? Are you ICE or a fucking cop? Hey, are you living?
No badges, no market, like identifying markers on them, nothing saying ICE, nothing saying police, nothing saying federal officers, nothing. There's nothing here to identify these people at all.
Oh, really? You're gonna fucking tase them? I got this on video. I'm a combat vet. I'm an Afghanistan combat vet. I got this on video.
If you're a fucking combat vet, motherfucker, I can record this video really well. I'm a combat vet. He said it like 5 times now. Why do you keep saying you're a combat vet? Like, if you're a combat vet, do some fucking combat, bro. Like, what the fuck? Getting into some Mortal Kombat over here. Let's go.
Video, you won't even identify yourself.
Gentlemen, who are you with?
Who are you with?
Federal agents.
Who? ICE? Wow, you better not fucking tase them. Call the cops.
I need to see that.
Fucking pieces of shit. Look at their fucking faces. Can't even identify themselves. Pieces of fucking shit. Racist little bastards. You fucking piece of... You fucking... Don't you touch me, I'll knock you the fuck out. I'm a combat vet. Afghanistan combat vet. Hey, you... What a fucking... We're following you, you fucking pieces of shit. Fucking pieces of shit. Look at these motherfuckers. Racist little pieces of shit. Hey, you call the... Hey, are you living?
It's fucking insane, dude. This is insane. But we're gonna ignore all this and oh, a white blonde girl got arrested. This is the real problem, guys. How despicable is it that a white blonde girl got arrested? Come on. There's brown people on the streets right now, and you are arresting a white blonde girl? How dare you? This is disgusting. This is literally what she said. She literally said, I'm a white blonde girl getting arrested.
Across America, because the amount of force that was used and the amount of taxpayer money that went into not
This
just
is Gavin
me.
Newsom's America, guys.
This is Gavin Newsom's America, guys. Let's totally forget about all the other shit that's going on right now. Gavin Newsom's America arrested somebody who was at January 6th. Isn't that disgusting? How gross is that?
Biden's America, Democrats' America, because, I mean, the amount of force that was used, not just over me, but other J6ers as well. I mean, there were people who genuinely had it a lot worse than me. And, I mean, my experience alone was very traumatic. I mean, even now, like, if I'm driving and I pull up to my house and I see an unmarked vehicle, like, I get, like, this sinking feeling, even though I'm pardoned and I know I don't have anything going on. But, yeah, they put me in the back of an unmarked vehicle. They brought me down to the Orange County Police Department, mugshotted, fingerprinted. By the way, so happy that mugshot has not come out. I know that it's a rough-looking mugshot.
I mean, I bet you were really scared. Like, you're young, and, you know, I really appreciate that you are taking ownership. Like, I probably shouldn't have done that. But again, like for me, I do differentiate people like you from those who were seen on the videos, like literally breaking in. And
in fact, could you corroborate this or disprove it? I heard that there were even officials in there like opening doors for people,
Oh, yeah. There are
telling them,
videos of
directing
that.
them
Oh, yeah. There are
the
videos
way
of
to
that.
go. So at the end of the day, yes, these are two completely distinct categories of people. And I think that the people who were violent or using force, this was a very small percentage, but we know the way the media works, and that's probably why you said we can speculate why she didn't give that order. Right. I mean, I'm just going to straight out say what I think. It's so you can then create this spectacle, so you can showcase these quote-unquote violent people and kind of parade them as this caricature of violent MAGA.
Well,
this is what MAGA is.
What do you ladies think about? I mean, look, I read into your story, and I think you getting a pardon is totally fine. I have no problem with it. But you got a pardon from Trump in the beginning of his second term, 2025, this year. And he did a blanket pardon. So you're lumped in with the people who are literally seen on video, like battering police and stuff like that.
Okay.
Do you worry about that at all?
No, and I'll tell you why. I feel that there was really no due process with a lot of these J6 cases. And despite people who were seen on camera, like assaulting officers.
Like who? Like who? Who? Name one. Name a fucking case where there was no due process. Name a fucking case where there was no due process, please, for the love of God.
And that were genuinely wrong. There was no due process for them. They were left sitting in solitary confinement, a lot of them, with no trial, no bail, nothing. And a lot of J6ers were basically...
That is not true. That is not true. That's not true. That is not true. There was one person who was arrested around the time that this happened and still hadn't been tried. And that person, his lawyer, was the one who kept pushing the cases back. It was him. It was his decision. It was his lawyer who kept... You can go look at like the actual motions within the case over and over and over and over and over. Every time they scheduled a court hearing, the lawyer would come and say, "I'm sorry, we're not prepared. We're not ready to do this yet. We need to extend this again. We need to reschedule the case for a couple more months." And every time he would say, "We just came upon a new group of evidence that's really going to change this case. So we need some time to assess this new evidence so that we're prepared for the trial." And the last time that they did it, the court said, "No, we're not extending this again. You have asked for way too many extensions. It's been almost 3 years. We're not doing this. Okay? We're not doing this. You are going to trial now." They keep acting like this was the court who kept pushing everything back. They keep acting like it was the court who was refusing to give this guy a case. That's not true. It was not true. It was them. It was the guy and his lawyer who refused to actually go through with the case. It was them who actually refused to engage in the actual trial. It was them who refused to actually have a hearing. It was not the courts. We know this. We went through the actual fucking paperwork. We went through the actual court documents. Okay? We know that is not the case.
Forced to take pleas for things that they didn't do. For instance, the day before okay, so just to go over what my charges were, they were all misdemeanor charges. It was like the basic trespassing and what everyone else was getting charged with. But then when I'm sitting in the FBI headquarters and they give you your statement of facts and they give you your indictment to read over, and I'm reading and I'm like, theft of government property, and the agent just looks at me, he's like, "Yeah, you stole a table."
What?
And I'm like,
what?
You stole a table? Listen, I literally laughed because like I couldn't believe that this grown man is telling me that I stole like this table.
Did you have a lawyer throughout this process, or were you just by yourself?
So this is the thing, the FBI lied to me. I know, shocker. They came to me, when they came to me in the beginning, I was like, "Well, can I call my mom? Can I call my lawyer?" And
Did
like,
they
yeah.
give you Miranda rights? Like, did they say all that? As they
I
were
think
supposed
so.
To?
I don't know. I think I blocked it
It's
out,
literally
honestly.
the law, by the way.
Yes. And so I was like, "Well, can I call my lawyer and my mom?" They're like, "Yeah, we'll let you call like after we like do our questioning."
No, you need to have a lawyer present at all times.
I had no idea, honestly. They assigned me a public defender, and I was just like, "Oh my god." So the thing is, like, I was like, I don't want to cry in front of these people because I feel.
Okay, they did not stop her from calling a lawyer. She says they assigned her a public defender, but that when you go to what's called a 72-hour hearing normally, so you have to have, it depends on like where she is, but generally you have to have a hearing in front of a judge within a certain amount of time. So here in Georgia, it's 72 hours. And so they call it a 72-hour hearing. Even though normally you're seen within 24 hours, they call it a 72. So you go to your 72-hour hearing, and a judge reads you your Miranda rights, and he reads you like you have the right, right to remain silent, blah, blah, blah. He reads you your charges, lets you know what it is that you're being charged with. You do not enter a guilty plea, an innocent plea, nothing like that. You do not go through nothing. They're just telling you what your charges are, and then they ask you if you would like to have a lawyer provided to you. That's when that happens, okay? It is at that hearing when they ask you, would you like to have a lawyer provided to you? And you can say yes, and then they'll give you a court-appointed lawyer. They don't just assign you a fucking lawyer. They're not just going to give you one. They're not just going to pay money for a fucking lawyer to come help you for no reason, right? They're not going to have the government pay for your fucking lawyer for no reason. They're not going to unnecessarily spend a bunch of money. They don't want you to get a court-appointed lawyer if you don't have to. They would rather you go get your own fucking lawyer and pay for your own fucking lawyer than them have to pay for a lawyer for you. So trust me, like they did not just out of nowhere just assign her a fucking lawyer just cuz.
Feel like that's what they want. The FBI is very manipulative because on the way to the headquarters, they try and act like they're your friend, like by having like these small conversations.
Of course,
and are you feeling okay? And I'm like, you just arrested me. Like, what are you talking about? And I remember, so it was all guys, but they had one pregnant FBI officer who had a ride in the car with me.
And I'm sure that was very intentional.
Yes. And so she's talking to me and she's like, oh, so like, where are you from? And I literally turned to her and I'm like, why are you asking me questions you already know the answers to? Like, I'm from New York. I'm in California. You know exactly why I'm here. You know exactly where I'm from. I'm sure you like know my whole story. Like, it's kind of that manipulative tactic that I'm sure does work on some people. But yeah, they wanted to charge me with theft of government property. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, trespassing, whatever. You want me to, like...
So, trespassing. Yeah, trespassing, yes. Yes, trespassing.
Take accountability for the one thing I literally didn't do. And so when the FBI came to me the day before the election, by the way, with a plea deal, they said, if you plead guilty to stealing...
Here, hold on 1 second. Let me restart my OBS and see if that works for getting the chat to work, because this isn't working. Okay.
The table, you're going to spend a year in prison and you're going to have a $100,000 fine, but we'll drop your trespassing charges. And so for myself, as well as other J6ers, the entire election, my livelihood rode on who won the election.
Wow. What would have been the conviction for the trespassing? Because they said, we'll drop the trespassing if you plead guilty to this. Do you know?
Wait, I thought she said they would drop the theft of the table.
What sentence the trespassing piece would have carried? Would it have been more than stealing the table?
I have no idea, to be honest. My thinking was like, in my mind, I'm trying to be rational, right? Because the rational part of me is like, well, I don't have a criminal record. I've never been arrested. I've never been in any sort of trouble before. This occurred over 3 years ago at this point, and they're all misdemeanors. At the same time, I got the most liberal judge that I possibly could have gotten. Of course. Judge Boasberg, who, by the way...
Ooh, we know Boasberg. We know Boasberg. Boasberg was part of the... he was the one who gave Trump the... I forget what it was. It wasn't obstruction, but it's when a judge says that you're not cooperating with the case and that you're like refusing to abide by their orders. Fuck, I'm blanking on the term, but wow, so tough on crime. Unless it's a Republican, then yes, it's obviously, yes, if you get a liberal, then they're going to be tough on crime. If you get a Republican judge, then they're not going to be tough on crime. She's upset that she got somebody who actually cares about the law. Yes, so they charged, Judge Boasberg is the one who charged Donald Trump with contempt and So yeah, that's he is a good one. She definitely got a good one.
I was on a plane after my pardon, and I'm watching the news on my flight, and I'm like, wait a minute, this guy who wants Venezuelan gang members, who wants Trump to turn them back around and bring them back to the United States, was wanting me to spend a year in prison and pay a $100,000 fine.
And I have to say, Isabella, like, this is why Americans absolutely hate the federal government and have zero trust in the FBI. And I didn't want to interrupt your story.
Because you got charged for the fucking crimes that you committed? This is what I'm talking about. They don't want people to be held accountable for crimes. They don't want people, they are upset that people are being held accountable for crimes. That's what they're upset about. She's not denying that she committed the crime. She's not denying that she did it. She's saying that she's upset that they were just actually holding her accountable for that actual crime. That's it. This is so stupid.
Because it's so compelling. But I was there on January 6th as a reporter, and I was also there for the entirety of the Black Lives Matter riots during the summer of 2020. And when I tell you the difference in response that the DOJ had to January 6ers, to those riots, were night and day. And this is why people have zero trust in the federal government right here.
I was just going to say, where is that energy, not only for illegal aliens, but for their quote unquote summer of love when they, I kid you not, cost.
What are you talking about? Those people got arrested. Tons of people got arrested for BLM. Lots of people. They had more time. She was just talking about how unfair it was for all the people and how they were treated and that they didn't get due process. Tons of people through BLM, through the BLM riots, the people who got charged, they had a longer average time in jail than January 6ers. And so, like, you can say, like, oh, well, yeah, they should have. Okay. But then stop complaining, saying that, like, well, where was that heat when they go to trouble? Where was that? Like, it was there. They got it. They got the fucking heat. None, Tom, none. BLM melted my neighborhood and zero convictions. Gay Odyssey, we went through this last time. You're fucking lying. We went through this last time. I showed you the convictions. I showed them to you. Okay? I showed you the convictions. You cannot say none again. I showed you the convictions. You're lying. I know that you know you're lying. You can't keep doing this every fucking time. From Chicago, Illinois? Numerous individuals involved in the unrest and Chicago protests have faced federal charges for offenses such as assaulting federal officers and inciting riots. The federal government, under both Trump and Biden administrations, pursued these cases, though some charges have been dropped or challenged in court. Federal charges related to George Floyd protests. Federal charges late September, October 2025. 5 protesters were charged with federal crimes, including assaulting or arresting federal agents. One of the allegedly threatened to kill a federal agent. Others were charged after being accused of scuffling with federal officers. So you said none, okay? So these are just federal charges, all right? I can go over more, but you have to stop lying, saying none, okay? You have to stop lying, saying none. You're reading ICE, not BLM. No, this one is. Oh, so yeah, sorry. This one is ICE. This one is BLM. In October 2020, federal prosecutors charged Shamar Betts of Champaign, Illinois, with inciting a riot. Betts was accused of using Facebook to organize looting at a Chicago shopping mall in May of 2020, an act he also broadcast live. We went over the Betts story last time you were here. We literally went over the Betts charges and everything. You have to stop saying this. You got to stop. These are just fucking federal charges. There were more charges with local municipalities, way more charges with local municipalities. But federal charges, there were way more people charged federally than there were insurrectionists. I still see 0 incarcerated. Man sentenced to more than a year in federal prison for inciting rioting in downtown Chicago. James Massey, 23, of Chicago, pleaded guilty earlier this year to a federal charge of inciting and participating in a riot. U.S. District Judge Matthew F. Kennelly imposed the 15-month prison sentence and ordered Massey to pay $185,000 in restitution. The sentence was announced by John R. Lausch, Jr., United States Attorney, Northern District, Illinois. Special agent. Anyone involved in destructive behavior in Chicago, such as rioting, should expect to be held accountable, said U.S. Attorney Lausch. Our office will continue to work with the FBI, CPD, and other law enforcement partners to prosecute rioters and others engaged in violent crimes. Okay? So what? It's okay. So you got 1. Okay? 1. Stop lying. We just went over Betts as well. Betts also was in fucking prison. We have tons of people who went to prison just from Chicago, just in federal charges. Again, there's more with the local police departments. So you got to stop fucking lying. When you say none, you're just lying every fucking time. And you do this every fucking time. Well, you're not able to show me any? What do you mean? You want me to show you that they're in prison? I just showed you. This person was convicted for 15 months. I just showed you. What do you mean I'm not able to show you any? Do I have to take you to the fucking prison myself? Otherwise, I'm going to say that nobody was arrested for January 6th. If that's how we're playing it. Nobody was arrested for January 6th. Not one. Nobody was convicted. Not one. Not one. I need to see every single day that they were in jail. If you only show me them there once, I'm going to, and it's for like a 1-minute video, I'm going to believe they were only in jail for 1 minute. Convicted for 15 months in Illinois means, no, this is a federal charge. That is not how that works. That is not how that works. But even if that's the case, you're still lying by saying that not one, okay? You're still lying by saying not one. You're still lying. You can keep moving the fucking goalposts to different claims. You said not one. All right? That was your fucking claim. I've shown you 2 now. For the past 14 months, Linnell has been forced to choose between 24-hour confinement in a shelter while wearing a court-ordered electronic shackle and being prohibited from leaving or getting in jail in cages in Cook County Department Corrections. Trial. Linnell is one of thousands arrested during the summer of 2020. The county has grown by the hundreds each day as protesters spilled into the streets and encountered a heavy police presence and curfews that give law enforcement stepped-up arrest powers. Los Angeles has more than a quarter of the nation's arrests, followed by New York, Dallas, and Philadelphia. Many of the arrests have been For low-level offenses, such as curfew violations and failures to disperse, hundreds were arrested on burglary and looting charges. As cities were engulfed in unrest last week, politicians claimed that the majority of the protesters were outside agitators, including a contention by Minnesota's governor that 80% of the participants in the demonstrations were from out of state. The arrests in Minneapolis during a frenzied weekend tell a different story. In a nearly 24-hour period from Saturday night to Sunday afternoon, 41 of the 52 people cited with protests related arrests had Minnesota driver's licenses, according to the Hennepin County's office. Let's see. Yeah, anyways, I've shown you tons already. So I don't want to have to do this with you every fucking time we make the. I said no BLMers went to jail. And I just showed you 2. It is not known how many people arrested were locked up. I just showed you 2. The one served home incarceration. Who? Which one? Which one? James Massey?
Today, a judge will sentence a Chicago man for inciting a riot and encouraging people to loot downtown. Prosecutors say James Massey posted Facebook messages and videos telling people to meet up to head downtown on August 10th, 2020. You may remember this day. The group used tools in Massey's car to break windows and get inside stores to steal things in the Loop, the Mag Mile, then River North, South Loop, and up in Lincoln Park. The looting happened after Chicago police shot a man in Inglewood who had fired at officers. There was social media posts wrongly saying it was an unarmed teen at that time. Massey faces up to 5 years in prison.
I don't know where the fuck you're getting this from. Send me something that says that he only served house arrest. Man sentenced to 15 months in federal prison for inciting riot in downtown Chicago during 2020 unrest. Show me where you get that he only served house arrest. Show me this. I don't even think I've heard of federal prisoners ever serving house arrest. There's no police left. They got defunded. Why are you moving the goalposts again? What about 4 screens back? It didn't say anything about house arrest 4 screens back. This did not say that he was on house arrest. Here's another one. I really wish my fucking chat would start working. Federal criminal complaint charges Illinois man with traveling to Minnesota to riot, possession of explosive devices, United States Attorney Eric A.H. McDonald today announced a federal criminal complaint that Matthew Lee Rupert, 28, charging him with civil disorder, carrying on a riot, and possession of unregistered destructive devices. Rupert was taken into federal custody earlier today in Chicago. Then let's see. Here he is. Illinois man pleads guilty to arson. According to the defendant's guilty plea and documents filed with the court, May 2020, Rupert, a resident of Galesburg, Illinois, posted a message on his Facebook referencing the public protests occurring in the Twin Cities following the death of George Floyd, including one that stated, "I'm going to Minneapolis tomorrow. Who's coming? Only goons. I'm renting hotel rooms." On May 29th, 2020, Rupert posted self-recorded cell phone video to his Facebook account indicating that he was in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in his so he's from Illinois. He rioted in Minnesota, apparently. Yes, he was also convicted. Still, Gay Odyssey, I'm going to ask you one more fucking time, and then I'm just going to ban you if you don't answer the question this time. What are you asking me to show you? Do you want a video of them in prison? What are you asking for? I'm going to ask you one last fucking time. What are you asking for? And be quick this time. I'm not going to ask the same fucking question 5 fucking times with you refusing to answer while you're moving the goalposts all over the place. What are you asking for? What evidence do you want? Do you want a picture of him in prison? What are you asking for? These are saying they're sentenced to prison. You're saying they didn't go to prison. You have to show that. You have to show that. That's your evidence. You have to build that evidence up. If you're saying this is incorrect, they did not serve that time, you have to show that. How many people are currently or formerly incarcerated for BLM riots in the state of Illinois? Again, where I'm showing you federal charges. You keep talking about in the state of Illinois. I'm just showing you federal charges right now. I don't know why you keep pivoting to different things. You said nobody was held accountable for the riots in Chicago. Now you're pivoting to they have to be locked up in Illinois right now. You are pivoting and you are moving the fucking goalposts. Stop changing your fucking argument. You are being dishonest as fuck, dude. You are being so fucking dishonest. Stop changing your fucking argument. You said nobody was arrested for this. That's what you said. Don't change your fucking argument now. This is what you said. You said, none, Tom, none. BLM melted my neighborhood and 0 convictions. 0 convictions is what you said. Now you're changing your fucking argument to, well, they're not in jail right now.
$5. One thing that surprises me is how only one Jan 06er was shot, considering all the assault and violation of compliance. Also, for the gay retired in chat, multiple people served from 2 years plus on average across multiple BLM protests and riots.
Yep. You said 0 convictions. I've shown you convictions. Then you say, well, how many of them actually did jail time? I show you jail time. Then you say, oh, I'm talking about in jail right now in Chicago, in Illinois. Stop changing your fucking argument. You're wrong. You said none of them were convicted. You said 0 convictions. That's what you said. You said 0 convictions. That's what you said. Don't fucking change your argument every fucking time I disprove your stupid arguments, okay? You're wrong. You're just wrong. People had a longer average time for riding through BLM than they did for going inside the Capitol. Yet, every single time you hear people talk about the Capitol, they always pivot to, well, but people during BLM, I wish they were held accountable. They were. They were held accountable, and they got a longer average sentence time than people for January 6th. So you can't keep moving the goalposts. So like, well, nobody was held accountable for BLM. Wrong. Wrong. More people were held accountable for BLM. Way more. Way more people. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm sorry. Odyssey, if this is how you're going to play things, I'm going to get rid of you. If you're going to be this fucking dishonest, if I'm going to have to stop stream and just pick apart your stupid fucking argument where you say 0 convictions, I just showed you 3 fucking convictions. Okay? I just showed you 3 convictions. Tom, what do you want me to say? Say you're a fucking lying piece of shit. Gay Odyssey, say, I am a lying piece of fucking shit. I don't have an ounce of credibility. I don't give a fuck about morality. That's why I'm MAGA. Say that. Say, I am a dirty little piece of fucking scum. I have no morals, no ethics. I am just lying and making shit up because I want Daddy Trump to be proud of me. Say that shit. That's what I want you to say. I want you to be fucking honest. Say the fucking truth.
$2 billion in damage. Where are the people being held responsible for that? To this day, this is like 4 years later.
Well, I actually think when you consider where the country was culturally at that time, like leading up to January 6th, I didn't realize how much the federal government just kind of being hands-off when it came to the rioting during that summer had basically like motivated or convinced others on the other side of the political aisle that this type of anarchy is totally okay. Because if they're doing it, why can't we do it? I think that it wasn't really a spoken thing. It was more unsaid. But the more I talked.
Yeah, so true, Anna. And then all of those people got fucking pardons, and the people for BLM didn't. Who's encouraging people to do crime? Who's the hands-off motherfuckers now? Who are the people who are saying it's perfectly fine for you to go commit a bunch of fucking crimes? Who's that? Who's doing that, Anna? Is it the cops that were getting the shit beat out of them during BLM, or is the cops that are getting the shit beat out of them during the Capitol riot? Which one of these got encouraged more? The ones where they all did a lot of fucking time, or the ones where they all got pardoned? Which one you think? Which one you think encourages more crime, huh?
To people on the right about the motivations behind storming the Capitol, they tend to, talk about what happened that summer and how they're angry that there were no consequences for that. And there were, Seattle's a good example, right? I think that's where they took over an area, referred to it as the autonomous zone.
Minnesota as well.
People got killed, shot and killed as a result of that. So there was violence on the left end of things that never really got addressed.
And that is spot on. And not only that, it's also Minnesota and how Governor Tim Walz came out and basically induced more riots. And Kamala Harris, literally, I kid you not, tweeted a fundraiser in support of the very people who are setting American cities on fire. That is not okay.
I looked into that, and that's
I fucking hate these people so much. I hate them so much. Oh, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Can we make America great again, please, guys? Can we make America, like, now, if we say make America great again, there was actually a time that we can point to that was when we were great. There's actually a time that we can point to where things were actually better, and it's 2015. Okay? That is when things were better. 2014, like, can we please fucking go back to that time? Can we make America great again, for the love of fucking God? Before Donald Trump melted the brains of everybody, can we go back to that? Like, every time these motherfuckers say, make America great again, and you ask them, well, when is the time that it was great? Like, what is the time of period that you think we need to go back to? Like, I don't know, maybe when slavery existed? Like, all right, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. But now, yes, now we actually have a time that we can point to when America was great. Things were so much better. Can we please go back to that? For the love of fucking God.
Actually very true.
And you know what? It's true. I also, kid you not, the tweet is still up 5 years later. There's no shame in that. Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, all these left-wing leaders.
Make America sane again. It makes sense, Ghosteen. But I'm pretty sure that if we put M-A-S-A on a hat, people are going to think that we're being fucking racist. They're going to think that we're saying massa. Say yes, a massa, like, sort of thing. It's probably not the right move. It's probably not the way to go.
These so-called advocates of peace, they were actively inciting riots across America, inciting damage, wreaking havoc.
Oh yeah, we could make it look like a NASA hat. That actually wouldn't be so bad, yeah. Maybe I'll put that on the store. We'll put that on the store.
And you know what, Lindy, if I can jump in here too, because I do want to remind Americans of where the right wing was at before January 6th. You have to remember that we were dealing with the COVID shutdowns. We were dealing with BLM. We watched.
Because the good thing about the NASA hats, yeah, is that they're blue as well. So it would be blue and say massa on it. Yeah.
Police officers go and arrest business owners for simply opening their businesses. And keep in mind, you had Gavin Newsom going to the French Laundry for dinner. Yes. You had Nancy Pelosi going and getting her hair done. So you had police officers going and arresting American citizens who simply wanted to work, while simultaneously looking the other way, while BLM targeted and burned down small businesses. On top of that, you sometimes had police officers who went and arrested Americans or charged Americans for trying to defend their own businesses during the BLM riots.
Remember the couple?
Yeah, so exactly. Those were the McCloskeys out of St. Louis. Yeah. So what I want people to understand, too, is Donald Trump was kind of like the last beacon of hope for a lot of Americans who felt like the justice system was not standing up for them, who felt like the Democrats wanted them killed. And if you look at where we're at right now, it very much seems that way, that we have a lot of political violence that is coming from the left wing, from the Democratic Party. And so this was kind of like Americans' last chance.
Again, not from the Democratic Party. It's not from the Democratic Party. The majority of people who are engaging in violence are not Democrats. They're leftists. They're people who hate Democrats. I'll admit that, like, a lot of, like, instances of violence are coming from the left, but those are leftists. Those are people who don't like the Tom, I need a good lefty debater for my event. What are we debating? What are we debating? But yeah, it's not. Let's see. What do we have?
Here, and then we want to bring them And I'm going to show you a picture of my car.
Jody in the fucking house.
Canada land. This is a really good picture. From
Throw over here just making the weirdest fucking faces the whole time, bro. She's always making the weirdest fucking faces. That's the wrong channel. She's always like... What's wrong with her, bro? You need to get Grid 1 Motorsports.
Just so that there's not so much issue there. By the way, I just got a $500 dono over on our side from Jordan. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Straight to the Tooth Fund.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know. You said it was your event. Yeah. Just send me a DM on Discord, and I'll give you some shit. I mean, literally, like anybody that I want to debate, like I can pretty much reach out to all of those people myself. So you would have to have your own idea of somebody that you want me to debate, and let me know. Shit, I forgot what I was in the middle of saying.
Coming from the left wing, from the Democratic Party.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so-
It wasn't, it's leftists who are being violent. It is not like the Democratic Party. The difference is that, like, if you look at, like, the type of rhetoric from in person in Nashville, okay, that's not so bad. I'm in Atlanta, so I can get to Nashville pretty easy. But yeah, the Democratic Party is not like super hateful towards MAGA. The leaders, the people who are actually, you know, politicians within our movement, they're not hateful towards MAGA. Like the worst thing that they can come up with is that Hillary Clinton called them fucking deplorables, and they still cry about it today, right? Whereas like Donald Trump literally says all the time that he hates the left. Donald Trump says all the time he hates the left.
There are several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they go? No kings?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much.
We're not a king, guys. We're not a king. Yeah, I don't know. I just watched another speech from him, not the one. Well, I mean, yeah, there's this one.
Of Charlie's
obviously.
message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. It was pretty amazing. Students who were opposed to his common sense, by the way. Of them, and I want a missionary with a noble tone for them. I'm sorry. I hate the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent. And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Like he said this a couple more times since, is that he hates the left and shit like that, so. Yeah.
So this was kind of like Americans' last chance at like, okay, let's have our voices heard. I think that's why there was so much, tension that day during January 6th, so much anger because Americans were getting arrested. Americans were not being seen. Americans were being, I guess, sacrificed at the altar of left-wing violence, and nobody did anything to help them.
Yeah, I think we totally underestimate, and I don't mean we as in this panel, but like as a country really underestimated just how damaging the COVID era was, how much anger, resentment, and polarization, resulted from that. And look, the people in charge during that pandemic got a lot of things wrong. And so to your point, there's a lot of distrust toward the federal government, not just the FBI. Federal institutions, whether you're talking about the CDC, whether you're talking about the FBI, and you can't have a country if the people don't trust its government or its leadership
or its justice system.
Exactly.
You know, it seems like it's this revolving door, as is kind of what the American justice system has become. When you're sending 5 officers to pick up a 5'1" young woman, 8 officers.
Crazy.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yet.
Again, a 5'1" woman. Like, how you guys know how small Mexicans are? If we could get them to find out how small Mexicans are, they would be so against what it is that ICE is doing. Holy shit. Somebody needs to tell these people how small fucking Mexicans are. Like, even the men, they're small as fuck. Like, they would all be so against everything happening with deportations if they could just find out how small these Mexicans are that are getting arrested all over the place. This would really change things. They're so... Oh, the chat's working now. Based. Okay. Damn. Fucking shit. I'm still over here, like, trying to fix the fucking chat. I'm getting such a headache. I'm getting so frustrated with this shit. Okay.
3 years later, by the
people
way.
like DeCarlos Brown, who then went on to savagely murder Irina Zaruska a couple of months ago now. That person...
Yeah, he was 6 foot... He was 6'6". So he obviously should be arrested. The size is what makes it makes you more arrestable.
Murder Irina Zaruska a couple of months ago now. That person was let in and out of the system like it was nothing.
14
You know, like just
14 times, Amy.
Look at the disparity between these two individuals. For me, it just makes it seem like so often the American justice system is very performative, and it's very much just about creating, supporting, and inducing narratives.
They pick winners and losers, and I have an issue with that, right? Because in blue states, and I live in a blue state, so I can say this from personal experience, yeah, you have violent repeat offenders going in and out, in and out, in and out.
I mean, New York City is the same way.
New York
let's
City
not
is
forget
the same
Daniel
way.
Penny, who actually stood up for New Yorkers.
Well, that's what
while
happened.
Being violently threatened.
You're criminalized,
exactly. And then the DA
persecuted.
went after him.
And the thing is, if the local political leadership doesn't find solutions to repeat violent offenders, obviously Americans are going to do what it takes to protect themselves and to protect others. And so if you get punished for doing that, I mean, it's pretty infuriating.
And I
want
want I just want to say, ladies, there's a reason for this, okay? We don't have to wonder about why, they're lenient towards violent criminals while, throwing the book at you. It's percolating up from the prosecutorial level.
Yes.
We have these left-wing prosecutors, district attorneys scattered around the country, and guess who's behind that? It is George Soros and his affiliate organizations. He is funding this. This is not a coincidence. This is very intentional.
So sorry to interrupt you, Lindy.
He's funding what?
We have these left-wing prosecutors, district attorneys scattered around the country, and guess who's behind that? It is George Soros and his affiliate organizations.
What does that mean? Prosecutors? He's funding prosecutors? What?
The prosecutorial level.
Yes.
We have these the book at you. It's percolating up from the prosecutorial level.
Yes.
We have these left-wing...
They threw the book at her? She was only getting a fucking year. What are you talking about? She only got a year. Even the guy that you just mentioned a minute ago saying how horrible he did 7 fucking years in one single stint. And they threw the book at her? She only got a year. What are you talking about? She admitted that she was trespassing, and also she was accused of stealing a table. Like, in a year is throwing the book at her? What the fuck? What is happening? What is happening here?
Prosecutors, district attorneys scattered around the country, and guess who's behind that? It is George Soros and his affiliate organizations. He is funding this. This is not a coincidence. This is very intentional.
So let me, sorry to interrupt you, Lindy. So, but like, I really am curious because I do see politically motivated prosecutions being carried out by Democratic prosecutors or left-wing prosecutors. But then you fast forward to the era
Like what?
that we're in now, and you know, I don't think it's any secret that President Donald Trump wants the DOJ to specifically go after his political opponents. And look, I'm not going to say that every single prosecution is unfair. I'm sure in the case of John Bolton, it seems like they found classified documents and whatever. But what do you ladies make of Trump now, as the president, using lawfare against his political?
Who are you talking to, Zombie? Never mind. I forgot. You were the one yesterday who sent me in fucking circles for no reason. Okay.
I don't think we can have this discussion without laying down all the facts and what exactly happened to President Trump over the last couple of years. Let's start with Fani Willis, who decided to have an affair with her hand-picked prosecutor, Nathan Wade.
That has nothing to do with whether or not what happened to Donald Trump was a political campaign against him. That is not relevant at all.
And by the way,
So dumb.
she paid him $650,000 of taxpayer funds for basically a do-nothing job. They were screwing around, going on vacation, and they were just dating on the job.
That was a disaster. I agree with you. She was a horrible prosecutor, and she was found.
And this is not just a qualitative judgment on this part. The Georgia Supreme Court threw her off her own case.
Yep.
So we have legal, you know.
That is not true. That's not true at all. She is totally incorrect here. Fani Willis was not thrown off of the case. So she had one of the people who was working on the case, who was an investigator on the case. That was her boyfriend. Okay, the boyfriend was thrown off of the case by the Georgia Supreme Court. So they said he was not allowed to work on the case anymore. Fani Willis stayed on the case. Fani Willis was still the prosecutor afterwards. That didn't change. That even today, the charges have not been dropped as far as I know, and she is still the lead prosecutor. Donald Trump's criminal case in Georgia, brought by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, is in limbo following her removal by an appeals court. Oh, she was removed in December. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, that's... Okay, so they're assigning a new one. I didn't hear about the one in December. Yeah, I never heard about the one in December. I remember the one before that where her boyfriend was removed. I never heard about her being removed, but this was after Trump won. So I just hadn't looked into the case again after that. In December of 2024, a Georgia Court of Appeals disqualified Willis and her office from the case. This decision was based on an appearance of impropriety stemming from a romantic relationship she had with a specific prosecutor she hired for the case. Nathan Wade. Wade had already resigned in March of 2024 to allow Willis to remain on the case, but the appeals court ruled his resignation was not sufficient. I don't see, the problem is, like, when people bring this up, okay, when the issue here is that it is, as they said, an appearance of impropriety. It isn't that they actually engaged in anything improper. It's not as though they engaged in anything wrong. They're using this as an example of a politically motivated prosecution. And their only evidence of that is that she had sex with one of the other people on the case. That's it. That's what makes it a political prosecution, is that she had a boyfriend who was on the case? That Again, it's an appearance of impropriety. I agree with that. What does that have to do with it being politically motivated? Sure, you know better than the judges too. Wait, what are you talking about? Again, Zombie, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? The judges said that this was a appearance of impropriety. What are you talking about? That's what I said. You keep saying the judges got it wrong for taking her off the case. I never said that. I literally never fucking said that. I never even came close to saying anything about them getting it wrong. I don't know where the fuck you just got that from. I never, ever said that. That never happened. I never said anything remotely close to this. That is not what I'm talking about. What I said is, keep up this time, okay? Pay attention. She just said that this is an example of a politically motivated case. The reason she says it's politically motivated is because Fannie Willis was sleeping with the special prosecutor. What does that have to do with it being politically motivated? That's not relevant. Even the court said it was an appearance of impropriety. They didn't say there was actual impropriety. The court said there's an appearance of impropriety. So that, like, you do need to get taken off of cases for an appearance of impropriety. You do have to make a change. If there is an appearance of impropriety, that's fine. I have no issue with her getting taken off the case. But because I'd even said back when this happened that they should have taken her off the case. Like, I had said back when it happened that they ought to have taken her off the case and just gotten a different prosecutor. But that still has nothing to do with the political motivation.
The legal establishment just confirming what I said. That's case number one. And then we have Letitia James from New York, who campaigned on prosecuting Trump. That was one of her major campaign promises, okay? She literally promised the people of New York that she would find something. She didn't even know what it was. She wanted to find something and pin it on Donald Trump. She ran her...
Again, we don't know that she didn't have evidence for this ahead of time. She was already working as a prosecutor. You have no reason to believe that she didn't already have evidence before this. That is very different. So when she says that I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, right? She says that they're going to investigate it and that they're going to charge him if they find something, right? You have no idea if she already had information on this case and if they were going to and if she was already investigating something when she said this. Whereas when Donald Trump says, I want Pam Bondi to prosecute my political enemies, we know that there was nothing that he had evidence for because he fired the first prosecutor for not finding something. The first prosecutor said they couldn't find anything to arrest Comey for, and Donald Trump had that prosecutor fired and put in place a new one and told them to find something. So this is drastically different.
Campaign on that.
Exactly. Yeah. That's number two. Number three, Jack Smith. And Jack Smith was Merrick Garland's special prosecutor for the classified documents case, and also...
Again, I never said I knew more than the judges, Zombie. I know more about literally everything than Wendy Lee. I know more about literally everything than Wendy Lee, okay? I even if Wendy did know about something, she would lie about it, okay? Wendy Lee is the biggest grifter I have ever come across in the history of my time on the internet. And I'm saying that, like, blanketly. I don't call anybody a grifter. I don't call anybody on the internet a grifter. I wouldn't call Anna Kasparian a grifter. I wouldn't call Cenk Uygur a grifter. I wouldn't call Tim Pool a grifter. I wouldn't call, I wouldn't call any of these motherfuckers grifters, okay? Wendy Lee, she is a fucking grifter. She is either brain dead or a grifter. It's one of the two. She has lied incessantly about her own statements, I have proven it time and time and time again that she continues to lie about her own fucking statements. She said that when she was still part of the DNC, or that she was still a Democrat, she was still working with the DNC, that she was calling out Joe Biden for his mental health and saying that he needed to step down. It never fucking happened. She actually said the opposite. She was tweeting out daily that anybody who was calling for Joe Biden to step down was a fucking traitor to the nation. And now here on numerous shows, within the last couple of months, she has said over and over that she called for Joe Biden to step down. And one time somebody said, when did you ever do that? And she said, on Fox News on July 19th. Okay, we went and looked it up. She didn't say that. She literally said, it's not my call. I'm not going to make a statement on whether or not Joe Biden should step down. That's literally what she said. She never called for him to step down, ever. She called out people who were saying that Biden did not have the mental faculties to be president again. She was calling them out, saying that they were fucking traitors to the nation. She is a fucking grifter, bro. She has lied about everything, every step of the way. Every chance she gets, she lies again.
Also, the January 6th case, Jack Smith was on a very precise vendetta against President Trump. They were determined to take them down. That's 4 cases, 4 indictments against one man. They did everything they could to bankrupt him. So that is the context now for everything that's going on against Adam Schiff, Letitia James, John Bolton, and James Comey. I wanted to give that context because it would be entirely unfair if we just, completely admitted what happened to not only Trump, but also his family.
Right.
Letitia James got a $450 million verdict against Trump, and it was so flimsy that it was overturned by the judge.
It was an unprecedented prosecution. The crimes that he was convicted of, or what he had done, meaning the fraud that he had engaged in.
That's been proven wrong in Congress already. What was proven wrong in Congress? What do you think was proven wrong in Congress? Again, you've continued to clip for him. I would love if you can send me that proof of Wendy Lee lying. I had a stream called Wendy Lee is the biggest grifter. Where the fuck is it? So here's one. Okay. Here we go.
Listen, here, Lynn.
To extort, when I echoed that same thing when it was on MSNBC like an hour
account, right? Like that's the difference for you, is that you were there working in the party, but you made such a rapid switch from someone who was, like you wrote in the first
Wait, you're
chapter.
leaving out major events. Throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it.
In the month of June and July, I was on TV saying for him to step aside.
Leaving out major events. Throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it on July 21st when I very gently urged Biden to step aside.
What did you say exactly, and what show?
She did not urge them to step aside. She did not. Here we go.
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream.
What did you say exactly?
I said I wouldn't tell the president what to do, but if I were to say something, like in the kindest way possible, and I echoed that same thing when it was on MSNBC.
That is not, again, that's not, so when she says, I urged him to step aside, she says, what did you say? She said, I said I wouldn't tell him what to do, but yada, 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 right? That's not what she said. She said, it's not my call to make, so I'm not going to tell Joe Biden what to do. But if he does step down, I know Kamala Harris is sitting, waiting and ready. Comey? Okay, we'll come back to that then. All right, we'll come back to that. So this is what she says. She said, okay. Oh, I haven't even gotten to this. Her fucking her interview on Sean Ryan, like the whole thing is nothing but lies. The whole thing, every 2 seconds she's lying. Okay, let's see. I think it was she said July 19th. Is the video here? Why won't it play the fucking video?
Hey, co-pilot, what kind of thrust does this thing have?
The Saturn V rocket generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust.
Convert that to, like, my hatchback.
That's like 90
Is that, I'm
hatchbacks
fact checking
all
what she said so
breastlining at
far.
once.
What do you
That's a
mean?
lot of hatchbacks.
I'll go back to the clip if you want me to. I'll show you the rest of the clip. She said June or July, she made a statement and got flack for it and said something on Fox. Yes, this is not true. She did not get flack for it. She did not get flack for it. She has, I've went through her fucking tweets and everything. She never got flack for it. And she has changed her statement numerous times on this, but, fuck. Why? All right. Let me just see if I can find it on my own channel because this isn't loading.
These eyes need more than a quick check.
A comprehensive eye exam that goes way beyond vision.
That's why I choose America's Best.
Because these eyes deserve better.
Thousands of doctors focused on two things: your eyes at America's Best.
Now, on the other side of the ticket, a growing number
Oh.
of Democrats urging
Did it work?
President Biden to step aside for the good of the party, fearing a major defeat up and down the ballot if he remains on the ticket. In a moment, we'll get reaction from Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss, who's not publicly called for Biden to drop out. But first, let's turn to Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, near the president's vacation home. He's recovering there. Hello, Kevin.
Yeah, see, it has her in the transcript, but I guess let's just... She's not in the video, so let's just go to the transcript. Okay. We appreciate you coming. Bring all right. First, Fox News Live, Ground Michigan. Secret Service, Cheadle. But first, we've got coverage, correspondent. Hello, Alexis. Begin. End video clip. McAdams. Unintended. Okay. Yeah, I know we pulled it up before. I can't find it on my own channel. And yeah, I don't know where the fuck it is. But even like what she says afterwards, that even her own statement is, I said, well, I wouldn't tell him what to do. Her statement right before that is saying she did tell him what to do, that she called for him to step down. You won't find it because it didn't happen, so you're saying she lied. You're saying she lied and that it didn't happen? Really? So you're just admitting, I don't have to prove this. You're admitting she lied. Right? That would make things a lot easier if you can... Yeah, if that's your statement, then fine. No, I'm saying you're lying about all of this. Wait, but you just said it. You're not going to find it because it didn't happen. I'm going to find the clip that shows what she said happened right there. First, she said, I called for him to step down. And then she said, well, they said, what exactly did you say? She said, well, I said, I'm not going to tell him what to do, but blah, blah, blah. That is what, yes, she says, I'm not going to tell him what to do, meaning she didn't call for him to step down. And the next statement was, but if he does step down, I know Kamala Harris will be waiting and ready to go. That was her statement. That is what she said, is if she does step down, or if he does step down, Kamala Harris will be ready to go. That was it. That is what she said. So yes, that is, sure, show that again. Show her say that again? Okay, yeah, sure.
Biden step TV urging him to step aside.
Like you wrote in the first
Wait, you're leaving
chapter.
out major events. Throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it on July 21st when I...
She was on TV urging him to step aside. One, right? Urging him to step aside.
Very gently urged Biden to step aside.
What did you say exactly and what show?
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream.
What did you say exactly?
I said I wouldn't tell the president what to do, but if I were to say something, like in the kindest way possible. And
if I were to, but I wouldn't tell the president what to do, blah, blah, blah. What all she said was, oh, that's not my place to tell him what to do. But if he does, Kamala Harris will be ready. That is all she said. And I'll let it play for a minute.
I was on MSNBC like an hour later.
Okay.
And she said the same thing on MSNBC. She didn't.
Around the same time that a lot of people were also saying.
Oh, but that wasn't the only time. I was also on BBC, MSNBC. Like this was
after the debate.
She didn't say it on any of them. She didn't say it on any of them. She never called for him to step aside.
Democrats rallying behind Vice President Harris ahead of the Democratic convention after many of them slammed
that it didn't go well. I just try to show him love because I, care about this man on a human level. But the polls started coming in.
Yeah, after he dropped out, she totally changed her tune. Completely changed her tune and started acting like, yeah, I was calling for him to drop out the entire time. And then she was all about Kamala Harris. And then after Kamala Harris dropped out, again, she was like, wow, that was a train wreck. I was telling them the whole time, this is a problem.
So we're hearing from Democrats. Attorney General of...
Needless to say, it was basically, if anyone has seen Game of Thrones, it was a red wedding. It was a bloodbath. So everyone is in a state of shock. The gender gap that we were pining for.
I think this is
joining me now is former
billionaire got $2.5 million through her production company. Why couldn't she pay for it? She's an oligarch. She could have just paid for the.
Yeah, this is 9 months ago. There's not. I hate that YouTube doesn't have like a good way to filter this. Anyways, I'm gonna make a video essay on her changing her positions all over the place. But you can. One of the easiest ways to do this is Lindy Lee right here. It talks about the fact that so right here, Lindy Lee had earned an invite to the White House that day by being very energetic Democratic personality on cable news and for having grown an audience of over 300,000 followers on X by shooting off hyper-partisan pro-Democrat red meat content. One example of her style and approach came in a tweet she authored in 2022 when push comes to shove, Democrats take care of you regardless of party. Republicans try to get you murdered. Right? This is her, 2022. 2022, the Democrats take care of you. Republicans try to get you murdered. This is, and you can, they actually link all the fucking tweets. So this is, Trump tried to hang Mike Pence while Pelosi tried to save him. Just a second ago, she's saying that Pelosi was admitted that she fucked up there, but okay. Bober tweeted out Speaker's location while Pelosi urged Pence not to tell anyone where he was. When push comes to shove, Democrats take care of you regardless of party. Republicans try to get you murdered. So there's one, but okay. Let's see. As former congressional candidate Lindy Lee had also held various fundraising roles for the Democratic Party. She was, if nothing else, let's see, I'm trying to find. Okay. Throughout the rest of the year, I kind of forgot about Lee, having dismissed her as just another blue MAGA Twitter person for months. She continued enthusiastically to support Biden and later Kamala Harris, both on cable news and X, where she would tweet predictable messages of support for their campaigns. By August, she said she had raised several $1 million for the Democratic ticket. Her social media account became filled with adoring posts featuring herself at events with the president, vice president, and other top Democratic elected officials like former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. There will never be another like her, she said of Pelosi. She was part of the Pennsylvania delegation to the Democratic National Convention this summer. Then, after Election Day, Lee was suddenly everywhere. But instead of maintaining her over-eager support for Biden and Harris, she adopted a new persona, eagerly attacking Democrats and the campaign nonstop. In this new role as a Biden and Harris antagonist, she has been quoted or mentioned in the mainstream press hundreds of times and become a fixture on Fox News. This is exactly what I saw. Is before the election, she was the most pro-fucking Democrat person to a point where I was annoyed with her because she said the dumbest fucking shit. Like, she was one of those people who was saying like, yeah, we want illegal immigrants in the country, guys. We want more. Come on. It's like, what? Who the fuck says this? Shut the fuck up. But then, yes, afterwards, she's like, well, the real problem with Biden is he was letting illegal immigrants in. This is the real issue here. He ruined the fucking country. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Appearing on Fox in mid-December, Lee declared that Biden was in no shape to carry out his duties as commander-in-chief. The president has not been cognitively fit to assume the duties of the Oval Office for a number of years now, Lee told Fox's Kevin Corke. It was a wild turnaround from her effusive praise of the man and her defense of his age and cognition just months prior. In fact, Lee was a frequent and outspoken critic of journalists who covered the president's age issues. To those of you who said Biden was cognitively impaired, we await your apology, Lee tweeted in March. And she deleted the fucking tweet, of course. But yeah, here's the screenshot of it. To those of you who said Biden was cognitively impaired, to her who smeared him as an elderly man with a poor memory, to the media who wouldn't stop talking about his age, to the GOP who tried to tell us he was too old, to the New York Times for asking him to drop out, we await your apology. March 8th, 2024. So this is March 8th. And she's saying 2 months later, she's calling for him to drop out because of how bad his cognition is, right? 2 months later, here she's totally fucking all about Joe Biden, telling everybody to stop, telling them to apologize for calling for him to drop out, and she supposedly called for him to drop out just a couple months after. When was the debate? I think it was in July. But even after the debate, she still didn't do it. When Biden ultimately dropped out of the race in July, Lee told Fox that if Democrats skipped over Kamala in favor of another candidate to lead the ticket, it would be a catastrophic mistake. She urged her followers to unify behind Kamala Harris. Afterwards, she says that picking Kamala Harris was a huge mistake, and she doesn't know what the Democrats were thinking. Let's see. Here it is, July 21st, 2024. Okay, I think this is what I was looking for earlier. Is it going to play this time? Fox News' player is fucking shit. I hate their players so much.
I'm gonna need help for the rest of my life. Please continue to donate. It lets me know that my sacrifice wasn't in vain.
The horrible events of September 11th continue to leave their mark on our nation. Join Wounded Warrior Project. Your gift of just $19.
Isn't it really fucked up that Republicans tried defunding all of the money that goes to September 11th heroes? Isn't that fucked up?
Please give to those who gave so much for us.
Okay, joining me now, Biden-Harris National Finance Committee member, Democratic fundraiser, and Biden delegate, Lindy Lee. Great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Okay, so you're a delegate. There are decisions to be made at this point. What would you do if this roll call starts August 1st?
Well, it's not my place to tell President Biden
there
what
it
to
is.
do, but if he were to step aside, Vice President Kamala Harris would be an excellent candidate. She's
Motherfucker, I told you, you said it didn't exist. There it is, bitches. There it is, bitches. There it is, motherfucker. There it is, motherfucker. And I'm sure you're going to find some way to pivot now and act like, no, that doesn't count. She just said exactly what it is that I said she would say. She just said exactly what it is that I said she said in this fucking interview. She did not call for him to drop out. She said, it's not my place to tell him whether or not to drop out. But if he does, Kamala Harris would be an excellent candidate to replace him. Totally fucking what I said. This is exactly what I said.
Prosecutor, and she's out there every.
What would you do if this roll call starts August 1st?
Well, it's not my place to tell President Biden what to do, but if he were to step aside, Vice President Kamala Harris would be an excellent candidate.
She says that she called for him to drop out here. She did not. She never called for him to drop out. She never called for him to drop out. This never fucking happened. This never happened. This is her example of her saying she called for him to drop out. This is it.
To say something, like in the kindest way possible. I urged throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it.
She was urging for him to step aside. She caught flack for it, guys.
On July 21st, when I very gently urged Biden to step aside.
What did you say?
On July 21st, she urged him to step aside. Well, isn't that crazy? This is from July 21st, guys, 2024. Isn't that fucking nuts that this is July 21st? That's it. That's it right there, July 21st. She urged him to step aside right there, guys.
Like you wrote in the first
Wait, you're leaving
chapter.
out major events. Throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it on July 21st when I very gently urged Biden to step aside.
What did you say exactly and what show?
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream.
What did you say exactly?
I said I wouldn't tell the president what to do, but if I were to say something, like in the kindest way possible. And
if I were to say something in the kindest way possible, and then totally moves off. What she said was, I'm not here to tell the president what to do, but if he drops out, Kamala Harris will be ready to go.
That same thing when I was on MSNBC like an hour later.
Okay, so
and she said the same thing on MSNBC. She did not. We checked the one on MSNBC. She didn't even come close. She didn't even say that much. As much as she said on this one, it didn't even come up. We watched the whole fucking thing waiting for her to say something. She didn't say anything.
At the same time that a lot of people were also saying.
Oh, but that wasn't the only time. I was also on BBC, MSNBC. Like this was like
this was after the debate. This
Yeah, she didn't do any of this.
wasn't before the debate. Before it was probably
and I will go into detail. I went to extraordinary lengths to raise concerns about Biden's age to people like Ken Martin and other DNC officials way before 2024, way before 2023. And I had receipts of
But
people.
then why would you say we await your apology?
She's never put out receipts. People have begged her for these receipts. She's never put them out. And even afterwards, she started saying that nobody's argued with that as far as I've seen. Zombie, why did you ask me to get the fucking receipts? Why did you ask me to get the fucking receipts? I said, that is not what she said. This is what she said. And you said you wanted the fucking receipts. And then you started acting like, oh, you're not going to find them because they don't exist. You're wrong. I proved it. You said that I was wrong. You said they didn't exist. You said that didn't happen. You cannot sit here and pretend like nobody argued with this, dude. You argued with it, zombie. You did. You argued with it, motherfucker. Stop. You guys are so fucking dishonest. Every single one of you are pieces of fucking shit. Every single one of you, you guys are scum of the fucking earth. You really are.
Is typically treated as a misdemeanor, but Fani Willis decided to treat it as something far more serious than that, as a felony, which is why he got that pretty serious prosecution and conviction. But what's really interesting is that what Fani Willis is being accused of, it seems like there's evidence to back it up, and it's the same issue, fraud, right? Mislabeling your primary residence in order to get a better interest rate on a home mortgage.
I think that was Letitia James. You said Fannie Willis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Letitia James.
No,
Yeah,
it's okay.
sorry about
It's okay.
that.
I just wanted to correct that.
Well, it's
But Letitia
interesting
James
because she's the one that valued Mar-a-Lago at what, $18 million, right? And it's like, if I was guilty of mortgage fraud.
Again, this is a lie. They keep saying that Letitia James is the one who valued Mar-a-Lago. She didn't. Letitia James never valued Mar-a-Lago. She didn't do it. She took the county commissioner's office value and said, this is what the county commissioner's office says. And then she also bought 3 others. But then conservative news outlets said, look at what she thinks it's worth. She says this is how much it's worth. Then other conservative news outlets said the judge went and said that he audited Mar-a-Lago, and the judge said, this is how much it's worth. They're so corrupt. They're such liars. They didn't, none of them did. They just went with the county commissioner's office. The county commissioner's office has to have audits on the property so that they can have a property tax on the property. That is the audit that is based on the property tax. And in the court case, they literally say, this is not like an objective reading, like this is just what the county commissioner's office has. It's pretty old. It's a couple years old, so it may have like gone up in value since then, but we're showing you this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one. They presented a ton of them, but conservative media was such fucking lying pieces of shit that they all ran around saying that, you know, not Fannie Mae, Letitia James valued the property at this thing. She didn't value it. It's not her.
Okay,
sorry about
it's okay.
that.
I just wanted to correct that.
Well, it's interesting because she's the one that valued Mar-a-Lago at what, $18 million, right? And it's like, if I was guilty of mortgage fraud, the last thing I'd be doing is basically going after my enemies for that thing.
Seriously?
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if I was
believe
guilty of it, the last thing I'd be doing is going after somebody
But
else
that's
for
the
it.
iron law of white projection. That's what they all do. They always accuse others of what they themselves are doing. It's the iron law of word projection.
I also think that they were.
I think that Americans are so tired of the two-tier justice system.
Yeah.
If you broke the law in the United States of America and you were found guilty by, how does it work, a grand jury, and then, you know, your trial starts, then I think you should be charged
100%.
for that exact
I don't care,
thing.
left, right. I mean, I think that people would have more trust in our government if our government officials were treated the same as us, meaning if they break the law, they get prosecuted. That's it. All right, why don't we move on to the government shutdown?
You know what, guys? We are now in day 17 of the government shutdown, and it doesn't look like there's any hope for any sort of reconciliation between the two sides. We have a lot to get into, and I want to explain what exactly is behind the stubbornness on the
Okay, I can't with these fucking pieces of shit, dude. Lying fucking pieces of shit, dude. Was this debate any good? Like, I pulled it up, and it's it's apparently about like make Britain great again or some shit, and I don't know anything about like British politics, but it's Wonderbox and Drew Pavlov.
Well, literally, the ringleader in Rochdale literally said he did it because he believed he was the supreme race. Are we just going to ignore that? That's a pretty explosive thing.
Why is it a pretty okay, whatever.
I have more.
I don't know.
Let me ask
guess
this.
there must just be no other.
Let's go through this for a second. Why is it an explosive thing that the ringleader of a child rape gang in Britain said that he did it because he was the supreme race, that the Pakistanis were a supreme race over the British? Why is that an explosive thing? I wonder why that is politically explosive.
Yeah, I know. I can think of no other. I can think of no other reason that men would rape. I can't think of any other like more pressing reason that they would do that.
Okay, here's a good question. So there was one really, really horrific incident in the grooming gangs. It involved a young girl who was raped by a Pakistani grooming gang. She got to the police turned her back, and then she was picked up off the street by another person, a completely random who was not part of the original grooming gang, and then she was raped again. Tell me, why is there that cultural problem that in the same night she could run into two separate, completely random Pakistani guys and be raped? That's fucked. That would not happen in Japan. That would just simply not happen in Japan.
Really, that specific instance would never happen in Japan.
You
Are
think
you serious? Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
I don't know if
I
don't know if this is news to you, but like in every society, men are kind of.
It's a little weird that he has one, like if he had like dozens of examples of this and he's like, this happens all the fucking time. There's 30, 40 women who got raped by two different Muslim men on the same night. Like, okay, well now that, but you're saying this happened once and it never happened in Japan? Okay, well, it only happened once in Britain. So like, you're not bringing up some like big systemic problem that happened there. You're just bringing up a single anecdote of something happening. I'm sure there's horrible things that have happened in Japan that we could say, well, this would never happen in Britain, but this is just one single anecdote. This is stupid.
Shit, like, yeah, men rape. Sorry, like, what the fuck?
Yes, but some
Out of
societies
interest,
have
is there
much
any
higher rape.
where
Some societies have much higher incidence of
Where-
rape. Some societies have much higher incidence of rape.
where is your is this the ringleader of Rochdale? This is Shabir Ahmed. That was his name, right?
I will send you the source. Let me give it.
Is this
to
from
you.
the J
As you
report?
do that, let me get through these other super chats.
It wasn't in the J report.
$5 from Psychor to say, I just tuned in, so I have no idea what's going on, but I'm just going to believe the guy with the glasses. Thanks for narrowing it down, and thanks for the $5. And then $5 from Testicle Johnson. Do you think Margaret Thatcher effectively utilized girl power by funneling money into illegal paramilitary death squads in Northern Ireland?
Who are you asking that to?
I don't know. It's a question for $5.
Thatcher was a
from
girl
Ken.
boss. Thatcher was a big time girl boss.
Noted. $5 and then £5 from Freshly Exhumed. Going back to the dialects.
Is this like the end of the debate? They're already getting in the super chats, or? Oh yeah, the debate started way earlier. Okay.
Real stat.
Well, I can find you stats from the would you be more convinced by stats?
Terrible state right now, and so I.
Brexit in that campaign thought immigration was the biggest problem. It was the biggest reason that people.
No, I don't believe it's today. Tonight we're going to be talking about Reform UK and the migrant crisis.
Here, I'm going to switch to Wix so that the chat's not all over this guy's face. Hopefully Wix has everything centered this time so that the...
Say something.
Testing.
Okay, we are here. We're ready.
Okay.
So without further ado, let's just get started.
And he does kind of have things a bit more centered today. Based. See, if I was him, especially with a setup like that, if I was him, I would put 3 separate videos and have them lined up to where they take up all of this space. So like if you guys go to like one of my debates that I hosted on this channel, where I do edit everybody's video shape so that it's like a lot cleaner on my screen. That is what he ought to do with his screen. Is he ought to
Filed by
adjust
Judge
his.
Breyer.
Okay.
It was
It will.
So like this. So if he had just 3 like this, to where he has his face, and even take your own face off. Like I take my face off numerous times and just put up the people who were talking.
Process. It seems to have favored Newsom. Doesn't mean that ultimately it will.
Well,
So ultimately they have
Newsom
what?
initially. Newsom initially filed
And then it switches to a camera with just him.
in June when Trump initially deployed the National Guard, and then it went to Judge Breyer. He ruled in favor of a TRO, and then that went to a different court.
Was this
that
by chance the
rejected
Ninth
TRO.
Circuit? Was this the Ninth Circuit, maybe?
And
Which
then I
circuit?
think
Which circuit? Which circuit? Which court was this, bro?
So yeah, like having it like this to where you can switch back and forth from like the full panel to like split screen, having like this is a much better way of doing it with his screen the way that it is. He has it to where like it's harder to fit everybody in the box. And so yeah, if he does 3 screen shares, he's able to reshape each one of them to where they would line up, to where he has 3, and then even switch to like where there's just 2 and you just see the 2 people who are debating at times, and then pull himself back up whenever he's ready to talk again.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, we've got a show for you today. Tonight we're going to be talking about Reform UK and the migrant crisis. Is Reform UK the solution to Britain's problems regarding immigrants? Are there even real problems regarding immigrants, or is this all just overblown? We have 2 wonderful gentlemen tonight to debate this, to talk about it. I'm going to give the mic first to Mr. Drew Pavlo to state his case, be brief, try to stay under a minute, and then we're going to let Lonerbox respond, and then we'll get to the back and forth. Go ahead, Drew.
Perhaps Lonerbox can start just because I'm still getting my bearings a bit because I just jumped in the call.
Okay, Lonerbox, go ahead. Why is Reform UK going to destroy?
He was pretty late. Like you can see, Lonerbox showed up at an hour in, and yeah, Drew showed up 15 minutes in. And when Lonerbox first showed up, Wick was like, yeah, he was 20 minutes late the last time, so hopefully he's not going to be that late this time. And yeah, he ended up being 15 minutes late.
Britain, in your opinion?
Later, Freddie.
Okay, so I think it's a pretty simple story. It's a story about someone who is more or less making a total political killing off of his own failures. In around 2015-16, up to the Brexit campaign, Nigel Farage put out a billboard of himself standing in front of a picture of a throng of Syrian, North African, Arab Muslim refugees, and saying that this is why we need to get out of the EU. They're coming, basically, during the Syrian refugee crisis. The fact is that most immigrants, the overwhelming majority of them coming to the UK at that time, were not Syrian. They were not North African. They weren't even outside of the EU. They were mostly EU migrants. He still managed to harness that fear, the fear of, that went alongside the Bataclan attacks, the rise of ISIS, the Syrian refugee crisis, and he managed to use that fear to convince people that Brexit was the answer to people's fears. Most people who voted for Brexit in that campaign thought immigration was the biggest problem. It was the biggest reason that people voted to come out of the European Union. We did, and then polling on immigration went really low. Very small, less than 10% of people in the UK thought it was the biggest problem, when it's usually like a third or a half. Until COVID happens, and then slowly after that, we get a huge surge of immigration. And for the first time ever, now that free movement is over, most migrants who come to the UK are from outside of the EU. That never used to be the case. EU migration is negative now. More of them are leaving than they are arriving. And since we had that surge, in part because EU migrants needed to get replaced, because we had humanitarian crises, because the Conservatives, quote unquote, were taking back control and putting in immigration policy that was full of flaws and loopholes and everything else that allowed massive numbers of people to come in, to the point that we've had net migration of like close to 1 million for the last couple of years, something like 800, 900,000. And at the same time, also courtesy of Brexit, we had small boat arrivals on an unprecedented rise, or not seen since the early 2000s. Tens of thousands of people coming in on small boats. Back in the day, we used to be able to send them back to the last European country that they came from, because that was a European Union regulation called Dublin 2 and 3. We used to be able to send them back to the first EU country that they came from. We can't do that anymore. So we basically have Conservatives trying to mess around with as many gimmicks as possible to deal with these new arrivals that are clearly frustrating people. Policies like trying to send them to Rwanda for offshore processing, which was probably one of the most expensive, inefficient, inhumane, torturous, waste of time policies ever. I think they got like less than 20 people deported and spent millions on it. Followed up by immigration policy from the Tories that was just completely ham-fisted on student visas, work visas, you name it, to the point now that basically we are in a pretty unprecedented spike in immigration that is almost entirely the making of the person who is making the most profit off of it, who is Nigel Farage. So right now we have, again, for the first time in quite a few years, almost a decade, is the biggest problem for you.
What server? They don't have specific servers for this. You only play against bots. So I can't just tell people what server I'm on paper and then come join me. It doesn't work that way for paper. Just before I go, I particularly can't stand Greek Australians of any generation crying about migration to the UK. It's disgusting, and Andres is no different to all the racists who told Wogs to go back to where you come from. I don't know who Andreas is, but I will take your word for it, Freddie.
UK voters is immigration, and it is basically just going to open the door for a bunch of city trader, millionaire, disgusting spiv cunts to capitalize off of people's fears, capitalize off of propaganda and inflated stats and misconceptions to kind of do what they've always wanted to do, which is to use immigration as a bludgeon against everything about this country that they don't like. They want to slash welfare right, left, and center. They want to reduce taxes. Nigel Farage has for years spoken about how he wants to have an insurance-based healthcare system. We know what they want, and they're going to use people's fears to get it. And I don't really think there's anything Keir Starmer can do about immigration that is going to turn that around. It's just, that's where we are.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Drew Pavlo, thanks again for being here. What is your thoughts on Reform UK and the immigrant crisis in UK?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sure. Thank you. And my audio is okay? People can hear me fine?
We can hear you. You're fine.
Okay. So I want to very quickly explain that I'm actually quite party agnostic on this. If Keir Starmer were to lower migration in Britain and fix the issue, then I would support Keir Starmer, but he's not going to do that. I would support anyone who would do it. I don't really necessarily even like Nigel Farage that much. I don't even really like Reform that much. I just genuinely look at what's happening in the UK and I see how disastrous mass migration from extremely poor countries has been to the UK. In terms of economics, in terms of culture, in terms of the massive problem with rising sectarian violence in that society, the massive problem with rising Islamic extremism in that society. And I just see that, and I love Britain, and I see it.
Am I going to make it back?
It is in a really terrible state right now. And so I would basically support anybody who would fix that. And whether it's Nigel Farage or Reform, I don't care. If Keir Starmer did it, I'd support Keir Starmer. I know that Lonerbox started going into the whole claim that, oh well, these talks about immigration are actually all just sort of like cultural war distractions to try and distract people from talking about economics, and the billionaires want to distract people. Well, here's the thing. I think that people are concerned, rightly, that there has been massive cultural dislocation in Britain within just one generation. Even if you solved every single economic issue in the country, even if you had, say, like a Jeremy Corbyn socialist government, and they massively increased welfare and all these different things, that would not necessarily actually solve the issue of people feeling a sense of cultural dislocation in the country that they've been brought up in. Britain has been majority British for 1,000 years. It has been a nation for like 1,000 years. And based on current migration rates, the current migration rates have the British majority on track to become a minority within one generation.
I don't actually believe
within
your
about
summary
maybe
of this.
like the late.
Does he knows that like another group of people lived there first, right? Like this is one of the things that annoys me. Like I personally, and I've talked about this a bunch of times, I don't have an issue with like with the concept of a like ethno state or anything like that. I don't have like a fundamental problem with ethno states existing. The problem that I generally have with them is making laws based on like race when other races already live there. That is the like the major problem with these things, and that is what it is that like a lot of people want to do with laws for immigration and shit, is they want to create laws that practically reinforce ethno states. And it's really weird. Like again, this is the guy who just like a month ago or a couple months ago was talking to Destiny's son, whining and crying with him, saying like, why would you want to support policies that would get your own grandmother deported? Like, why would you ever want your own grandmother to get deported? And he's like, well, it's not that I want my grandma to be deported, but it's that like I'm consistent with my beliefs. Like I'm not gonna change my beliefs just based on how my own feelings. And Drew Pavel the whole time is like, bro, that's insane. What is wrong with you? Why would you ever support something that's gonna hurt your own grandmother? And he's like, what's his grandma? Destiny is a Cuban. So his parents are Cuban, and so he's so Destiny's son's grandmother is Cuban, and yeah, but like Nathan the whole time, Destiny's son Nathan the entire time was just like, yeah, I'm sorry, like I care about like actually being consistent with my beliefs. If I think that something's best for the country, I'm gonna go with what's best for the country. I'm not gonna support like mass migration if I wouldn't be willing to allow my own mother or grandmother to get deported. Like that would be insane, right? And the whole fucking time, Drew's like, wow, dude, what is wrong with you? Why would you ever support something that would get your own grandmother deported? That's so fucked up, dude. This is so fucked up. But here he is, like, defending the same types of policies, exactly the same types of policies, yet he just wouldn't if it hurt his own grandmother? Like, it's so fucking weird, bro. It's so weird. Like, he's actually advocating that people care more about their own feelings and their own families than what it is that it will actually benefit the country, which obviously I don't think that like Nathan's correct in deporting his own grandmother, like, or that's going to benefit the country, or like getting rid of all the brown people or anything. I don't think that that's actually beneficial to the fucking country, but he has the right idea in that, like, if I want murderers to get arrested for murdering people, that like, yes, if my own grandmother murdered somebody, I would still think that she ought to be held to the same standard. Like, that is how people should think about the law. And Drew just doesn't. Like, his entire philosophy apparently is just that like all this should be based on your own fucking feelings and like how it affects your own life and your own family, and not like any sort of consistency. So fucking stupid, dude.
2040s.
How old is Nathan? He's like 14 or 15, bro. It was weird as fuck that Drew had Nathan on his show. Nathan is not a public figure. He's not somebody who's like a, you know, some big name. It's just so fucking weird that he had Destiny's Son on his show. Is the fucking weirdest shit, dude.
This is obviously the largest cultural dislocation, the largest demographic and cultural change in Britain in its entire history. People like to talk about, for example, the Norman invasion. Well, Britain was invaded by the Normans. It's always been a country of migration. The amount of Normans who migrated to Britain after the Norman conquest, I think it was about like 20,000 people. I think the equivalent percentage of the population was about maybe like 2% or 3%. It was a very low number, and they assimilated into the wider population pretty seamlessly without basically leaving much of a dent. Whereas what we are seeing now is basically within a 30-year time period, the British majority, the ethnic British people, the ethnic English people, for example, in England, are going to become a minority within about 30, 40 years. Over that time period from about 2000 to about 2040, within about a generation and a half, you're going to see the English people become a minority in the country that they have basically been a majority in for 1,000 years. And so I think that level of cultural and demographic change in one generation is always going to lead to massive amounts of political and social tension. I think it's really crazy for any country to try and run that type of migration policy. That level of dislocation and change and just basically a generation and a half is crazy. I know Lonerbox starts talking about the importance of the migrants for economics. There are 1.9 million foreign nationals on benefits in the UK right now. And benefit claims per 1,000 people from some of the new migrant communities from the third world, they are vastly overrepresented when it comes to benefit claims. Half of all social housing in London is occupied by foreign nationals. There has been, if the Boris wave was going to lead to economic growth, we would have seen it already. Instead, Britain has basically sclerotic growth alongside the largest amount of...
Bro, how fucking long is his opening statement gonna be? We're still on his opening statement, right? Am I crazy? Lonerbox hasn't spoken again. Lonerbox had like a good like 1 minute opening statement, and I feel like he's been talking forever.
Migration in its entire history. The migration is largely coming from places that are very culturally different to Britain. Lonerbox makes the point that, you know, Nigel Farage had problems with Polish people moving to Britain during the time of the EU. I actually think that's retarded. I think it would be so much easier for Britain to integrate people from Poland than it is to integrate people from some of the poorest parts of the third world. I think it would actually be so much better for Britain if they had migration from other European countries that are quite culturally similar and have a relatively similar living standard. I think that would be actually infinitely better than the current situation, because the Boris wave seems to basically have been composed of mostly people from some of the poorest parts of the world that are very culturally different to Britain, and it has created a lot of social tensions in that society.
Okay, well, thank you both for being here. I'm going to open up the floor now to see what...
Tom, you're fucking blind. You're just going to watch your own people go extinct. When you say my own people go extinct, you understand that, like, if, like, Mexican people mate with white people, that, like, their people start to go extinct as well. Well, technically, Mexican people are already partially white as well. So, like, they're already part of our people. And we're talking about people who are already, like, half white, coming and mating with people who are who are white, but like what white people isn't really like a real like ethnicity, nationality or anything. It's a European thing, but the European people are so drastically different from like Italian people to Irish people to all of these different nationalities and ethnicities that already existed. And so the idea of like white people being my people is a little too ambiguous to make sense. Like, the American people are not like a people that are an ethnicity. So if people are moving here and they're brown but they're American, what the fuck do I care?
You guys both think. go ahead, Loner Box, and you can respond to him if you'd like, and we'll just kind of open it up. And if you feel like you're being talked over or whatever, just get my attention, and I'll make sure you get a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Americans don't identify being white with being American. Yeah, it's American and white are not at all the same thing. And even for the most part, like, the people will ask, like, what are you? And you don't say, like, oh, I'm American. No, people say, like, oh, I'm Italian, or I'm Irish, or, I'm Scottish. I'm like, they have all of these other things that go back through their lineage, because white is just not, it doesn't tell you anything. Oh, I'm white. Like, all right, so you just, like, came from somewhere in Europe. Like, what the fuck does that say? Tom, you say if they are American, but your definition of American is anyone who gets here. What? What? And anyone who gets here. Yeah, if they live here. Not if they just get here, but if they live here. This is their home, right? So if somebody, they don't have to even be a citizen. Like, by definition, an American is generally somebody who just lives here. So there's people who are here on green cards, and they'll be on green cards for like 40 fucking years, right? You're telling me that somebody who lives here for 40 fucking years isn't a citizen, that this is not an American, yet somebody who was born yesterday, just because they were born in America, they're more American than that person? Fuck that shit. Like, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. But that they're not even talking about, like, being an American. They're talking about ethnicity, right? They're talking about, like, being white. They're talking about race. So when I'm talking about, yes, being an American, I'm saying, like, I don't even care if you're American or not. Like, I don't give a fuck if you're American. Go have sex with a fucking Australian person, or and make babies with them. Like, who the fuck cares? I've been trying to get a fucking Kiwi to come over here and make babies with me for like 3 fucking years, all right? What do I care if they're fucking American?
Trying not to tune out after hearing the fear of sectarian violence as a result of immigration in the United Kingdom.
I mean, it's happening though.
That's,
there was a stabbing attack about 2 weeks
yeah,
ago.
but I'm just saying it's not exactly like
synagogue.
I'm just saying you understand that is like not exactly novel to the UK to have sectarian violence as a result of immigration. Do you know?
But
do you know
it
what I'm referring
wasn't
to?
there. But this is the thing. It wasn't there until recently. So why import it? That's
That's
big
what I'm
question,
saying.
right?
Okay, you don't know what I'm referring to. It's okay. You said that you would support Keir Starmer if he lowered net migration.
Yeah, massively.
Okay,
And
by how
actually
much?
needs to deport people. Probably needs to get it down to like 100,000 people a year, and they need to deport a lot of people part of the Boris wave who came in the last 5 to 10 years.
So he needs to lower net migration by what, like 10%, 20, compared to the Tory years?
About 90%. It has to go down to like 50 to 100,000 people a year, and they have to basically start deporting people who are Islamic extremists and people who are on foreign benefits and stuff like that.
Well, I have Harvard scientists telling me that race doesn't exist, but they still ask me what race I am on a job application. Yeah, so the term race doesn't exist. It only means, like, scientifically. Like, there isn't a scientific like, category that is race, because race scientifically was done backwards. What they did is they found, like, the phenotypes that people have, and they had already categorized them based on race, just based on phenotypes, right? Skin color, eye width, hair texture, shit like that, right? And so then once you categorize them based on phenotypes, then they go in and find genetics that align with those phenotypes. But the problem is that they wouldn't have found those categories without categorizing them based on looks first. That is how they did it, is based on our own visual, like, ideals of these things. If they hadn't, they wouldn't have been able to know that if we pair these phenotypes within the DNA, or this type of DNA that gives us the phenotypes, that this is what categorizes race. They wouldn't have known. They literally had no way of categorizing those things without looking at people first and then finding the phenotypes that align with those things. So it's, while science, yes, there is a biological component to phenotypes, the idea that scientifically we're capable of categorizing that, we're not. That is the difference, is that we cannot scientifically categorize race without looking at the phenotypes first. So lots of people will say this incorrectly and say, like, there's no biological component for race. That's not true. That's, like, obviously not true. Phenotypes are the biological component for race. But it's that we couldn't tell what the phenotypes were within our DNA without looking at them first. We categorized race first, then went and looked at science and tried to find what in science aligns with the categories that we already created. So that it is not a scientific category. It is a socially constructed category based on how we look at people. And the reason for that is because just based on phenotypes, again, we can look at Black people within Africa, and there's more genetic diversity within Africa alone than there is within all other, the entire world, right? So if there's more genetic diversity just within Africa than there is throughout the entire world, then what are we categorizing? We're not categorizing genetic diversity, which is what people think. They think, oh, race is just categorizing genetic diversity. No, it's not. It's just categorizing phenotypes. That's all. It is categorizing phenotypes based on the social construct that we had already created. So when they say it doesn't exist, they're just saying it doesn't exist scientifically. It does exist. Like, we do have a category. It's just a socially constructed category. That's all. Not true, Tom. There are untouched races. Bought so much today, but 50 to 100 years ago, plenty of Koreans, Japanese, Dutch, Anglo-Saxons, etc. were detectable. It's now with mass migration, race has become... No, that is not true. You are totally incorrect on this. You are completely incorrect on this. We're able to find DNA that aligns with the phenotypes. But again, phenotypes are what we see, right? Phenotypes are what we see. Phenotypes are what created the social construct. So that's all it is. It's just phenotypes created the social construct, and then we used science to figure out where in our DNA those phenotypes are coming from. But if Black people in Africa, from one part of Africa, are more genetically diverse, have more genetic differences than another Black person in another part of Africa, how is that not a separate race? Yet Black people and white people are, right? It doesn't make sense. The only way it makes sense is because we're doing it just based on the way that we look. That's it. So we will categorize two people who are more genetically diverse as one race, and then other people who are more genetically the same as separate races. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. But it makes sense, again, it makes sense socially. It doesn't make sense scientifically. So that is the difference. Tom's just repeating shit that I've already read about. Then why the fuck did you just say the thing about Harvard if you already understood this? Why did you just say the thing about Harvard as though you didn't understand it? How are you going to play stupid and then act smart right after? Don't play fucking stupid. If you're going to pretend like you understand something, don't pretend like you don't understand it right before then. So, what the fuck?
Who are not integrating.
So you acknowledge, first of all, just to start, that in the first year, given that...
And yet everyone has lower muscle density than Africans. Ain't that crazy? Not all Africans. No, not all Africans. There are some Africans who have lower muscle density than some fucking Europeans. You are incorrect on that. You are wrong on that. On average, we have lower muscle density, but there are parts of Europe that had higher muscle density than parts of Africa. You are just wrong on this. I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? On average, yes, you're correct. but not in the totality. No, there are parts of Africa that had very specific tribes with very specific types of DNA that have been passed on for generations that made them different than the others. That is the point. The African tribes had been around much longer, and that's why they have more genetic diversity, is because they've been around much longer. They've been mating much longer. They've been passing down genetics longer. They have that, like, these are. I'm starting to think I should have started the fucking podcast and start preaching this shit. I'm starting to think that you should probably talk to some people who know what the fuck they're talking about before thinking that you should start a podcast and have absolutely no fucking idea what you're talking about. But, like, again, just a second ago, you acted like you didn't understand the fucking Harvard shit, and now you're sitting here acting like you understand this shit. This is insane. The claim you just made about the fucking muscle density just proves, again, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, okay? You aren't playing dumb. You just don't know what you're talking about. That's all. You weren't playing dumb. You don't understand these things. You just don't know what you're talking about, and you're pretending that you do. You don't know jack shit about anything. What did you read? You're repeating the same fucking articles I read years ago. So what? What is that? Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that I'm repeating articles? So did you debunk the articles? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Are you saying the articles are wrong? Like, who cares if, what do you mean? Like, are you not going to be repeating things that you read somewhere? Or did you just make this shit up yourself? Are you just pulling shit out of your ass? Are you even aware that after 11 generations, only 23% of the DNA from those generations are still present? No. Why are you pivoting? Why the fuck are you pivoting? What is your problem? Don't move the goalposts. What is the problem with repeating shit from scientific articles? What is the problem with that? Do you have a problem with science? Do you think science is wrong? Like, what are you doing these experiments yourself? Like, why do you have an issue with me repeating articles? Moving the goalposts is a pivot. Yes, it is. That is a pivot. If he's initially saying that, like he's using me repeating what article said as though this is irrelevant information now, well, then why is he moving to some other random claim about DNA that has nothing to do with the topic that we're talking about? If you want to come on, we can get into it. We'll go over the fucking sources. If you think that you know better than this, than I do, let's go over it. I've had this debate like 20 fucking times. Every single time they end up agreeing with me in the end and saying, well, I'm just saying I think this is true, but I don't have any evidence for it. Okay, well then, what the fuck? What are we talking about then? Every fucking time they end up coming in all smart and, ready to go, saying, oh, Dom doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then by the end of it, they're like, yeah, I mean, we agree. I'm just saying that, like, I think this is true. And I think that we'll find that out soon enough.
That he came in halfway through.
I'm out, bro. Yes, of course. Of course. As soon as I invite you on to come talk about it, of course, now you're out. Of course, now you're going to fucking run. Oh, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay, well, why don't you come on? Well, yeah, I'm out of here. All right. It's kind of expected from these types. Is exactly what we would expect from these types.
Through the Keir Starmer in 2024 has already got net migration down by half, almost half.
Yeah, from 900,000 to like 450,000, but that's still a really high number, and it still needs to go down to like 50 to 100,000 probably.
Where did you get 50 to 100,000 from? Why is that your standard?
I think that would be probably the most realistic outcome where
He's not going to run as fast as Nigerians because he doesn't have that fucking DNA. Just imagine if his mom was smart enough to mate with a Nigerian man, he would have been able to run a lot faster.
Britain could actually start to assimilate the people who've already started coming into the country. You have to lower it significantly, probably by like 90%, because at the current rate of migration, there are sectarian communities forming and people won't assimilate into the majority population of Britain. That's why you're starting to see creolization. You're starting to see, like, for example, like there's literally like new dialects forming in Britain right now. For example, multicultural London English is like literally a new dialect of the English language, and that's a
And
sign
has
that
been
people-
for like decades. I don't.
Yeah, I
What
know,
do you mean
but
new languages forming are so
Yeah,
because
like,
net
so-
migration
so-
has been quite high.
Yeah, new languages forming has always been a part of English, especially. English is one of like the fastest evolving languages that is always changing. That's why we have terms like Old English, because back in the day, if we listened to people speak Old English, we wouldn't understand half the fucking shit that they're saying. We wouldn't understand fucking shit that they're saying. And then now, yes, if you even go back to like before America was founded, like or the United States was founded, we would talk very, very differently than them. And then even our grandparents talk about how differently we talk now and how we're just making up all of these words, but they were all making up fucking words like groovy and shit like that. That's hip and like that's cool. Like there's always words that are drastically changing over time, and that is just how English works. It is constantly changing.
High for the last couple of years. Before
I mean,
then, it
like,
was
for
like 200,
decades. I mean-
300,000. But why are you, what metric are you using to say that 90,000 or 100,000? Why does it have to be that? Is 200,000 like going to cause sectarian violence and creolization and all that shit, but 100,000 wouldn't?
You know what? You could have 200,000 Poles come a year and it'd probably be fine. If it's 200,000 people from Afghanistan and from the poorest parts of the Middle East and stuff, it's not going to be fine. So I actually think rather than the numbers, it's probably actually the cultural origin of the migrants that is the most important thing.
So we've already had quite a lot of like net migration from humanitarian purposes. You know that from the last from the Boris wave, quote unquote. You know that like about 30% of that Boris wave was Ukrainians and British nationals
And
from
Hong
Hong
Kongers.
Kong.
Yeah, and they're good. They're good migrants. Loner box. They're not creating terror attacks. They're not stabbing Jews at synagogues. They're integrating pretty well.
So your issue is that you think migrants are committing more crime? Is that the issue?
Yeah, and that is absolutely the case. So, for example, you can actually look at the statistics, and about one in three sexual assaults in Britain in 2024 was committed by people who are foreign nationals.
1 in 3 sexual assaults.
Yes, that's an actual stat.
Where is it from?
I can get it up for you 1 second. So the foreign population of Britain is 10.9%. Foreign national share of rape convictions is 22.1%, rising to almost 30% when considering people with unidentifiable nationality. Foreign national share of sexual assault convictions is 26.1%, rising to almost 35%.
No, I'm not asking you to recite it from me. I'm asking you where you got it from.
Yeah, I got it from Matthew Goodwin, who was citing freedom of information requests.
Okay. Do you realize that on ONS we have recorded stats of sexual crimes? I don't know why you would need to do an information request and go to a Matthew Goodwin.
I mean, but that's a stat though. Like, are you denying
It's
that
a
real
stat. Well, I can find you
It's a
stats from
stat.
that. Would you be more convinced by stats that are actually from the government or?
So the Telegraph, for example, foreign nationals convicted of quarter of sex assaults on women, and then a further 8% are offenders of unknown nationalities. So these are official figures, Lonerbox. These are literally official figures.
Well, wait, how do you know they're
Lonerbox.
official figures? Where
It's according to the ministry. It's according to the Ministry of.
Drop it in the group chat,
I'll send
and
you
I
the
will
link.
bring it
Yeah,
up,
I'll
and we
literally
can
send
see
you-
it on stream. How's that?
Yeah. I'll
Drop
send
it in
you
the group chat, and I will pull it up, and I'll
dropping the link to you right now.
And I'll just find you what is actually on ONS. 1 second.
Like, these are literally the stats.
Well, like
I don't know why he keeps saying that. These are literally just the stats. These are actual stats. Like, why does he keep saying this? Nobody's denying that they are stats. They're they're asking who they came from. Like if you use a Freedom of Information Act to get the stats, they're not the official fucking stats then, right? That means they are not the official stats. That the official stats would come from the officials. And if they didn't come from the officials, you're saying, well, no, we did a Freedom of Information Act to ask for all of the different arrests, and then we put together stats for ourselves. But one's probably going to be different where they're doing it based on like arrests, and the other one's going to be based on convictions. And so they're probably, the Freedom of Information Act's probably looking at arrests, and the data is probably set based on convictions or something like that. But it's probably going to be like a difference between the two, because yes, otherwise if they're already putting out stats on this, you don't need to ask for a Freedom of Information. Like you don't have to do a Freedom of Information request. That doesn't make sense.
Very easy to find out. So once you drop it in the group chat there, I will pull it up on stream, and we will be able to see it.
I don't know how to drop it in the group chat, so I'm just going to send it to you, Wick, personally.
No, okay,
in a
that
personal
works.
message.
Whatever
and then
needs.
you can put it in the chat for me. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, do I have to pay for this?
I mean, it's obviously behind a paywall, but it is the Telegraph, which is
Okay. Well, give me a second. I got a way to.
Why wouldn't he just screenshot it then? If there's a paywall, why wouldn't you just fucking screenshot it and send it then? This is so fucking stupid.
I got ways to deal with this.
Yes, Tom, we should trust the stats that the politicians release to support their. Why the fuck would politicians release this shit? You should definitely not trust stats that politicians release unless they're quoting the bureaus. Like you should be trusting the bureaus. Like if the FBI puts out stats, yeah, you should trust the FBI stats. If the DHS puts out stats, you should trust the DHS. But no, you should not trust like Donald Trump putting out stats. No, of course not. That would be insane.
Hold on, give me a second.
And the thing is, you can actually see very similar statistics all across Europe. So, for example,
so hang on, I'm just looking here at this is from England and Wales. This is from like the entire from ONS stats.
yeah, you're looking at like grooming gang stats. You're saying child sexual abuse in 2021. I'm not even talking about.
So
child
that's
sexual
why
abuse.
I'm curious though. If you're talking about like child, so you're saying that migrants
this is all sexual assaults.
You're saying
the
that you're saying that foreigners are equally represented roughly for child sexual abuse, which is the one thing that captures like the entire discourse in the UK, which is grooming, but somehow
I didn't even
they're
mention...
overrepresented for adults.
Yes. So foreign national share of rape convictions is 22.1%, and then a further 8% have unidentified nationality. Many of them would obviously be foreign nationals as well.
Wait. Do you know what unidentified nationality means?
I mean, obviously it's unidentified, but
it's not getting logged. As in, this is why people struggle to get information from police units about grooming as well, because they request data, but for the majority of the time, they just don't log the ethnicity of the offender.
Okay, but
that could be white, that could be Muslim, that could.
Like, I don't know how the fuck, if you think that you're not going to take information from like an actual bureau, you can't trust any information then. Like, that's the only way that you can actually get them is from the bureau. What else are you going to do? Are you going to like walk around the streets and just log arrests yourself? Like how the fuck? There's no other way. You have to take what it is that the bureau gives you. And so he's saying they did a Freedom of Information Act where they asked for the information, but they're also still, yes, getting it from some sort of authority on this, some sort of government authority. So it's when you're like, oh, trust the politicians. This has nothing to do with politicians, but it is still, you are still getting it from the government. Yeah.
It could be anything.
Okay, even if you ignore the 8% that are unidentifiable, though, it is a verifiable fact. Foreign national share of rape convictions is 22.1%.
If it was 22.1%,
Verifiable fact, guys.
then foreign nationals make up what of the population?
10.9%. So they're
So
twice
eight. So minus 8% that we don't know about.
No, sorry.
That's like there
No,
might be
no,
a
no,
slight
Okay, let me
overrepresentation.
clarify.
No.
So
It's
I'll
22.
explain.
So,
I'll explain. So what this article is saying and what Drew is claiming is that we have 22%, 22.1% that are known, according to this, to have been done by foreign nationals. There is, in addition to that, 8% more that is unidentified, whatever that means. That is the claim. So it's not 22.1 minus 8.
So the base level here is 22.9% of foreign 22.9% of foreign nationals. That's the base level, and then it could be as high as 30. It could, 22.1, and then it could go as high as 30%, determining based on how many people in the unidentifiable bracket would be foreign nationals.
Even though for the UK, we know that from people trying to investigate grooming gangs that people are more likely to log the ethnicity if they're a foreigner because they find it more relevant.
No, that's actually not true. So if you look at the Casey report into the grooming gangs, the recent one, that actually found that there was a systematic underreporting of ethnic data. She found that there was systematic shying away from reporting ethnic data.
That's not what I said.
Gangs.
Yes, there's as in general, most stats don't have ethnicity next to them from older data. That doesn't mean that it's underreporting foreigners.
So I can actually, I'll quote you the case report. It says the ethnicity of perpetrators is shied away from and still not recorded in 2/3 of cases, meaning it's not possible to draw conclusions at a national level for grooming gangs. So you're saying that
that's exactly what I said.
Obviously,
that is what he's saying. So the whole point is that there's not an insane disproportionality, except for it says 22%, and they're. What percentage of the country did he say they were? Did he say 12%? Drew's grabbing his points from a campaigning politician who's written multiple articles for a right-wing UK newspaper. He analyzed it. Strangely, it was posted in our UK politics. The government chooses what stats to release or what not. Why do you think FOIA requests exist? Because some things don't get released at all. So if they say, "Hey, these are the stats for who was arrested," you don't need to do a FOIA request to find out who was arrested. Whereas if they say, "Hey, we have we arrested a guy named Jeffrey Epstein, but we're not going to put out his indictment. We're not going to allow his charges to be public. We're not going to allow anybody to see what the evidence was against him." Then yes, now you would have to put in a FOIA request to get the information that they're not releasing. Whereas if they are releasing like arrest stats, then they did release them. You don't put out FOIA requests for that. That's not how that works.
So it is a different. So there's two different things here, right? There's the grooming gangs, and then there's the share of sexual assaults committed by foreign nationals. And you're saying that in a lot of cases, there's not proper reporting. But we're saying that literally as a baseline percentage, it's 22.1%. That what I pointed to. If you consider, then there's another 8% of that are unidentifiable, and then the rest are like, say, British nationals.
Okay, and what is this from, Loner?
So we're saying that we've got 21 versus foreign nationals are what I think in 2021 they were 16%.
10.9%. 10.9% foreign nationals.
Born abroad, it's 16 from the 2021-22 census.
What I've got is 10.9%.
From when though? This is from the 2021 census, 16%.
What page do you want me to look at?
Have been born abroad.
Okay, even if that's the case, it's still massively overrepresented.
Yeah, that's not massively. Remember that migrants in general are much younger. Like the average Muslim in the UK is like 20 years younger than the average Brit. We know that younger people commit more crime. So you would expect a slight overrepresentation of a few percentage points.
Okay, why would you expect that though? Because they don't have to be in the country. So it's a question, why do you...
That's not relevant. Holy shit, they don't have to be in the country? What does that have to do with anything? that's with his argument. But Lonerbox's argument, he's saying that foreign nationals are already on average much younger. We know that younger people commit more crimes, therefore we would expect foreign nationals to have more crimes. That's obvious. Like that's pretty simple. But then he says, yeah, but why would we assume that when they don't have to be in the country? But what does that have to do with whether or not we would assume that? what does that have to do with whether or not we would assume that they would likely have higher crime rates?
You want them in the country if they're going to
Oh,
do
so
that
we
at a
don't.
high rate.
But you're in favor of some immigration. Your arbitrary standard of 100K for some reason, but
Yeah, I am in favor of some level of migration. My main problem is culturally incompatible migration. So, for example, most of the Middle East and North Africa is pretty incompatible to Britain in terms of migration.
in what way? In terms of when they're here. So you said crime. Their crime rates are about the same.
sexual
The crime
assault,
rates
and
are about
terrorism.
their crime
hold on,
rates
Drew,
are
let
about what
Loner
you would
finish, and then
their
we
crime
can
rates
go.
are about what you would expect from a younger population. Younger people commit more crime.
Okay, let me go through some of these stats. Freedom of information requests in the UK find North Africans are convicted for sexual offences at nearly 7 times the rate of British people. Middle Easterners at nearly 4 times the rate. Sub-Saharan Africans at nearly 3 times the rate. People from Afghanistan and Eritrea, 2 of the largest groups on the small boats, are more than 20 times more likely than British nationals to be convicted of sexual offences, including rape and sexual assault. Foreign nationals are more than 3 times as likely as British nationals to be arrested for sexual offences, are responsible for 2/3 of sex offence arrests in London, and are twice as likely to be arrested for all crimes as British nationals. In total, 87 nationalities in the UK have higher conviction rates for rape and other sexual offences than British nationals. And recently, the British state has given out nearly 600,000 long-term visas to people from those countries.
Do you think it's ironic that? Do you think it's ironic that that this person that you're quoting from, who is saying that they got it from a Freedom of Information request? I'm guessing they didn't show like a table or anything, or like a government data that they actually got from that, right?
I mean, I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link.
You can tell me if you've read it. Is it yes or no?
Yeah, it's data from the Ministry of Justice. It's literally data from the Ministry of Justice. So you'll have to explain to us why the Ministry of Justice is wrong on this.
Well, it's not that they're wrong. It's that the person you're using. What did they give from the Ministry of Justice? Because when you look at crime rates across ethnicities, when they break it down by nationality, whether it's Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Arab, white, it seems to be that overall, in general, for crime, including when you account for indictable offenses, which are the ones that are the most serious ones, the ones that are most likely to get you in jail, these groups are not as overrepresented as you're saying even for indictable offenses. So why would it be that in general, government data, which covers crime quite broadly, that's what you get when you look in ONS, you get crimes, you get indictable offenses, you get minor offenses, you get stats for that. And it seems that the representation.
I saw a video today from the UK where a woman, she said that she was groomed and that she was raped numerous times. And so they were there all talking about like Muslims and how they need to stop immigration and blah, 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 right? And so a woman comes up on stage and she's like, yes, I've been raped 4 times. I would like to talk about this. And so they're like, all right, cool. So they hand her the mic. And then she starts off saying, listen, I'm ashamed. Okay. I am ashamed of everybody here. I was raped 4 times. And all 4 times were by white men. And they started like trying to grab the mic from her, and she's like, and you guys won't talk about it. You only care if I was raped by a brown man. You don't care. And they're like grabbing the fucking mic from her, and they snatched it away from her and escort her off the fucking stage. And they're like, well, we gave her a shot. She ruined it. All right, moving on. What the fuck? All right.
Rates are a little bit higher, which can be accounted for by them being a much younger population. So it's just weird that ONS is telling me that, this guy is saying they got a Freedom of Information request, and they found one crime in particular that has a lot more representation.
I mean, would you say that it's literally just because they're young, or do you think there is any level of cultural aspect that could lead to higher rates of offending against women?
In the UK.
Like, do you think, for example, that like Pakistanis have a better culture for feminism and, respect towards women than the UK?
Probably not, which is why their offense rates are a little bit higher from
well, not
ONS.
just a little bit higher,
about 2% higher than whites. Well, again, ONS has them at 2% higher than whites, but
okay, so it seems to be
for crime in general.
Okay,
I have cited to you sources that show that up up to a quarter of all sexual offences in Britain are basically imported by the government through mass migration. And that is Ministry of Justice statistics, and you don't really have an answer for that.
Well, why does ONS not show you stats for rape in particular? Why can I get this on ONS?
But I'm giving you the stats right now. I've given you the sources. I've given you the news.
Well, I'm asking you to explain then. Why are they about equally represented on on general crimes and even indictable crimes, but just for some reason you've gone to a Telegraph source and found.
But it's not the Telegraph. It's freedom of information requests based on ONS data.
So you've told me it's freedom of information requests based on ONS data, but then Ministry of Justice.
Why don't you read the article? Why don't you read the article? The
Well,
Ministry of Justice gave the data. The Ministry of Justice gave the data.
You're telling me two different things about the same article. So
I mean,
you can link it. I'm still looking at
I'm
looking at the DMs. I can't see a link here.
Okay, I'll send it to Wick.
You can put in the shared group chat me, you, and Lonerbox have, right?
I was trying to do that. It didn't work, but I'll just send it to Wick.
Okay.
It's so weird.
And then you can hopefully put it in the group chat for
Okay,
me, please.
sure, I can do that.
In any case, if your issue was crime, wouldn't your issue be with Windrush, with the black population in the UK more than the Muslim population? Because their crime rates across the board, and including in indictable crimes, are actually quite a bit higher. Why focus on Muslims?
I mean, there have been obviously a lot of problems with the Windrush generation too, but I think there's more problems overall with the Islamic community because there's also terrorism to consider as well. There's also the grooming gangs.
Well, terrorism counts as crime. I think it's like 1% of Muslim prisoners are in jail for terrorism.
So what? Like there shouldn't even be zero. There shouldn't even be one in the country. Why would
There shouldn't even be zero?
I don't know. Why do we have like local white terrorists? Why do we have like Darren Osborne running his vehicle into a mosque and killing people? Like, why do we have that?
Okay,
you know? Of course, for
you
any
can't explain it.
population, you're going to have violence. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, why would you choose to bring in a population that commits terrorism at a pretty high rate?
What do you mean a pretty high rate? Do you have like ONS data on terrorism rates from Muslim immigrants as well?
I mean, we could just literally point to, all the recent terrorist attacks that we've seen in Britain. Like, for example, 7/7.
That's not stats. That's not statistics. 7/7 was like almost 20 years ago.
Yeah.
We have serial killers. We have like Fred West. We have Jimmy Savile. We have what are you talking about?
Yeah, but here's the difference, Lonerbox.
Drew, just real quick.
There are British native-born serial killers and evil people, yes, but it's a choice to then import people who do that into your country from a foreign nationality.
So this is from the article that you linked, Drew, and I have it up on the stream screen. You can read. It says and this is fact checking basically the Farage's numbers here. Says our estimates conclude that Afghans are closer to 3 times more likely to be convicted of sexual offense than someone born in the UK, rather than 22 times.
I mean, yeah.
Although limitations to the data, let me finish.
Yeah.
Although limitations to the data, which we will explain later on, mean that it is not currently possible to make a fully accurate conclusion.
Yeah, because do you know how many Afghans who were convicted in the space of 2 years that they based this data on? 77. That's 77 too many. That is going to be your response.
Yeah,
but
well, that is literally the answer.
Out of how many Brits who were convicted of sexual violence at the same time? 14,270.
But can you explain though, like, why would you want to have 77 people who are rapists from a foreign nationality in your country?
Probably because in terms of any decision that we make, whether or not when we choose to allow certain communities that are more crime-ridden to have babies instead of aborting them and doing eugenics, the same reason that we do immigration is because generally when you have large numbers is. What? Okay, well done.
I don't want eugenics.
Yes, well done for following what. Okay, well, why not? Because why would you want to have a population that commits more crime? Like in Carlton and Glasgow, those people commit. I mean, like in. So
just don't let them into the country.
You're against eugenics, but not immigration, even though the idea you're saying that because a non-zero number of these people commit crimes, that's a reason to keep them all out of the country.
Yes.
Poles commit crimes. Irish people commit a lot of crime when they came here.
But at much lower rates. The
rate of Irish immigration crime rate was.
I'll give you. Okay, I've got
much lower.
A great statistic. So here's a great statistic.
Drew, did you just say that the rate of Irish immigrants coming to the UK in the 18th was much lower than the rate of Muslims today for crime?
No, I didn't say that. I was going to.
Okay, you walked it back. That's fine. Okay, good. Because that was fucking mental. What are you talking about?
I didn't even hear what you said. What I was going to say, I was going to point, for example, because I was trying to get to my next point. I was going to quote to you, for example, So these are statistics from Germany, for example, and they're quite similar to Britain. You see these statistics basically similar all across Europe. The data in the
You
2023
just, sorry,
police
no,
crime-
Drew, you just quoted data based on 77 Afghans in the space of 2 years, as opposed to 14,000 people convicted. I'm not going to let you skip over to another different country where I'm less familiar with the data collection that they have and with the whoever does their national statistics as well, if you can't even be accurate on the UK one. Like, that's
You're
an
not even
important detail. That's an important
I
detail
don't
that
get it.
this
What's your
data
point?
came from
What's your point?
77 Afghans.
77 rapists, yes, and
So even if 77 of them, even if out of 1 million Muslims, if 77 of them are rapists, you want to, yeah, that is an excuse to keep them all out.
It's not just 77. What do you mean?
No,
Like,
if it were, you're saying 77 out of the Afghan population, because between 2021 and 23, we had a good we had quite a few thousand Afghans come to the UK because of the refugee crisis. So when you're saying that 77 is enough to exclude an entire nation, then you would exclude any nation. You'd exclude Poles for that.
Well, no, let me explain to you, right? You're familiar with the fact that the vast majority of sexual offences in Britain are never result in convictions, correct?
So you can just make up the stats?
No, but that is true though. It's true. The vast majority of sexual assaults in Britain never even end up in a conviction because it is very hard to get rape convictions. So
yeah, and that means that the rate from everyone would be higher, doesn't it?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that you know that the majority of them are coming from those people, though. You don't get to just say, well, I think that even more of them are coming from this group because most rapes aren't even reported. Well, the most sexual assaults in America aren't reported, but nobody thinks that that's the case here. So what the fuck? Like that's probably the case everywhere. Probably everywhere. The majority of sexual assaults just don't ever get reported. So what does that have to do with anything? This is so fucking weird. This guy is so he's just his brain is fucking broken or something. Like it just he doesn't think logically.
Isn't it?
Yes, but it also means that the 77 rapes from the Afghan community would be higher than what it was.
Not proportionally, no. It means that there would be more number-wise, but proportionally, the percentage would probably be the fucking same.
In reality.
Yeah, and that's the same with everyone. We're trying to talk about proportionality, which is why I don't know why you wouldn't just stick to, because we have very reliable across the entire nation stats on crime, arrest rates, conviction rates, custodial sentence rates, and not to mention on indictable crimes, which are the worst crimes. We have stats by nation for all of these crimes, but you want to go on to the one that's like more opaque and harder to report and harder to get access to figures to when you have to limit your sample to 77 Afghans. Why not just go with the crime rates that are sweeping across the entire nation that you can just get on ONS without doing a freedom of information request or anything else?
I just
is
want
it because it doesn't give you the answer that you want?
I just want you to know, like, why is it that people in Britain have to be raped by foreigners? Why?
Oh my goodness, this is so fucking stupid. Why did they have to be raped by white people? How fucking stupid do you have to be? Why do they have to be raped by white people? This is insane. This is so fucking stupid.
They don't have. Why is it that someone has to?
That is the result.
Why is it?
But that is
why
the
is it that
result.
someone?
That is the result.
Okay,
of your
why is it that
policy.
people? Why is it that people in Glasgow have to get fucking knife threats from people born in Carlton? Because we could really just
Unfortunately,
not allow those
that is
families to give birth, couldn't we?
Unfortunately, there is always going to be a native-born criminal element. That will always happen in every single.
And there's always going to be a foreign-born criminal element, isn't there?
But it's not necessarily the case that you have to bring foreigners into your country from places of the world that are very culturally dissimilar to you.
So it's about culture. You don't care about the crime rates. The crime rates are not that different, especially if you count for their.
Yeah, this is so. I cannot believe we just went down this whole fucking line about rapes. If all he wants to do is just say that, like, well, the culture is dissimilar. Well, then why didn't you just make that point? Like, I think that he was trying to say that you can prove that the culture is dissimilar by showing that they rape a lot. But now he's kind of flopping on that point. So.
Hey,
no, the crime rates are not significant.
No, they're not. Show me the
hold on,
crime rates.
hold on, just real quick.
I mean,
hold on, stop, Drew, real quick. I want to finish up the crime, but then I do want to get to the culture point. So we'll finish up the crime portion of this. Then I do have a question for Drew and Loner Box, actually, on why culture matters or if it does when it comes to these things. But Go ahead. I'm just letting you know what's coming up.
Can I respond?
Yeah, I'm letting you. Yeah.
So this article that I linked, even though it says that Nigel Farage was wrong that it was up to 22 times higher, it's still multiple times higher. And so the question is, why would you have any times higher? And here's a good example, right? In Germany, and I will cite this statistic. 1 second. Let me bring it up. In Germany, Algerians are suspects in violent crimes at 17 times the rate that native Germans are. 25,000 Algerian citizens live in Germany. 1729 were suspected
Did you
of
just say
violent crimes in 2023.
suspects?
No. We're charged by police. So 39,000 Japanese citizens live in Germany.
Oh, I totally fucked up. We're super low on the clock. I think the clock ran out, didn't it? Yep, the clock ran out. We still have $15 to go, guys. We gotta hit the goal. $50 to go. My bad. I totally fucked up. Totally forgot about this. I stopped earlier to mention it, and then I got distracted by somebody that I was arguing with in chat, and then just totally lost the plot. So yes, we're at $10. We got to get to 15. I think we ran out of the clock ran out. I think like 45 minutes ago. So yes, if you want to donate to the stream, use the tips link pinned at the top of chat. It is the tips link, and it says donate to stream. You can still use TTS. It'll still read your message and everything, but I get the money immediately, and I get a larger percentage. YouTube takes a third out of every single super chat. So if you send it with tips, I get the money immediately, and I get 100% of it. So consider sending a tip to the channel real quick so that we can hit the goal. We got just $15 to go. That's all. Otherwise, yes, I will generally end up ending stream if we don't hit the goals. Or I'll just go play Call of Duty. So yeah, let's we gotta get $15. I'll wait about 5 more minutes to hit the goal. My bad.
2 were charged by police for violent crimes in 2023. So that's a 135,000 time percentage higher rate for Algerian criminals in Germany compared to Japanese criminals. And why is that the case? Obviously, there are cultural differences between groups, right?
Aram Sound tipped $10. Don't be a brokey. Tom will call you Daddy Soros in Discord if you donate, you broke-ass foos.
Yeah, true. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. Let's go. We'll see. That's $10 more. So we got $20 in. We just need $5 more. $5 more. So we got $10 from Z King, $10 from Aaron. We got $5 more.
I'm just going to go with. Sorry, I'm just going to go with the country that we were here to talk about, because I'm not going to let you go with whatever like random fucking assertion that you've got from different countries. Because if I can't even trust you to accept stats from the ONS about crime rates for ethnic groups in the UK, even when we break it down by nationality, why am I going to trust what you say about Germany? Fuck off.
No, I mean, why would it be different in Britain than it is to Germany? Like, of course,
I don't know if it's different in Germany. I'm not talking about Britain versus Germany. I'm talking about your brain and your capability of being able to acknowledge national data, the most reliable data that we have, and you not seeming able to accept the fact that by countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, even wherever the third one was, Arabs as well, even by these ethnic groups, we have crimes across the entire country for these crimes broken down into arrest, into custodial sentences, into indictable crimes, ones that are more likely to get you put into jail, and their overrepresentation is slightly higher, but accountable for the fact that they're younger. But you can't accept that for some reason, even though that's the most reliable data we have.
You still don't have a response to the fact that 20% of
that's the most reliable data that we have. What is your answer to that? Do you accept it? Do you accept it as real or not?
I mean, I've just given you Ministry of Justice statistics, and you're not accepting that as real.
Because I can get. Can you get that from the actual Ministry of Justice page? Can you get that from the ONS, or do you have to?
The Ministry of Justice supplied the statistics, and then these statistics were then provided to the press. And I've sent you multiple news articles related to it.
So why can't you, if you think that they're overrepresented in this one crime, but not even in like indictable crimes for some reason?
Only fools tipped $5 to watch Drew drown in facts.
$5.
a month.
Let's go. Appreciate it, only fools. All right, that gets us to $25. Appreciate it, good sir. And happy birthday, Pepe Frog. Let's give some happy birthdays in chat. And some cheers for all of the people who donoed. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you.
Why is that? Can you accept that? Can you accept that they are somehow about equally represented in pretty much every other crime? Like,
I mean, maybe you're right.
maybe.
You're right.
Why? What? No, not maybe. Do you want me to send you the ONS page
Sure,
saying
send,
that?
send it through. Send it through. I still think that even if it were to be the case that, like, for example, Afghans were only 3 times more likely to be convicted of sexual assault in Britain, then I still think that's still unacceptable to
Based on
it's not
based on a sample of 77 offenders. I mean,
but there's a small amount of Afghans in the community, and there were still 77 offenders. That is still that still shows a large overrepresentation, because if you then had millions of Afghans in the country, then of course the number of sexual assaults based on that disproportionate representation would be higher.
why? So you're going with the idea that they are about equally represented in every crime, apparently arrest rates,
I'm not
custodial,
sure.
everything, including indictable crimes. But for some reason, they're overrepresented in sexual violence. But not even against kids, because against kids they're equally represented as well.
No, that's not even true, because for example,
is
in the
true.
grooming gang, I mean, no, but I did point you to the fact that the Casey report showed with the grooming gangs inquiries that there was systematic shying away from recording of ethnic data in the cases, that this was a major failing. It meant that it was extremely hard to draw conclusions at a national level. It did say that the report found in 3 areas, Greater Manchester, South Yorkshire and West Yorkshire, disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic background, Pakistani background, were suspects for group-based child sexual
They
assault.
found that, and you'll also acknowledge that the Casey report said that this was from places where there were high-profile instances of a quite rare crime in the country. Which means if you have, like the mafia, for example, if you have a exceptional kind of crime and a rare kind of crime, a subset of a subset of a subset of a crime, then yeah, if you go to a place where there's a high-profile case, you're going to see skewed data. And Casey said that, and you ignored that. I don't know why you didn't mention that. Casey said that is not applicable to the country. For the country, for sexual violence, the one where you have where we have data from the entire country for CSA, again, they are about equally represented. And that's on page 38 of what I sent you, Wick.
Well, I don't know if it's equally represented, because I do have statistics from the Ministry of Justice that you haven't responded to that show that they're up to 1/3 of sexual assaults.
I have responded to it.
No, you just said that you don't believe it.
Is that all I said? Did I not tell you why there was maybe an issue with that?
I mean, this data was drawn from the Police National Computer by the Ministry of Justice following an FOI by the Centre for Migration Control. I wish to make a Freedom of Information request. Of the 1,453 sexual assault convictions which took place, 380 were of foreign nationals, while a further 118 were of nationalities recorded as unknown. The number will be foreign, and thus a number will be foreign nationals.
Oh, wait. So they didn't. So they said they got the data from the government. Center for Migration Control is a think tank committed to dramatically reducing migration in Britain. Really?
I know, but
you want me to trust these guys' word of what they heard from the ONS over the ONS itself? Why would you do that?
It's Ministry of Justice statistics. They gave.
No,
they
it's
gave the
not.
They provided the number of convictions for sexual assault on a female across England and Wales in the year 2024, and then they broke down the number of people who were foreign nationals as part of that.
I mean, they're telling you that they've done that, right? But they don't actually have the ONS raw data there, because ONS has raw data. You can go and find it publicly. I don't know why you would go with taking the word off of a.
Okay. Disputed or debunked claims about migration and crime in the UK as politicians face criticism for promoting misleading data. Here are some claims that do not bear scrutiny. So earlier, the person who was saying, well, why would you go to a politician for data? Well, apparently that's where this came from. This came from a politician, not the actual authorities on this, but okay. Tory reform politicians in danger trials with immigration. Okay. Several politicians have gone into hot water for promoting and repeating misleading data in recent months, particularly about migration and crime. There have been calls for the government and police forces to be more transparent about the figures to tackle misinformation and hysteria. Here are some of the high-profile claims that have been disputed or debunked. One, are foreign nationals responsible for 40% of the sexual crime in London? He didn't say 40%, did he? He said 22%, right? He said 22.1%, right? Conservative Robert Jenrick, the Shadow Justice Secretary, said on Radio 4's Today program on Monday that 40% of sexual crimes in London last year were committed by foreign nationals. The claim was sourced by the Center for Migration Control, CMC, a think tank and blog that describes its purpose as controlling and reducing migration to Britain. It is run by the Reform UK activist Robert Bates. CMC's claim come from the Metropolitan Police's response to a Freedom of Information request. The Met issued a breakdown of the number of people who had been proceeded against, i.e. brought before a court for sexual offenses by nationality. This does not mean that they have been found guilty of committing that. This is what I fucking said. This is what I said earlier. I was like, I bet you anything that the Freedom of Information request is actually about arrests and not about convictions. And so, like, Lonerbox is reading convictions and he's getting data on the arrests. This is exactly what I fucking said. This does not mean that they have been found guilty of committing the offenses, as Jenrick said. For example, there was 14,242 defendants brought to court for sexual offenses and magistrate courts in England and Wales in 2024, but 8,098 convictions, according to Ministry of Justice statistics. Some of the data we're seeing is very striking. Jenrick also said Afghans and Eritrean nationals are 20 times more likely to be convicted of a sexual crime than a British national. The statistic about Afghans has been repeated by Reform UK's chair, Zia Yusuf. This is a muddled figure that also came from the CMC after it submitted Freedom of Information requests to the MOJ. It is based on population statistics from 2021, but data on offenses covering the years between 2021 and 2023. That means the statistic is likely to be based on a significant underestimate of the number of Afghans and Eritrean nationals in the UK, meaning the comparison with British rates is unlikely to be 20 times as high. Immigration to the UK from Afghans has risen significantly from 2021 because the Taliban returned to power, while Eritrean migration has also risen due to wars in Eritrea, Sudan, and Ethiopia. So this is one of the things is like obviously like Afghans in the Taliban coming into power. There's a lot of countries where obviously the culture is different and that people who are moving from these places grew up in a place where the culture is very different. The problem is that they obviously don't like that culture or have a problem with it a lot of times if they're just up and leaving and migrating, or if they are leaving as refugees and they could just go to like another Muslim country that's somewhere around them, but they choose to go to a Western country. There's probably some reason for why they like the Western countries a little bit better and they would rather go there. And so a lot of times, yeah, it would sound as though they don't have this like massive difference in culture that is making it to where they're going to be a big difference, because again, the majority of them are not committing these crimes. It's going to be a small minority, and then they're talking about how much how disproportionately they commit them. Are the police protecting illegal migrants working for Deliveroo? Nick Timothy, the Conservative MP. Let's see. Are 1 in 12 people in London illegal migrants? Okay. So yeah, I did he quote the 40% stat? Only Fools, is he still here? Because So I thought that they were saying it was 22%. I thought the stats said that it was 22%, not 40%. It's not a small minority. Okay, according to the 2021 census, there were 3.87 million Muslims in England and Wales, making up 6.5% of the population. So 3 million, and this says there were 8,000 convictions. And you're telling me 8,000 out of 3 million is not a small minority. That's your take, Easy, right? That's your take, right? 8,000 out of 3 million is not a small minority. I want to hear you say that real quick. Go ahead and type that up. What did you just say to me? I was rewound and then had to jump back. Okay. You said that it was not a small minority, that I was wrong about it being a small minority. Okay? So this says that there were 8,000 convictions for sexual assault. Okay? 8,000 convictions. This says in London that there are 3.87 million Muslims between England and Wales. Okay? Sorry, yes, between England and Wales. So the other one was just London, wasn't it? Hold on. Let me double check this. This might just be London. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, so it's just one. All right. Okay, so 1,300,000. Okay, so 1,300,000 Muslims live in London, and 8,000 of them were convicted of sexual assault. And you're saying 8,000 is not. You're talking about London statistics. I'm talking about Afghanistan and the Taliban. Okay, my statement about a small minority of people was about London. I don't know. We're talking about England and Wales right now. And my statement was about the thing that I'm actually talking about in the moment. So when I said it's a small minority of people who are moving there and committing these crimes, and then you say it's not a small minority, I would assume you're still on the same topic as me, not saying it's not a small minority on a totally different topic in a totally different country. What, we can't bring up a root cause example? It's not relevant. If it's still a small minority in London, then it's not a big cultural difference. You would just be wrong. If it is a big cultural norm for the people, again, we're talking about not just people in that country. We're talking about people who move. So I said, even if I can say that like there's cultural differences and that is a norm in that country, the people who are moving obviously are moving for some sort of reason. And so, especially if they're moving to a Western country, that this is going to be like normally a type of culture that they would rather be in. And so it's going to be a big difference in the type of person who moves there. And so even if there is the cultural difference, there's not going to be a huge disproportionality most of the time. And as we can see, when I say it's a small minority of the people, so as long as you can admit, like, first, yes, it is a very small minority of the people who move there who are committing the crime, before you move the goalpost to a totally different topic to try to say, oh, well, actually, this is what I think is a root cause. Okay, well, It's fine, but you would first have to like, yes, obviously it is a small minority of the people who are committing these crimes. I will not admit that it's a small minority. I've stated why. Okay, so I'm gonna say this again. 1,300,000. So we're talking about 8,000 out of 1,300,000. You're telling me that 8,000 out of 1,300,000 is not a small minority, right? I need you to say this now. Don't, if you're gonna keep saying that that's not the case, then we can't, like, you have to answer this question. Say it is a small minority. You have to answer the question first, Easy. Your numbers are bullshit. Okay, so you're saying that there were more convictions than this, or you're saying there's less people that live there? What about the numbers are bullshit? Ask anybody that served in the military. This happened in every village. I don't care. What? Okay, you're okay, so you're just gonna make shit up now. All right, I'm not even I'm not even capable of having a conversation with you if you're this fucking retarded. Like, this is the sexual offenses at magistrate courts in England and Wales in 2024, 8,098 convictions according to the Ministry of Justice statistics. So this is from foreign nationals, okay? This is foreign nationals in total. They don't convict it, so it doesn't show up in the numbers. Okay, all right, cool. Arrests. 14,000 arrests. All right, let's go to arrests. 14,000 arrests. So now, 14,000. Is 14,000 a small minority out of 1,300,000? Yes? No? Again, you're missing my main point. I don't give a fuck about your main point. I'm asking you to answer the fucking question. Stop pivoting or moving the goalposts to a different topic before you even answer the question. You made a statement about the statement that I made. Now you're saying, well, no, I was talking about a totally different topic. Okay, cool. I'm happy to hear what you have to say once you answer the question that we are actually on, because I don't think that you're actually trying to get to the root of the problem. I think you're being dishonest as fuck and you're just trying to weasel out of the topic that we're on. So answer the fucking question that we're on. You're the one that's pivoting? No, I'm not. You're talking about something that I never made a statement on. I never made a statement on that. You disagreed with what I said. I said it was a small minority talking about London. You're saying, oh, well, it's not a small minority. So, okay, well, then answer the question. Is this a small minority or not? I'm not talking about arrests. I'm talking about the ones that don't get reported and no one knows about. You know that that's common everywhere, right? You know that in every country, the majority of sexual assaults do not get reported. You know that, right? That's the same in the United States. That's the same in every fucking country. The majority of sexual assaults do not get reported. So that's not relevant at all. Now, either answer the question or fuck off. Is 14,000 or 8,000, are these minorities out of 1 million? Oh, 07s for easy, everybody. 07s for easy. Too bitch made to answer a fucking question.
A think tank that's goal is to reduce dramatically migration. I don't know why you would do that over just looking at the ONS with the data that we have nationwide. We have nationwide data on so many different subsets of arrest, conviction, indictable conviction. We have all of that, but you're just choosing the one that you prefer, the one that makes you happier.
Okay.
I mean,
you can respond, but then I have a question for both of you.
Okay, you go, Wick.
Okay. And it's very simple. Well, maybe not. What does it mean to be British? Okay,
Actually, can I say one last thing?
Well, just
can we say the crime thing
Let me
for one
finish.
last thing
Let me
before we go
finish,
on?
and then you can. This goes into the issue of culture and what cultures are compatible or incompatible and to what level they are, and whether or not the cultures that are coming in to Britain are incompatible with Britain itself. So I'll give you the mic first to you, Drew. What do you think?
I think Britain is a nation that has existed essentially for 1,000 years. England has existed for about 1,000 years. They're coherent nations. I think it is primarily something that there is an ethnic component to it. It's not just. It's
It
not.
took quite a long time. Yeah, I kept thinking he's either going to just say, okay, I fucked up. I thought you were talking about something else. I shouldn't have said it's not a minority. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't know you were talking about convictions. I thought you were talking about something else. But when he says, I'm wrong and that it's not a minority, and then once I tell him what I'm talking about, if he refuses to engage on that topic without ever relenting, okay, I was confused, my bad, I was talking about something else, that is a minority. I'm talking about this thing. Then yeah, you're just too fucking dishonest to even have a conversation with. Like, you have to take the fucking L on the statement that you made or admit that you were confused or whatever. Like, that's fine. But yes, he just refuses to even engage on the statement that he made on the topic that he made it on and keeps trying to move it to a different topic. So yeah, that's not putting up with that fucking shit.
Necessarily as blank slate as, for example, the United States. I mean, the United States does have this tradition of being kind of like a country of migrants, but I think Britain, like
the mental gymnastics are crazy tonight. They are, dude. They are. They like it's. I think what it is that like I'm like ignoring chat for like a long period of time, and then all of a sudden I like zone in on somebody saying that like I'm lying or that I'm wrong or that I don't know what I'm talking about. And I guess they assume that they're able to just throw that out there and chat will see it and I'm not going to see it and they'll be able to and then once I do see it and I start engaged with them, they immediately try running away from their own fucking statements. So
has had waves of migration. I think it is slightly different to America, which has that sort of like founding creed. I think there is an ethnic component to the nationality. Doesn't mean that people can't assimilate and be culturally British and stuff like that, but there is an ethnic component, and I think it would be regrettable if the English people ethnically were a minority of England after 1,000 years.
Okay. What does that mean though to be culturally British? I guess I'll ask again. What does that mean to assimilate? What is an example of someone who's assimilated to be culturally British? What would that look like?
I think you would basically need them to be willing to die for the country, to defend the country, and there's systematic sort of like, you know, there are a lot of communities that don't join up to the military in Britain at the same rates.
You have to be willing to die for the country in order to be one of those people. So like the majority of people who are born there aren't British because they're not willing to die for the country. This is what I'm talking about. Like, they always use these terms whenever they give these definitions to find a way to exclude people. They end up excluding the majority of fucking people every time. It just doesn't make sense. It's either they exclude the majority of people, or they make it to where, like earlier I was saying that, like, you know, if a person with a green card who's been living here for 40 years, but they never became a citizen, isn't American, but some little baby that was born yesterday, just because their parents are citizens, now that kid is American the day that they're born. But the person who's been living here, been a productive member of society and, you know, has a house and has like that person for 40 fucking years is still not an American. Then this is just an insane standard that makes absolutely no sense.
You have to basically have your first loyalty to Britain above, for example, religious or sectarian interests, and you have Islamic extremists in Britain like Muhammad Hijab or Dili Hussein who very openly say that their allegiance is to Islam and not to Britain. So that's a huge problem.
Okay. Lonerbox, same question to you. What does it mean to be British, and what does it mean to be culturally British, I guess?
what it means to be culturally. I don't really think about issues like that all that much. I'd rather just think about like what kind of policies can help people, like what we can do to improve the economy and the healthcare
it's pretty
system,
important.
and
let me-
and to have fairness, to have like relatively low crime rates, so people can be safe, to have like some kind of level of sense of community for people. I really, when people talk about how we need to be more culturally British, I mean, Drew kind of gave the game away right at the beginning. It really just boils down to them wanting to have an ethnic makeup for its own sake.
Well,
It's not about
Israel
being
has an ethnic
cultural.
makeup. I mean, Israel has an ethnic makeup. Israel has basically
Not for its own sake. Israel has an ethnic
yes, it
makeup
does.
because it's surrounded by people that would otherwise like ruin them. Like Jews cannot survive as a minority in that region.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be good for the English people if they were a minority in England either. Because
English people
because
are a
the Islamic
minority in
That the English people are not under attack. That English people are not like marginalized people who are under attack all the time. Whereas like Jewish people were discriminated across the entire fucking world. And uh and so yeah, there was like a point, and I said this the same thing about like black slaves in America after they were freed. It would have made sense if they wanted to just like go somewhere and start their own fucking ethno state and have a place where they could feel free, because they have no attachment to Africa anymore. They feel no like loyalty to Africa. They've lost all of their culture and their roots and everything from there, and they're not really attached to like white America either. And so yes, it would make sense if they wanted like their own like ethno state to where they could feel safe and protected, and wouldn't have to go through Jim Crow era and shit like that with just more lynchings and discrimination against them like that. That would have made a lot of sense. That's kind of what's going on with Jews in Israel.
like white English people are a minority in London. Are they fucked because of that?
well, I
In the
don't
same
think
way
it,
that
I
Israelis
think
Jews would be if
I-
they were a minority in the Middle East?
maybe not as bad as Israeli Jews being a minority in the Middle East, but I still think that there's been some pretty bad changes in London. There's terrible cases of terrorism. There's terrible cases of Islamic extremism. There's terrible incidents of crime. People feel culturally alienated and atomized. I want you to explain why it would be a good thing for English people to be a minority in England.
I don't think there's a good or bad thing about
Yeah, he never said that it would be a good thing. This is so annoying, dude. Why do they do this? Why do they always like put everything in these stupid fucking binaries to where it has to be one or the other? Like why do you like making laws against murdering somebody if they steal something from you, right? Let's say somebody steals like a makeup from you. This motherfucker would come over and be like, "Why do you want people to have stuff stolen from them?" What do you? I didn't say I want people to have stuff stolen from them. Yeah, you did. You said that if somebody's like running off with like a woman's lipstick, you said that it wouldn't be right for them to pull out a gun and shoot them. You want them to be robbed. You're saying that you're okay with them being robbed, and I just don't agree with that. I'm against stealing. I don't understand why you want people to be robbed like that. Can you explain why it's good for people to be robbed? Can you explain why it's a good thing for people to have their stuff stolen? What? Where the fuck did this come from?
ethnic makeup changing for its own sake. What I think right now
But the
for this
policy,
country.
the current policy is changing it though. The current policy is changing it, so you have to justify why.
Do you think
that's
do you think the intent of the current policy is to? It's not just policy
I
that's
don't think it's the
changing our ethnic
intent, but
makeup.
I don't think it's an intent. I'm not going into the whole this is a deliberate great replacement thing, but it is an observable fact that this
But you just said that he thinks that that's a good thing.
current policy is changing things, and you have to try to justify why that's a good thing.
Because otherwise, we are a country that has an aging population. We are a country, Scotland, for example.
Like, it's the same with, like, even just committing crimes. Like, to say, like, you think it's a good thing to lock people up. Well, no, I don't think it's a good thing to lock people up. But I do think, like, it's kind of necessary based on the circumstances that people do commit crimes that, like, we just do have to lock people up. Like, it's just part of, You know, it's just a kind of like a necessary evil. Like, you know, there's times when war is justified. Do you think, you think you think war is good? Well, not really. Like, not a blanket statement like that. Like, I would never just say like war is good, but is it like necessary sometimes? Yeah, sure. Like, it's a thing that just kind of has to happen once in a while. That's the way that works. Like, but he kind of excludes like all context to everything and then just wants to put it into the simplest fucking terms. It's so dumb. It's so childish.
Its population is set to get lower without migration. We cannot sustain a national health service, a growing economy, a fairly liberal capitalist economy with a
here's the
shrinking
problem.
population or with an aging population. Because again, you tell me then, what is one country, one developed, successful country in the world that's a liberal democracy that doesn't take in like fairly high numbers of immigration?
Literally Japan. Literally Japan.
You want to be like Japan?
Japan is much better than Britain right now, and it has higher GDP per capita, lower inequality, less crime, less terrorism. In so many different ways, Japan is literally superior to Britain right now.
Japan is not superior to Britain right now. Japan's had economic issues for the last like 3 decades. Okay, their debt is like spiraling. Japan is like
economy is literally better than Britain.
Do you understand that Japan is currently increasing migration because they cannot sustain their state? That's
at a very low rate. At a very low rate. Can you explain?
Yeah,
to us
it's at a
why
low rate because people lose their shit whenever migrants come to Japan. People freak the fuck out.
Good.
Like,
That's
and it's
good.
also the
Japan
fact that
Japan should remain culturally cohesive. I want Japan to remain a Japanese society.
For the sake of them becoming an aging population and not being able to sustain anything that they've currently got and having a tanking economy.
It's better than Japan basically becoming culturally unrecognizable. Nations can recover from war. Nations can recover even from 2 atomic bombs on their cities, but they can't recover from being completely ethnically terraformed. The demographics just changing forever.
So for the sake of demographics, really, you would have a shrinking economy. You would
Japan
have
is literally
a
better than
tanking
Britain.
welfare
Japan
state.
Dude, the British welfare state's tanking right now as we speak. The economy in Britain is so bad. You've had the Boris wave, and it's not leading to any economic growth at all. So what's the point?
The Boris wave was because of horrible mismanagement of immigration, quite a lot of which has been reversed.
Okay,
I don't know if you're satisfied by that.
Let's go through some of the British economic statistics. Right, I researched them. Borrowing $100 billion this year, 13% up this year. Public sector.
You're talking about borrowing when you just brought up Japan. Are you fucking mental?
No, I'm going into this. Public sector.
Which country? Wait. Which country among advanced economies has the highest debt to GDP ratio?
Let Drew finish.
Let Drew get through. Borrowing is your first example. Oh my god!
But I'm giving you an example. Loaderbox, you're not even listening to me. You're saying that borrowing is a bad thing. Japan has so much debt. I'm pointing to the fact that Britain is like its debt is exploding. It is borrowing all this stuff, and you've got high migration, so it doesn't even make sense. It's not even working. So far, that Britain has a £72 billion deficit this year. Public sector net debt is up to 94% of GDP, the highest since the 1960s. Last month alone, £10 billion in interest, £60 billion in debt interest this year. So you've got the debt problem, and you've got high migration at the same time. So how does that work?
What do you mean? What do you mean the debt problem? All countries have debt and growing debts for multiple reasons.
Yes.
Not the highest debt to GDP of the entire developed world.
Yes.
And not to mention that the OBR in the UK, which actually handles economic forecasts, is quite clear on this, that lowering migration increases deficits and debt because migrants are younger, they're working age, they can contribute more to the exchequer.
Okay, I actually dispute that point.
So why was that? Why was debt your first example to compare it to Japan?
Loaderbox, you're not even listening to me. I'm pointing out to you. You're using Japan as a bad example because Japan has so much debt. I'm pointing to the fact that Britain is getting into more and more debt. It is struggling economically. There's no growth in Britain, but you've had massive high levels of migration, the highest levels of migration in Britain's entire history, in the entire 1,000-year history of Britain. So why is it not leading to economic growth?
You want to? What do you know? Do you know why?
The debt does not mean less economic growth. What the fuck does debt have to do with economic growth? That's like I was waiting for Loanerbox to push back against that like debt means no economic growth. Why the fuck is he using debt as a marker for whether or not they have economic growth. What the fuck is wrong? Why hasn't Wonderbox pushed back on that point yet? Like, that's frustrating. Like, it's debt. It's not economic growth.
No, tell me.
What would you tell me was wrong with the Boris wave?
It was mainly people from low wage background, so they're not actually economically productive. That's the main
Low
problem.
wages. What? So worker visas were like too low wage.
I'll give you an example. So there are 1.9 million foreign nationals on benefits in the UK. Just 1 in 10 Somalis in the UK are in full employment. Is that going to economically benefit the UK?
With Somalis are often asylum seekers and refugees. Of course, they wouldn't be an economic benefit. So
Yeah,
as
I
far as
know,
the net
exactly.
migration, as far as
Yeah, refugees are not the same as like accepting migration. Refugees is very different. There's like a humanitarian exception there. But when it comes to like if we're talking about like, yeah, asylum seekers and people who are just coming over, that's one thing. If we're talking about work visas, which is what Wonderbox just asked him about, and then he allowed Drew to kind of totally run away from that question. But yeah, worker visas are going to have like a much higher pay rate, and they're going to have like a pretty high they're going to have a pretty high what do you call it? They're going to have a very, very high I can't think of the right word, like employment rate. They're going to be very, very highly employed, because normally, yes, if all of a sudden you lose the job that you got the visa for, you get fucking kicked out of the country. So there's it's like a 0% chance that you're going to be on welfare and have a fucking work visa to work in the country.
Exactly, because refugees and asylum seekers are a tiny proportion of net migration, as I'm sure you know. They're not, the point of refugees and asylum seekers isn't supposed to be an economic benefit. That's supposed to be a humanitarian endeavor. We're talking about immigration policy for
it's
regular
obviously not
migration.
It's obviously not working. What do you mean? You just brought up refugees and then used that as an example. Holy shit. He just explained that has nothing to do with whether or not you have economic success. That is not about economic productivity. That refugees are not brought over to help with economics, that they're brought over as like a humanitarian aid. But that his answer to that is, well, it's obviously not working. What do you? He just made it to where that doesn't. It's not supposed to work in the way that you're trying to word this. It's never supposed to work as an economic benefit. Refugees are not coming to countries to help you economically. But again, yes, go to work visas. Yes, work visas are almost always going to be an economic benefit.
I look at
We're
it
talking
as,
about
I look
regular
at it-
migration.
I-
So you
no,
understand
not
as
necessarily.
well
I'm looking,
that part
I'm
of that
looking at people
wave-
coming into the country. I'm looking at people coming into the country, whether they be asylum seekers or they be legal immigrants. There's still the problem that a large number of people who are coming into Britain are not economically productive.
That's what I'm asking you. Because of what? Because of work visas? Like, what's the issue there? Do you think people who come on work visas are not productive?
No, a lot of work visas are being handed out to people on a really, in really low skilled areas. So, for example,
What's the minimum for a work visa? For a skilled worker
I'll give you an
visa?
example. I'll give you an example. There are literally skilled workers visas for. There's literally people on skilled visas doing car washes.
Can you tell me more about that?
Britain.
Why is that? Why has
Yeah.
that been the case? Why was that the case?
Because people are coming in on with very little skills. So
Why?
we've got a very
Why do they allow that? Why do they allow that for
explain-
skilled worker visas?
because-
Holy shit, dude. This is going to drive me fucking crazy. He won't answer a question. This is so annoying.
Because they've lost control of the border system, and this same thing is.
Oh my goodness, he's not going to answer a question.
It's part of the policy.
They have. I'll
No, they
explain
have
to you
not.
why.
What are you talking about?
They
It's
have
not in the-
expanded. They have expanded the
That's
level.
not an answer to the fucking question. They're doing it for a purpose. What is the purpose? What was the idea behind them allowing people in for skilled labor like that? What is the reasoning? What is the idea? What it like if they're thinking, hey, this will benefit us, this will help the country. What is the thought process behind it? He keeps answering questions that are not being asked.
They've expanded they've expanded skilled visas to include very low skill professions. So, for
Who
example, in
expanded them? Who
Australia,
expanded skilled visas?
yeah, the Tories, I'm pretty sure, did it.
Okay. And do you know why things like people who work in nail salons and car washes, why they got included to skilled worker visas? Why does that happen?
I think it shouldn't happen. It's a disaster.
Oh my goodness. He's not going to answer the freaking question. This is insane, dude. This is fucking insane. I've had too many people in my chat just refusing to answer questions all fucking night to have to listen to somebody else in an actual debate that he signed up for, refusing to answer a fucking question. This is too much, dude. This is too much. Conservatives are just brain dead, bro. They're all fucking brain dead. This is insane. What is happening?
You tell me why.
It's an exemption because of shortages.
Yeah,
because we've had low unemployment for years now in the UK. We've had less than 5% unemployment.
Okay, can you so your position
So in the United States, that is where we struggle most. That is where we struggle most. And Donald Trump and them are getting rid of the people that we need the most, which are people who are generally working in the service industry. So like in the service industry, we have had a very, very low unemployment rate for like 5-6 years now. It's been ever since like 2019 to 2020. We have an insanely low unemployment rate. And we unemployment rates are like, I know a lot of people think like, well, that's good. You want a low unemployment rate. Not that low. Not that low. You don't want a low unemployment rate to where there's nobody to hire. Okay? You need about a 3 to 4% unemployment rate, sometimes even 5% in some fields, depending on how. But yes, like sometimes you even want 5%, but 3 to 4% unemployment rates are healthy unemployment rates. That is a good and healthy unemployment rate to where it means that people are working at a place for a long time and then eventually are thinking, oh, well, if I leave here, I could probably go and get a higher position with another company. Or there's, there's people who are looking for work abroad, or they're moving from one place in the country to another place, or something like that, right? Like you have people out of school who are, they just got a degree or they just got training and now they want to go get a job. And so you need unemployment rates that are somewhere between 3 to 4%. So that you actually have people to hire. The industries need people to fucking hire. And if you don't have enough people, hasn't unemployment been going up? I don't think so. Last I checked, we are still in a labor shortage here in the United States. I haven't checked in maybe like 3 months, so I could be wrong. But yeah, last I checked, we are still in a massive labor shortage here. And so, yes, we need more people. And it is especially in service industries like fast food, hotels, places like, nail salons, car washes, shit like this. Like these are the things that we need. We need these types of workers here. And Donald Trump is running around deporting all the fucking people that we actually need. Meanwhile, he's running around talking about how he's like so good at economics and he's doing what's going to benefit the country while getting rid of the actual people that we need in the fucking country. It's insane. It is the dumbest shit of all time. This guy has absolutely no idea what the fuck he's doing.
It is literally that Britain should provide skilled worker visas for people to do car washes and nail salons.
Well, we've stopped doing that now. Did you know that?
Okay, well, it's good that you stopped it. It's obviously a disaster that it happened, correct?
How is it a disaster? Why? Why is it a disaster?
Well, why is it good for the British economy to import large amounts of low-skilled visas?
Again, if your country needs low-skilled labor, that's what's beneficial. Holy shit. These people, like, they don't even think before they say shit. Like, if that's what the country needs, right? If you look at what your country needs as far as work and you think, okay, well, these are the types of visas that we need to pass out, then that is literally, just by definition, what is beneficial to the country. Like, that is just going to be beneficial to get those people to come in if you have a shortage in that area. It's just by definition. That's it. If that's where the shortage is, then that's where you need people. It is it is by definition a benefit to the fucking country.
Visa holders.
Well, I believe they did it because of shortages. That was why the standard salary requirement gets
okay.
lowered.
Well, what you know what Boris actually said? Boris said recently in an interview that he was pressured by HM Treasury to bring in large numbers of people to hold down wage growth. So he literally was saying it's very open. It's to hold down
He
the
was
wage growth.
pressured to hold down wage growth. Are you kidding me?
That's it. That's
Boris
literally
said so, eh? Boris Johnson,
Yes.
the absolute, the epic human failure who was behind the policy, made an excuse. That's good. It worked on someone.
But well, he literally said, well, yeah, he's retarded. I think Boris is retarded. Of course I do.
But you buy
said-
his explanation. You're very convinced by the
Well,
explanation
no,
because it suits you. It suits your ideology, right? Yeah, it's convenient
wait,
to say it was to push down wages.
Sorry. Okay, why would I disbelieve him? It makes him look shit for saying that. So he's saying openly that the policy.
No,
was
it doesn't. He's
down-
blaming.
No, it doesn't. Yes, he's saying that other people forced him to do this, that he didn't want to do it, that he's smart enough to know that that's bad, but other people didn't care if it was bad, and so they made him do it. It's supposed to take the blame off of him and put it onto them. That does not make him look bad at all, outside of like, oh, well, it makes him look weak. Like, okay, yes, Donald Trump does this all the fucking time. If you ask, so a bunch of people who say that Donald Trump, you know, he's so strong and he shows people strength through leadership and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, okay, you know, what are some problems that you have with Democrats? Oh, well, they shut down the country for COVID, and they wouldn't let anybody go outside. And then you know, Donald Trump was the fucking president at the time, right? You know that he was the one who came out with the plan to shut the country down and have everybody locked down. They'll go, the Democrats made him do that, though. Yeah, the Democrats made him do that. He didn't want to do that. So, okay, what? This is the guy who's so fucking strong and is showing, you know, leadership through strength, but also the Democrats are forcing him to do shit all the time so that anytime you don't like what he does, you can just blame the fucking Democrats. Like, yeah, that is not for the populist people. They will accept just about any excuse to take the blame off of the person that they like. That is like an important aspect to like populism is almost like cult-like followings. And Boris was obviously a very populist sort of leader to where he had a very cult-like following and is able to just find ways to get rid of blame for anything that he ever does wrong.
Someone else, and he's also using it to again fuel the right-wing agenda to say it was about wage suppression.
Well, he's blaming HM Treasury. I blame him for listening to HM Treasury. The whole thing is retarded. And look, it's a real thing. In Australia, we had the same thing. In Australia, there was a massive campaign by the Business Council of Australia to let in 2 million migrants post-COVID because they literally openly said that wage growth was too high.
This might be the first person I've ever seen in the UK who trusts Boris Johnson's word on one of his own failures. That's insane. You wouldn't integrate at all here.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand, right? Boris saying this does not make Boris look good. He looks like a retard. He looks like a traitor to Britain. He said that he's brought people in to hold down wage growth. So of course I'm going to believe him when he's saying something that makes himself look shit.
He's saying someone else made me do it, as opposed to it was my own failure, my own incompetence.
Yeah, but everyone blames him. Yeah, of course, everyone saw that and said no one's blaming HM Treasury for that. They're blaming Boris for doing that. They're saying Boris is a cunt for doing that. It makes Boris.
You understand that even before
it's an excuse by Boris. He's saying these people made me hold down wage growth, and I had no choice but to hold down wage growth. And I look at that and I say, wow, he held down wage growth. What a terrible person. He's a traitor to Britain.
Fine. That convinces you? That's fine. Well done.
I'm sorry.
You understand that. You understand that these.
I don't understand. Loaderbox, explain this, right?
Just
it makes Boris look bad. So why would I disbelieve it? I look at Boris saying, I brought people into this country because we wanted to try hold down wage growth. I look at that and I say, this makes Boris look like a horrible traitor to Britain. So why would I disbelieve him there?
I do want to.
It makes him look bad.
Yeah, I do want to kind of get this back to the portion of this debate is on culture specifically, right? But we've gotten to economics for some reason, I think.
I mean, but it doesn't even explain.
Well, Drew does seem to be quite interested in the economic argument. So
I mean, but I am actually interested though. Like, can you explain Loaderbox? Like, like Boris literally said, we did it to hold down wage growth. That makes
Yeah,
him
I
look
can't.
shit.
I
So
can't.
why would I
Yeah,
lie?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I cannot explain why a politician who made a
Dude,
huge.
I heard you.
Well, hold
I
on.
was
Let
listening.
Lonerbox
Who made a
answer.
huge
You gotta
song
let
let me
Blue,
say
you
one
gotta let
thing.
Lonerbox answer. You gotta let Lonerbox answer. You've asked
Yeah,
him.
I'm sorry.
You
I
gotta let him
can't. Yeah,
answer.
I can't actually explain. I can't explain why a politician who had a huge song and dance about immigration causes wage suppression, despite the fact that his own study wasn't able to prove it beyond like a 1% change that was only temporary, would fuck up his immigration policy post Brexit so bad that it resulted in the biggest wave of net migration that we've ever had, and then going into an interview and saying, "Oh yes, actually, it was the Treasury that made me do it. So not me, not my failure, not my incompetence." And yeah, I have no idea why he would say that. That's crazy. Yeah.
Okay. This is just proof that Loadbox is a debate pervert because I actually tuned into your stream before I came on, and you
Wait, he literally just explained how this was like essential to his plan, that he was the one who proposed it, that he put out studies saying that this was the best route to go. If that's not enough evidence for you, or you're not able to like combat that, then what the fuck is? Like, if you just say, "Oh, well, this makes him look bad," obviously he already looked bad for the policy in the first place. It's better if he takes takes the heat off of himself and makes it look as though he isn't responsible for it. It wasn't his idea to do it, right? That is beneficial to Boris. So while you might say, "Oh, well, he looks bad for doing it," sure, he already looked bad for doing it. He already looked bad for implementing this in the first place. This did not make him look worse. This just took the idea of it. It makes it to where he doesn't look stupid. He might look weak, but he doesn't look dumb. It wasn't his idea, right? It wasn't. He might have implemented it, but he didn't want to, right? That is the whole idea. So just saying over and over, "Oh, but it makes him look bad." He already looked bad.
literally said that the Boris wage was due to wage inflation in the UK. So you literally admitted it on your own stream. Like
The Boris wave was due to wage inflation.
No, you said due to inflation, due to shortages, all this stuff.
Wait, so
you
it's
actually
not. Wait,
admitted
so
it.
it's not what I said about it being due to wage inflation? Do you think so? Wait, are you telling me that I said on this stream that the Boris wave
You
was
said
so
on
they
your
could
stream,
suppress wages?
you said on your stream that the
Huh?
Boris wave was because of inflation. Now, the inflation was linked to wage growth, correct?
The Boris wave was not. I've
just
never
real
said
quick.
the Boris wave was because of inflation.
Real quick. Hey, housekeeping real quick. Someone get me the clip of what Lonerbox said, and we'll play it. Okay, get me the clip.
It was. You can try find it. It was on his stream.
I'll just have my audience do it. Let my audience do it.
I think it was about.
It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, you don't even.
I think it was about 30 minutes in. It was about 30 minutes in, and it was around the time when you started bringing up your debate notes onto the screen. So
it doesn't even make sense. It's not. Well, so it would be on my debate notes. My debate notes are all about the. I've got lots about the Boris wave here. I've got about the healthcare visas, the skilled worker visas.
He didn't say it was on your debate notes. That's not what he said.
It wasn't in your debate notes. You mentioned it as an aside when you first brought it up. It was about 35 minutes in, and you said that the reason why so many people came into the country was due to inflation and shortages. Correct.
It was shortages is not the same as wage growth.
Okay.
Shortages there's a need for workers, but we don't have the workers. That's a shortage.
Okay. Lonerbox, would you agree when there is a shortage of labor prices will go up?
Not always, no. Sometimes you can't hire people.
Yes.
And a lot of times, no. Sometimes.
Yeah, so generally that is true. Almost every time, yes, it is true. The wages will go up. This is one of the reasons that here in the United States, we've had one of the largest growths in wages under Biden. Like, wages went up astronomically under Biden, but it was because we had labor shortages all over the fucking country. And so because we had labor shortages, everybody was raising their wages to try to get the small percentage of people who were actually out there willing to work. And so it was just like, yeah, every people were down like 20, 30, sometimes 50 to 60% on how much labor they had versus what it was that they needed. And so, yes, they were trying to get just anybody anybody. And I was one of these people. I was one of the people who we went from paying somewhere around, I think it was like $8 an hour, to some people ended up getting around like $15 an hour just to like get people in, just to get like, we'll fucking pay you anything. Just get your fucking ass in here. Like, we'll pay anything. And so, yes, it was, we were raising our wages to a ridiculous rate. I was kind of against it because I kept saying, guys, there is nobody. Like, it doesn't matter if we raise our wages. Like, there is nobody. We need to like condense. We need to get rid of stores. We need to get rid of different operations and then condense everybody so that we have all of those employees that are working over there. Just get rid of that and bring them over here, or vice versa. Like, but we have to condense things. Yeah, I was very much against raising the wages because it just wasn't going to do anything. But
you can't hire people and those businesses just don't exist. And then sometimes you can have immigrants that come in and they can be maybe sometimes they can be cheap, say like the Greek Albanian story from the night. Like, you can sometimes have that happen, and you can have cheap laborers come in and then they can actually get jobs that would otherwise not exist, and then that allows people to start businesses that would otherwise not exist, and then that can open up new managerial positions for the local population. Economics are complex. It's not as easy as just, if you increase the supply, then the cost will come. It's not like that. That's why Boris himself tried to investigate into wage suppression linked to immigration, and he couldn't find it. That's why that happened.
Okay. Can you explain why half of all social housing in London is made up of foreign nationals? Is that a good policy? Surely you have to say that's a
when you say foreign nationals, do you mean people who have indefinite right to stay, or people on visas? What does that mean?
It's people who are migrants to Britain who are living in foreign housing.
So I need to make sure that you understand how any of this works. Are these people on visas, or how long have they been here? Are they citizens? Are they indefinite right to stay?
Some of them may be citizens. Some of them may be indefinite right to stay. It's people who've come to Britain from another country.
Or so they could literally have got British citizenship and gone on housing, and you've got an issue with that.
Yeah, I do, because it's a choice to give people citizenship if they're actually not even able to economically contribute to the country.
How do you know they weren't able when they got citizenship? How easy is it, do you think, to migrate to the UK right now?
Unfortunately, under the Boris wave, it was too easy.
How easy do you think it actually wasn't as easy as you're making it out to be?
It must be pretty easy if half of social housing in London is made up of foreign nationals.
I have a question for my edification.
Social housing is a
Just real quick. I don't actually know the requirements to immigrate. Like, what current restrictions, if any, are there on English immigration? Like, if you want to immigrate to England, if I wanted to immigrate to England, what are the requirements?
The overwhelming majority of visas, you cannot get social housing or basically any welfare when you immigrate. So if you're talking about foreign nationals, like this,
that's why I was saying earlier. Like, on work visas, it's going to be like a 0%, because if you're not working the job that you were given the visa for, you're normally just going to get deported. So.
Foreign national can literally be someone who's been working here and living here for like 20 years and then they got laid off. Like, that can be, or a foreign national could be the child of a migrant who was here as a dependent, and then they had to go in social housing.
The foreign national, so it's first generation born overseas immigrants.
Yes, a child can be first generation and then they can grow up. Yes, that can happen as well. The reason that we have like a high number of foreign...
And then they grow up and then they're in social housing in London. Can you explain that? Why?
They, as in what proportion of them? Most people work in the UK. If you're saying half of people,
half of all social housing in London is foreign nationals.
If there's a high number of people on social housing who are foreign in London, it's because most people, like about half of people in London, are foreign, aren't they? Like, London is a very high foreign population.
Actually, this is a good question. Do you think it's a good thing that white English people only represent 20% of London?
20%?
It's about 1/4, something like that.
Last I saw, it was about 45 or something, not 20.
Let's get that. Let's make sure. I want to make sure I got the right stat. White English.
He said white English people only make up 20% of what? I don't think this clip ever came back around. Well, it didn't, because the once he clarified what it is that Loner said, Warner was like, well, wait, that's different. Yeah, of course I'm going to say that. There's not a problem with that. So the initial thing that he said Warner Box was denying that he said it. And so that's why they wanted the clip. But then once Drew clarified, then they didn't need the clip anymore. %20 in London? Huh. Okay, Google. What percentage of London is white?
Here's some information on the web that might possibly help. On the website .com, they say, it turns out that 53.8% of London said they were white in 2021, so a white majority. In 2011, this figure was 59.8%. Looking at the first category of people identifying themselves as white, so English, Welsh, Scottish, Northern Irish, or British, this accounted for 36.8% of London.
Huh. Okay.
London stats. Oh, so white British is 25%, but I think it's white about like it incorporates like, for example, like Poles and stuff like that as well.
White British incorporates Poles.
No. I'm
no.
saying.
So what?
When you said
I'm looking at this.
40% white.
So white as not white just overall is about 49.6%, whereas white British specifically is 24.9%.
Yeah.
I don't think the other half of whites in London are like European whites. Because in terms of how you identify,
okay.
I'm pretty sure the way people identify their ethnicity or like identity, they can go with white or white British, and they might still just be British either way. Are you asking me if it's like a bad thing that London is
White
like
British
not
is
majority
23%.
white? Again,
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying, like, do you think it's a bad thing that London, which was a city founded by English people and has been English for 1,000 years, is no longer now majority English?
I don't know, you would need to convince me why that's bad inherently.
Okay,
well,
you'd have to.
Yeah, I was a little confused as to why Warner Box even asked about the stats. Like, I would assume that he would just say, no, why would I care? Like, even if we just accept it as a hypothetical, like, no, who cares?
Explain to us why it's good to make that massive demographic change, because the first time in 1,000 years, that's correct.
Well, I don't support demographic changes for their own sake. I support immigration because of economic
but
needs.
the immigration results in those demographic changes, and you have to try to explain why those demographic changes are good in a country.
Well,
that
no, you're the
wasn't a
one.
nation
No,
for
you're the
1,000
one
years.
trying to prove that there's a problem. I'm standing from a
Well,
neutral.
I'm
neutral on demographics.
I think it is actually a problem if the capital city of your country that has existed for 1,000 years suddenly is no longer majority, the main.
But why? You've got to introduce that. You're introducing a positive claim. Why?
You just keep saying, I think that's a problem. Why though? Why?
Why? Because English people founded London, and it is an English city, and it's sad if English people are no longer a majority in the capital that they founded.
Okay, give me an answer. London was founded by Romans, but give me an answer that's not just because, please.
Because I'm going to go into this. I think it's bad if English people become a minority in the country that is their homeland.
That's a circular answer again. Why?
In the same way that I think it would be bad if Jewish people were a minority in Israel.
What? Because they'll get genocided. Like.
Well, I think there could be a genocide of white English people in Britain in about 50, 60 years' time if there was to be a massive rise in the population.
Well, let me explore that, Drew. Why do you think that there will be or possibly be a mass genocide of white British people in England?
Yeah, I'll explain.
In about 50, 60 years. Why? Yeah.
Because Islamic extremists in Britain, there are tens of thousands of them. There are 35,000 people on the terror watch list. They want to kill people. It's very open. They're very open about it. They go out and they kill people. And how many terrorist attacks have occurred already as a result of Islamic extremism? Many terrorist attacks have occurred as a result of Islamic extremism. Like, if you have a young Muslim migrant to the UK go to Manchester Arena at an Ariana Grande concert and just blow up a bunch of young teenage girls for no reason, that is a genocidal act. That is literally an act of genocide against British people. And if that is occurring when the British Muslim population is like 6 or 7%, what do you think would happen if the British Muslim population was about 50%? There would be very scary situations.
That's your
Like,
threshold for calling it a.
no,
Out of interest,
I'll explain.
if an
I'll
IDF
explain to you.
soldier,
So,
if an IDF soldier guns down like a couple of Gazan civilians, or like say 10 of them, in a fit of rage because they're just really mad, like, and they come out of war, is that genocide?
I mean, in some cases, war crimes can be genocidal in nature. I think, for example, the Manchester Arena bombing, it is not an act of genocide, but it was a genocidal attack on British people.
It's not an act of genocide, but it's a genocidal attack.
No, I'm saying war crimes can be genocidal in nature. So, for example, if people are murdered simply because of the fact that they are English, or simply because of the fact that they are Palestinian, or simply because of the fact that they are Jewish, I think that's genocidal. I think October 7 attacks were genocidal, Loner Box. I think it was genocidal. They went through the kibbutzim and slaughtered Jews simply because they were Jews. It wasn't necessarily an act of genocide overall because only 1,000 people were killed.
I missed this yesterday. I meant to get to this and I totally forgot. So we're going to take a break from that for a second. Milo Yiannopoulos tweeted out yesterday. He said, I am 41. The doctor thinks I have a brain tumor. I've been passing out a lot lately. Monstrous headaches. My vision is unpredictably bad. I'm not hungry. And I'm always hungry. Oh, he's saying, okay, normally he's always hungry, but right now he's not hungry. Okay. Tingly fingers, the works, and of course I've been ignoring these symptoms for months. Or is it years? That must be a good sign, I tell him. Surely I'd be dead by now. He just looks at me. I've had an MRI, and there's a dark spot, black as sin, but the technician wasn't absolutely sure. And my doctor isn't an oncologist, although his wife is. Something is in there that shouldn't be. Something is not right. So I'm having another one and seeing a specialist a few days. It's not 100%. It might not be cancer. My gut says I will be fine. He wouldn't have spared me from AIDS just to take me out like this. Whatever it is, I suddenly regret saying, I'm ready to be with Jesus so many times over the past couple of years. God is like that. One of his favorite punishments is giving you what you asked for. The thing in my head is in the best place it could be, surgically speaking, so there's that. And there are still a few much less serious things it could be, none of which will lay claim to my hair. Heavenly Father, don't make me tour in a silk headscarf. I've tried it out at home in the mirror, and I don't look tragic or dramatic or sympathetic. I look piratical, like a gypsy fortune teller. People who are beastly to others for a living have no right to ask for good wishes, let alone prayer, even when they are sacred. But I am scared, so I am asking anyway. Instead of tweeting or texting me something celebratory, do me a favor, would you? Ask our Lord to spirit this thing away so I can get back to work like I promised. I'll keep you posted. This is from the 18th. This is from 4 days ago. Does he have an update on this yet? Oh, Sneeko got banned from YouTube? What the fuck? Okay. I've asked him to unfollow me. He won't, not sure what to do. I don't want to be implicated in his extortion racket. I've got my own to worry about. I don't mind people thinking I'm racist, sexist, etc., but people thinking I'm trashy enough to be friends with Gavin is hella foul. Isn't Gavin the guy? I think Gavin is the guy who I think Gavin is the guy who gave up the group text for the Young American People. They said that he got blackmailed into it or something like that by the young Republican group leaders. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any sort of update from him, so. Yeah, one of the things that he tweeted out was about Vivek Ramaswamy. He said Americans don't deserve Vivek. Have you guys seen the clips recently of people going to the Vivek Ramaswamy's like meet and greets and saying that he's not a Christian, so they're not going to vote for him? He's a fucking dirty Muslim.
Who this God is it Wahaguru, the one that was blasphemously prayed to at the RNC? Is it one of these other Hindu deities, or is it our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
The question of whether or not somebody of a non-Christian faith can embody and lead the United States of America at any meaningful level is an open question. Thomas Jefferson was not a traditional Christian. Do you know what the Jefferson Bible is? Exactly.
He's a
Thomas
deist
Jefferson
and a
is a
Freemason.
deist.
He's an enemy
So
of
he-
Christianity.
So this is where we disagree. If you believe Thomas Jefferson is an enemy of Christianity because he is a deist, it so happens that he was the person who signed this document called the Declaration of Independence, which is the greatest mission statement known to a country in the history of mankind. He was the third U.S. president who signed the Lewis and Clark expeditions, without which we literally wouldn't have the United States of America. And my view is very similar to that of Thomas Jefferson, is that it's the commitment to the Constitution that matters whether or not you lead the country. But the beauty of our nation is that we're able to have different points of view and earnestly engage in an open exchange. And I come down on Thomas Jefferson's side of it, and if you're on a different side of it, the beauty of this country is we let you do that. So thank you, man, for asking the question.
Who this God is it Wahaguru, the one?
That's not the one that I was looking for.
I'm a little confused on why you believe in I don't know. Wouldn't it be logical to conclude that a monotheistic organization would be more, I don't know, I guess I just don't understand why I guess a polytheistic ideology would support some sort of, I guess, monotheistic perspective which Christianity is. So I guess I'm wondering why you have Christian values in that way.
Sure. Happy to address that. What's your name, sir?
Liam Birmingham.
Liam. So tell me about what you know about Hinduism.
Hinduism is a polytheistic religion that.
So with due respect, I'll just cut in right there because there's one thing I have a little bit of authority on. I'm actually a monotheist. I believe there's one true God. It's from the Vedanta tradition of Advaita philosophy, not stuff that we need to spend a ton of time here on. But since you asked about it, I wanted to address it. I believe there's one true God. Now let me just ask you, because I know that may be a hard thing to process. What's your faith?
I'm a Christian. I'm a follower of Jesus.
Great. Do you believe in the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
I think a lot of people here do. So
good. And that doesn't make you a polytheist, does it?
Probably not. No.
Great. Because I think this is it's a great spiritual question. There's good dialogue here. Is every religion has its reconciling of the one and the many. And so in my faith, I believe there's one true God.
That's actually a pretty good answer. I've never heard that before, but that's actually a really good answer. That's interesting. Huh. That's definitely interesting.
Hello, I am Vice President J.D. Vance. For the Marines' 250th birthday, I'm going to fire artillery rounds over the I-5 freeway in California.
You put on a bunch of fucking eyeshadow, dude. That's fucking hilarious.
During midday traffic. Hello, I'm Governor Gavin Newsom. That is dangerous and stupid. The I-5 freeway is traveled by thousands of motorists every day, and so I'm closing the highway. Closing the highway, please. It's perfectly safe. Watch. Pew, pew, pew. Oops. Oops. What's oops? One of the artillery rounds exploded prematurely and sent shrapnel into 2 highway patrol vehicles as well as my security detail. Get the fuck out of my state. Hello,
That one time when the Trump admin said Governor Newsom was lying about his concerns for firing live rounds over an active highway, and then the governor was immediately proven right. Over the weekend, Governor Newsom was accused of playing politics by choosing to close down 17 miles of the California highway over which the government intended to fire live munitions as part of the Marines' 250th birthday. Newsom said the decision to fire live munitions was part of the celebration where Vice President J.D. Vance was a special guest, was a profoundly absurd show of force that could put Californians directly in harm's way. Then, as reported by The Hill, in a newly released report from CHP obtained by the Los Angeles Times, officials say at 1:46 p.m. on Saturday, a 155 millimeter artillery round fired from the Red Beach failed to clear the roadway and detonated mid-flight. California Highway Patrol CHP has called the event unusual and concerning. Shrapnel from the round struck a vehicle on the closed portion of the highway, a vehicle which was thankfully empty. Now Governor Newsom will be awaiting for the apology from that never comes. Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely not coming. Oh, this is fucking wild, guys.
Can you lift it up a little bit?
This is wild.
There's a third.
I went to the doctor one time and they gave me contacts, and by like within a couple of hours I'd already lost them, and I was like tearing at my eye for like hours afterwards, thinking they were still in my eye, and I couldn't tell if they were there or not, and I was just like fucking scratching the hell out of my cornea trying to get the contacts that turned out to just not even be there.
Contacted. Look down some more. We just removed 2.5 contacts. You can see this piece coming out. There's more. Goodness.
Oh my goodness.
For the record, I don't know. There's actually a wad.
Oh, God.
There's a whole waddle there.
I believe it.
Okay. You're my
So that's like 2.
Guinness Book of Record patient.
That's like
Oh, God.
We're
4,
delivering
5,
Be remembered.
tablets.
6, 7,
It's bizarre.
8, 9,
Can say that again.
10,
I'm gonna have to count them. I
11,
think I've already counted
12,
more than 10 or 12.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious.
13, 14,
I can't believe
15.
you.
Holy shit, dude. There's 15 fucking contacts up in the top of her eye that were all yellow from just being up there forever. It looked like there were more. It looked like there were still some more like yellow spots just sitting up there. Take them out before you go to bed. Again, when I lost them, I got the contacts, and then when I got home, somebody asked me if I wanted to play football, and I was like, yeah, sure. So we just played like hand tackle football, and then later I got home and I couldn't tell if like my contacts were still in or not, and yeah, I was just tearing at my fucking eye forever.
Border Patrol? You're Border Patrol? Don't worry about what I'm doing, man. Or who I am, all right? I just need to see something.
Can't believe I just pulled over for Border Patrol.
You really pulled?
Who the fuck takes Border Patrol serious, anyways?
What the fuck?
Just wasting my time and shit. Pulled me over like they think they're the shit or something. I don't know what's wrong. Oh,
what the fuck?
He's coming in hot. Oh. Not my problem. Not my problem. I'm out.
a vehicle over. Come on, man. It's a nice jacket, dude.
Go faster.
Yeah, he's gonna get stuck over here. Should we pull over again?
Yeah, pull over. Let's see what he says. Maybe he doesn't even have papers.
Let me lock the door just in case.
Don't fucking run, man. Don't fucking run. You hear me?
Wait, it's still Border Patrol?
Hey, what the...
Oh, I thought it was a cop this time. But it's still the same idiot. Oh, God.
What the fuck, dude?
What a fucking idiot.
That guy had a gun pulled, bro.
Border Patrol? You're Border Patrol? Don't worry about what I'm doing, man. Or who I am, alright? I just need to see something.
Can't believe I just pulled over for Border Patrol.
You really pulled.
What the fuck, dude? Black guy tries to stop a racist from driving into a sinkhole.
Anything else, but when a fellow of your color jumps out in front of me and
Yeah,
starts waving at my truck.
y'all would try to the road fucking rip open, bro. This is the fucking Tar River water under here. Hey! Yeah, see, trying to stop you, boss man. Oh shit, it's sinking in even a fucking more. Oh shit! Oh, get out! Go! Oh, I just told him don't go in there. Oh my God, I just told him don't go in there.
I don't want to be rude or anything else, but when a fellow of your color jumps out in front of me and starts waving
Yeah.
at my
He said, I don't want to be rude or anything, but when a fella of your color jumps out and starts waving at me, you know, you got to understand that's...
Yeah, I would try to listen, and then I would try to stop this man right here for going down the road, and he gave me the middle finger, and look what happened.
You fucked him off, bro.
The man fuck happened. I tried to stop him, and look what the fuck happened.
That's so fucking...
rude or anything else, but when a fellow of your color jumps out in front of me and starts waving
Yeah,
at my truck.
yeah, I would try to the road fucking rip open.
That's fucking insane, bro.
What kind of stuff have you experienced like that?
I was sexually abused as a child. You know, I mean, that's not an easy thing.
You must have been an attractive young gentleman.
What?
You know.
He said, what? I was sexually abused when I was a child. You must have been really attractive. What?
No, just I'm gonna leave you with one last thing because we have to hop up. But I'm gonna tell you this, like they say, okay? When life gives you sexual abuse, you gotta make lemon juice.
Thank you for the advice. I appreciate it.
This has to be a fucking...
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Insightful. Insightful indeed. Guys, Team Jules continues second.
What kind?
There's gotta be a fucking parody, bro. There's gotta be a fucking parody. When life gives you sexual abuse, you gotta make lemon juice. That is... That is a great saying. It's a great saying. It's so true. It's so fucking true, though, when you think about it. When life gives you sexual abuse, you gotta make lemon juice. Did you guys know that he was shitting on Harry Sisson? We watched the video of Trump like shitting on the No Kings protesters. It was Harry Sisson. It was Harry Sisson that he shits on. So like the kid who gets shit all over him is like, ah, and looks up. That's apparently Harry Sisson. Yeah.
Did you laugh?
No, I don't think the president behaving in this way is funny. I think we have to hold our leaders to a higher standard. This is the guy leading our country. He's not serious. And I don't actually think he cares about anybody but himself.
Yeah, we watched.
Harry, you taking a shower yet?
I think we watched it before you put it in there. But yeah, we watched the meme. Yes. Maybe not yesterday. 2 days ago. I think we watched it the day of the protest.
Get the president's mud and goo off of you.
I did take a shower. Have you crawled out of Donald Trump's colon yet? I know it's hard. It's dark in there.
No Kings is the message of the anti-Trump protest movement who reject what they see as monarchical rule by an uninhibited leader. Well, normally at this point, I'd mount a rousing defence of the various charming advantages of the British royal system. But the slew of ugly new revelations about Prince Andrew, many of them emanating from the US Congress, who are investigating the Epstein scandal, have made this a very bad week to be a monarchist. And while protesters in the US are fulminating about a leader with too much power, most Brits are currently scratching their heads about why the actual king has no power to strip Andrew of his princely title or to kick him out of his 30-bedroom royal mansion. The truth is that President Trump has far more power than the British monarch. All presidents do. It's what they choose to do with it that really counts. President Trump chose to respond to the weekend's protest by sharing an AI-generated video of himself flying a fighter jet loaded with effluent, which he deposited with surgical accuracy on a friend of his show, Harry Sisson. Trump's critics did not see the funny side.
I want you to imagine King Charles having an AI video of himself flying around in an F-16, dropping excrement on people. Okay, so, or Keir Starmer doing that, or what if Albanese did this as an example? I want you to imagine somebody other than Donald Trump on the world stage. So this is a complete mockery of the institution of the presidency.
Well, President Trump's actions on the world stage have in fact been winning plaudits rather than mockery. He's sizing up a second meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he's in no mood for seeing the Gaza ceasefire collapse after Israel carried out airstrikes just days into the truce.
Made a deal with Hamas.
Also, real quick, Blase Fair, the other day, he came in the chat. He said that he wanted to play Call of Duty with us. I tried messaging him numerous times. He said, I told him to hit me up on Discord. He never did. So then I messaged him on Discord numerous times telling him to come play. And he just never showed up. Blase Fair, if you hear this, what the fuck? How about that? What the fuck, Blase Fair? I got a message for you. What the fuck? Let him know. Pass it along.
Us that, they're going to be very good. They're going to behave. They're going to be nice. And if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. If they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately.
Well, it was the president's use of "we" that gets to the heart of another live wire debate about America's place in the world. Many in his own MAGA movement signed up for America first, not America and Israel first. They're pretty comfortable with the president's power. They just don't want to see Bibi Netanyahu sitting on their throne. Well, joining me to debate this is Harry Sisson, the aforementioned Democrat influencer seen being bombed by effluent in the viral Trump meme. Scott Horton, author of Provoked. Isabel Brown, host of the Isabel Brown Show on the Daily Wire. And the senior editor at Human Events, Jack Posobiec. Well, welcome to all of you. Well, Harry, you're the man of the moment, the man of the memes. Just be honest with me here. When you first saw that meme involving excrement being deposited on you, did you laugh?
No, I don't think the president behaving in this way is funny. I think we have to hold our leaders to a higher standard. That's something that you typically see in my Twitter comments from like some MAGA boomer who spends their time making AI videos.
Yes, this is weird that the president of the United States, the person in the position that is like the most powerful position in the fucking world, that this guy is posting memes like this. And then again, that he's like saying that he hates half the country, that he's encouraging violence all the time, that he's like constantly posting insanely disrespectful, jokes about other people and shit. Like, this is supposed to be somebody who is supposed to be presidential. They're supposed to, live up to the position. But again, these are the people who complained that Barack Obama wore a fucking tan suit, right? These are the people who want somebody who's presidential, who respects the office, who actually cares about how he looks and how he acts, and that they went on for weeks over tan suit gate. I think I have a video here about it, but yes, they made the biggest deal about Barack Obama wearing a fucking tan suit. And then they're all perfectly fine with this shit. They have no problem with Donald Trump just being the most disrespectful person to the office and, just constantly degrading the presidency. But it's the same people. Same people every time.
Videos all day. It's not something you'd really hope to see.
Yeah, here it is.
Pressing reporters on Thursday, and he was wearing this tan suit.
President Obama's decision to wear a light tan suit at yesterday's news conference. He was wearing a tan suit.
Light tan suit. I think it was shocking to a lot of people. Is this an effort to make him look warmer?
No way I think any of us can excuse what the president did yesterday. I mean, and then for him to walk out, I'm not trying to be trivial here, but in a light suit, light tan suit.
Also known as Tangate.
Tan suit, and how the tan suit made him look unpresidential.
Whoever talked him into going into a tan suit, they're so desperate because of these low poll numbers, they're willing to do anything.
They're willing to do anything. Once you're willing to wear a tan suit, there's nothing that is too far for you.
The tan suit made him look unpresidential.
The president.
Yes, and then they're showing pictures of like Bush, Reagan, Clinton, all wearing tan suits. But yeah, nobody gives a fuck about that. It is a black man wearing a tan suit, okay? That's what matters. A black man wore a fucking tan suit here.
From the president of the United States,
Looks
but alas,
like-
we are here.
looks
This
like
is
a
guy leading our
gangster.
country.
Looks like a
He's not
thug.
serious, and I don't actually think he cares about anybody but himself. And I think he's more interested in social media beef with a 23-year-old, as the vice president is, than he is in leading the country.
I mean, you managed to say all that with a completely straight face, but your side have done endless, incredibly mocking, humiliating.
Again, he says your side. He's not going to say Joe Biden. He's not going to say any politicians. He's not going to say anybody who's actually in a position of authority. He's going to say some fucking Destiny or something like that, right? He's going to talk about some 15-year-old TikToker. Your side did this. After Harry Sisson just made his whole point about the presidency, the position of the presidency, what that role comes with, and being, respecting the role and actually living up to the role. So, well, your side did. What the fuck? Who? What president? What president on our side ever did this shit? When? When did that ever fucking happen?
Humiliating memes about Trump. I mean, you'd accept that.
Like what?
Well, I mean, I could get literally 1,000 if
Literally.
you gave me half an hour to find them. I mean, it's not a secret.
Can you give me a couple examples from like high-ranking lemonade?
Well, it's not a secret that the left do memes about Trump, right?
This is, oh my goodness. He doesn't have a fucking example, dude. He doesn't have an example because Harry's asking for an example because he knows whatever he gives him, it's just going to be some random fucking person on Twitter, because that is the level that they hold Donald Trump to. That is the level that they hold Donald Trump to, is Donald Trump is on the level of a random person on Twitter. I would never in my fucking life hold Joe Byron to the same standard as a random person on Twitter or on TikTok. Never in my fucking life would I hold Destiny to the same standard as Joe Byron. Never. I would never disrespect Brandon in that sort of way. No fucking shot, dude.
Can you give me some examples
Come
from
on,
high-ranking
man.
Democrats that are similar to this?
Well, okay, let me flip the question around. Are you saying there have never been any mocking memes of Trump by anybody on the left in America?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm asking for like high-level prominent Democrats who might be in a similar position to
Okay,
Trump.
so
whether they're
well,
president
Gavin Newsom has done a lot of memes on Trump. I mean, do you distance yourself from those?
Has he done an AI video of dropping feces on the American people?
Well, that's a question of taste, but he does mocking memes of him, yeah.
Well, I think that's the thing that Gavin Newsom is doing is he is impersonating Trump when he does that. That is not a good example, dude. That's not a good example, Pierce. When you say he's doing mocking memes, yes, he's impersonating Trump. And even when he impersonates Trump, won't go that far to be that disrespectful and, just to like take the level of his office to that level. That is not something that even he will do to impersonate Donald Trump.
Right. I mean, I think taste is a big point here. And I think objectively, Gavin Newsom, like mocking Trump on social media or posting like AI photos of himself or something like that is vastly different than Trump pooping on Americans, including myself and the American flag in that video. I think even you, Pierce, would agree that those are two vastly different things, no?
Well, there is a report, for example, that you have sent a cease and desist letter to the White House threatening legal action if they don't withdraw it. Is that true?
No, I saw that on Twitter. I don't know where anybody got that from. I think there are genuinely just a lot of accounts on that platform that make stuff up. And I think that's just another case of that. But you heard it here first. I have not sent a cease and desist to the White House.
Okay, good. Isabel, I got to be honest. When I saw it, I thought, yeah, it's pretty tasteless, but it made me chuckle. I don't, it's a classic Trump stunt. Many people will think it's puerile and pathetic. Other people will laugh.
Well, yeah, but the people who will laugh, so like they'll be like, "Oh, Trump is so good at trolling the left. Wow, look how good he is at trolling the left. Isn't this great?" Like, why do you want a president that would troll half the country? Like, why would you want a president who's willing to do that? Why would you ever want a president who's going to troll? This is so fucking stupid. This is insane. Why the hell would you ever want a president that acts like that?
The point that Anthony Scaramucci made, that you wouldn't see these other... I mean, of course you're not going to see Keir Starmer do it or Anthony Albanese or any of these guys, because they just are classic politicians who behave in a classic political manner. The whole point of Trump is he's the complete sort of antithesis of a conventional politician. And I can imagine there are a lot of Americans, and I'm talking about millions, who would have found that just amusing. Right?
Yeah, the problem is that the people who are voting for him keep calling themselves fucking conservatives. The problem is that the people who vote for him are calling themselves conservatives when the Democrats are more conservative than those motherfuckers.
And didn't read too much into it, just thought it was Trump basically retaliating to what he would have seen as a ridiculous protest by being Trump.
Yeah, I think amusing is a good word used there, Piers. And ultimately, Donald Trump's sense of humor is not a surprise. We've known this man for upwards of a decade in American politics now, and nobody understands meme culture better than President Donald Trump. He's the architect of most of the best memes in history, but I don't think it's comparable to the memes, graphics, posters.
Not on purpose. Donald Trump was not the architect of some of the best memes on purpose. Covfefe was not on purpose. A lot of the shit that he has said was not, he did not create these memes on purpose. Presidents don't normally want to like become memes. the come on man from Joe Biden was not him being a fucking great memester.
Calls for legitimate violence that we saw spread in city streets across America this last weekend from people of all ages on the left wing of
Violence? Violence all over the streets of America? On No King's Day? What? Where they do that at? Where the fuck did that happen? There was violence all over the streets of America? I didn't see any of this violence. Where the fuck did the violence happen? Did I miss this? Was there violence all over the streets?
the American political system, saying that anyone who supports Donald Trump, anyone who works for him, anyone who voted for him should be violently attacked, murdered, or assassinated.
Where the fuck did this happen? Where did this happen? Where? Where did this happen?
Because they are inherently Nazis, racists, or fascists. And that is the...
Inherently? You guys don't know what these words mean. Inherently? You can't inherently be a fucking Nazi or a fascist. That is impossible. It's literally impossible to be inherently a Nazi or a fascist. Who said this? Who said you're inherently a Nazi or a fascist?
Political rhetoric that I think we're having a very hard time reconciling with as we move forward in this country, particularly in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Harry, you asked for specific examples of memes that are raising the political temperature to incite violence against right-wingers in this country. You yourself posted in June of last summer showing Charlie Kirk with a Ku Klux Klan hood photoshopped over him, calling him a racist and saying, Charlie, just put the hood on already. That video was later archived.
That's not true.
Oh, please tell us
what I posted. I'd love to. What I posted was actually not of last summer. I don't even know where you got that from. It was from the New York City primary where Charlie Kirk likened Zohran Mamdani to the 9/11 terrorists. And I thought that there was a very racist and obviously unfair comparison. And so I told Charlie Kirk to put the hood on because there's nothing similar between Zohran Mamdani, a politician whom he might have disagreements with, and 9/11 terrorists. So I don't know where you got your information from, but that's just objectively false.
Objectively.
So, according to a very basic Google search, Harry, in June of last year, you posted a video.
I encourage people to do it.
Charlie Kirk is out here preaching unity while pushing every racist trope in the book. Just put the Klan hood on, Charlie. It would be more honest. You obviously were delivering that in a sarcastic tone, but you showed an edit overlaying a Ku Klux Klan hood on Charlie's head for dramatic effect. That video was later archived or removed after it had almost 2 million views on TikTok alone. And I think it's just an incredibly clear example, just like thousands of videos, photos, protest posters, t-shirts that we've seen, Piers, across the country at these so-called Save Democracy protests, Save America protests, where you're watching people wear t-shirts saying make assassinations great again with Donald Trump.
She just keeps, like, she sees that he says that's not true. And every time he starts saying that, it seems like she's purposely trying to stretch her statement out for as long as possible so she can say as many things before he gets to rebut the thing that she said 5 minutes ago. So it really seems like she's just repeating herself now and just trying to throw as much bullshit into the statement so that she can just get as far away from it as possible before he's like, yeah, that never happened. They never took that fucking video down. I don't know why the fuck you're saying that.
Trump's head exploding. Public school teachers in Chicago simulating shooting themselves in the neck to celebrate the fact that Charlie was violently assassinated on an American college campus.
That lady doing that is the one clip of like anything violent that they have from any of the No Kings protests. But they're not going to show you all of the truck drivers going and trying to like suffocate people with the exhaust coming out, with black exhaust covering all of these fucking protesters all over the place, with exhaust coming out of their fucking trucks over and over and over and over and over. They're not going to show you those. But somebody doing this, mimicking what happened to somebody already is you know, that's the worst fucking thing that they can find. But apparently so much violence in the streets, dude. Oh man.
You're watching people say, if I had the chance to kill Stephen Miller because he is a fascist and a Nazi, of course I would take that opportunity. People calling for the execution of Donald Trump, anyone who votes for him, anyone who supports him or works for him. This is a very dangerous time to be openly conservative in America. And the amazing thing about all of that is those people represent more than half the country. So I think we're coming to a time in America right now where we have to reconcile the fact that we need to be open and honest about our beliefs.
Did you not see this, Freddie? I'm probably going to try to make like a video out of it because, yeah, a lot of people are just like, it hasn't been put together, but I haven't seen anybody showing that this happened in a bunch of places. But I showed it yesterday. Here, I'll show you real quick because, yeah, I'm probably going to put a video together that like puts all of this into perspective. But at the protest that I was at, it happened like 5, 6, it probably happened like 10 times. It happened about 10 different times. And then the guy who, and it's happened like where at the protest that I was at happened 10 different times where they purposefully were, yes, just blowing coal all over the place. And I was like choking on it at one point. It tasted so fucking bad and it tastes like chalk in your mouth. And I couldn't breathe for a second. It was fucking horrible, but they kept going back and forth doing it over and over. Then I got home and saw people posting videos all over Twitter and TikTok and Facebook of them doing the same things at tons of other No Kings protests. It was happening all over the place. I found tons of videos of other people doing this. I just scrolled through, I didn't even look for it. I just got on Twitter and it was on my feed of a bunch of people doing this. So it is, it seems coordinated. It seems like somebody told people to go out and do this. And or at least we found one video that was from the last No Kings protest that apparently went viral. And I think a ton of people saw that video and decided to go do it themselves. But, let's see. Oh, it's not showing. It's not showing, it's not showing a preview. Like when you scroll over the bottom, it's supposed to show like a preview of the stream. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is a video that somebody just posted on Twitter. Protest. So this is a guy who's driving through, and he's like recording himself blowing smoke in everybody's faces. And this isn't at the protest that I was at. This is a different protest. So he's just playing proud to be American country music bullshit, right? But then you go to the protest that I was at. Before this. I think it was.
Thank you.
Around, there were some of them. Fascist.
The fascist regime takeover of America.
Fascist regime takeover. Hey. Yep, there it is. Oh my goodness. I kept trying to turn the camera around and it wouldn't turn to the other fucking camera, so it took it. Oh my goodness.
The rising healthcare costs. What's he?
So over and over. All of these trucks kept driving by blowing smoke.
What's that about?
Oh my goodness. That is rough.
Trying to run people away.
I don't know if you guys can see that.
You have a right to pollute like that?
Yeah, you see that massive fucking cloud right there? You can see a big old fucking cloud right there. It's just black. Just pure black right there. But yeah, you can see. That is rough. And again with another truck. And then yes, you can see it again here. All the fucking they did it numerous times. Like these just big old fucking clouds on people. And then it happened again here. And that he just kept doing it, just slamming on the gas while he's just sitting there. And there come the cops.
Yeah, the cops got him. That's just got. He was. Would have this.
Yeah, so there
it was choking everybody as they would come through. They just pulled. Come by numerous times.
Yeah, they just pulled him over.
Yeah, I didn't see the white one before.
Already.
I saw the white truck before the black truck.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there were numerous trucks. There were at least 3 or 4 of them that were driving by doing this. And then I get home and get on Twitter and I see a bunch of videos of a bunch of people doing exactly that. Everybody to comparing.
Get out of here.
Again here. So these are more videos of them doing the same things. There's another one. Just over and over. Just tons of fucking videos that are doing the same exact thing at the protest. So
beliefs to the point that it is impossible to reconcile with people and to coexist with them when they legitimately want you dead after spending years calling you a fascist, a Nazi, a white supremacist, literally Adolf Hitler, or anything else we offer.
Literally Adolf Hitler. They said that you're literally Adolf Hitler. What is wrong with her, dude? What is fucking wrong with this chick? Earlier, she said that they say that you're inherently a Nazi or a fascist. That doesn't even make sense. Why? I hate it when people just throw the word inherently in or literally in when it's not inherent nor literal. It's not any of those things. It drives me fucking crazy. And I've made fun of leftists for the longest time because leftists are the ones that I normally hear do this, where they just throw in words like inherently or literally or, objectively or something like that. It's so fucking annoying. But now it's starting to hear more and more MAGA just throw in words like inherently out of nowhere. Why did you say inherently?
Often see influencers like Harry post on social media.
All right, Harry, respond to that.
Okay, so I just...
The tax extension deadline has passed, but for millions of Americans, trouble is just beginning. If you missed the October deadline, USA short call and a few questions. Their experts will determine how much you can save. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA help you before the IRS makes the next move.
Yeah, I have a quick response. So first of all, the video you're still talking about is not true. I also haven't archived or deleted any videos about Charlie Kirk. That was a complete factual error. on the behalf of a lot of Republicans following Charlie Kirk's murder. Haven't deleted any of it. You can
But
go look it up. Wait. But Isabel, respectfully, I let you finish. Respectfully, I let you finish. So I haven't deleted any of those videos. You can go see all the videos, all the tweets I've posted in response to Charlie Kirk. Now, you keep talking about political violence, and we have study after study that shows that more political violence comes from the right wing, especially in modern American history, than it does from the left wing. So even if you just want to ignore the data, question for you. When Donald Trump mocked Paul Pelosi getting beaten over the head with a hammer, was that okay? When Donald Trump Jr. did the same, was that okay? When Mike Lee, senator from Utah, mocked the murder of Melissa Hortman and her husband in her home on Twitter, was that okay? When Donald Trump didn't lower the flag for Melissa Hortman after he did, of course, for Charlie Kirk, was that okay? When he was asked about Melissa Hortman, he said, "Who is that?" He didn't know who Melissa Hortman was, didn't even attend her funeral like President Biden did, former President Biden. So these are examples of political violence. The largest example of modern political violence comes from your party, Donald Trump, on January 6th, and then he proceeded to pardon all of those people. So you keep talking about political violence, but every major Democrat in office has condemned any violence. I would condemn anybody at these protests saying they want to take the lives of any conservatives for their beliefs. But your guy pardoned people who beat police officers over the head. He mocked the
Harry,
beating
just
of
let me
Nancy
jump
Pelosi's
in.
husband.
Harry, hang on. Let me jump in. Harry, just to be clear, though, I'm looking at photographs here on my phone from the protests, right? Charlie Kirk had it coming. Make assassinations great again.
Bro, holy shit, I cannot believe Piers is doing it again. He's doing it again. He's just going back to like random people and what they said on Twitter instead of talking about leaders and like politicians and people who are actually held to higher standards. He's just going over random people on Twitter again.
Right? There was this woman who's now been identified as a teacher, right, who was literally on video mocking the assassination, mimicking what happened. Now, would you unreservedly condemn that?
I think I've made this abundantly clear by now, Piers, that any mocking of Charlie Kirk's murder, any call for violence against anybody for their political beliefs is unequivocally wrong. But to suggest that it's only people on the left who do this is categorically false. And I know it because after Charlie Kirk was murdered, I got death threats that I reported to the FBI. I've been a subject.
I've shown tons of death threats that I got after Charlie Kirk got killed as well. Like every left-wing content creator got death threats across the fucking board. This is just what the right does every time their pussy hurts.
Of these targets, as I'm sure the fellow right-wingers on this panel have been the subject of death threats from people that disagree with them. So let's be nuanced about this. Let's not be disingenuous and surface level. Let's have an informed political discussion, which would all lead us to the conclusion that there are crazy people on both sides who will make threats to people on both sides, and coming on here and pretending that it's one or the other and citing examples of people who are not elected to the Democratic Party when there are people in the Republican Party who mocked it is disingenuous.
Well, from my point of view, there is no doubt that there are people on both sides that do this kind of thing. The irony here and the shameless hypocrisy is that you have these widespread protests across America with a lot of people engaging in this, and a lot of people were protesting about how disgusting Donald Trump is whilst being disgusting themselves. And so my point is, if you're going to protest about this guy saying he wants to be king, isn't he terrible, blah, 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 you probably shouldn't be glorifying the assassination of a 31-year-old dad. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec here.
But just for the record, I agree.
Okay, good. Jack Posobiec, I mean, let's go to the meme first of all. Did you have a big problem with it? Should Trump avoid doing things like that? He's not a conventional politician. He does shocking things to wind everybody up. I mean, what do you feel about it?
I mean, a meme is a meme. I don't think a meme hurts anybody.
Base. Okay. So yeah. So don't whine and cry about all of the memes making fun of Charlie Kirk. That's a meme is a meme. They're just memes. Memes don't hurt anybody. So all of the memes calling Donald Trump a fascist, or all of the memes calling him a Nazi, or dressing him up like Hitler, or other, it's just memes. It's just memes. Okay. I don't want to hear you guys acting like, words are violence ever again when you guys keep saying that calling somebody a fascist is calling for violence. Like it's obviously not the case.
It's like Harry, show us on the doll where the meme hurt you. Donald Trump is going to post memes. He's always been posting memes. He's not going to stop posting memes. But at the same time, you look what he actually does in terms of his in terms of his presidency. And, you know, I actually like what he had to say in response to the No Kings protest, where he said, look, I'm not a king. I'm just a guy who works really hard and works his butt off to try to make the country better, make the world better. And I think he does do that. I think he legitimately does when he goes on these trips to Israel to work on the peace deal, when he goes on these trips to Anchorage, Alaska. Now he's talking about going to Budapest to talk about ending the Ukraine war, when he's working on these things. And certainly people can disagree with specific policies here and there, and I'm sure many do. But at the same time, when they talk about his intentions, I think that's where his intentions are.
Okay, I'm going to come to you in a moment, Scott. Thank you for your patience. Just going to bring in Rand Paul, who's joined us. Senators earned the president's ire this week for criticizing both the budget and the U.S. strike.
It's not my standard. It's his fucking standard. He's the one who just said memes never hurt anybody, so we shouldn't care about fucking memes. He's the one who just said that. That's not my standard. I've never said that, okay? So that's a fucking stupid standard. It's dumb. If you think that that's a standard that I should hold myself to when I never said it, maybe you should also feel as though that guy should hold himself to that standard and maybe hold Donald Trump to that standard. Again, somebody who would even be held to a higher standard than a random fucking YouTuber, maybe. I don't know.
Strikes on Venezuelan boats, and joins me again. Welcome back to Uncensored, Senator Paul. Thank you very much for taking the time. First of all, let's just
wait. That's Rand Paul. He looks rough. What do they say? He looks scuffed, or he looks capped. What do they?
Regain trust in the justice system.
Yeah, completely agree. Senator Paul, thank you so much for coming back on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go to Scott Horton. Scott, you've been incredibly patient. Thank you very much.
He looks like he's on cap, for real.
Just what Rand Paul there was saying about, I guess it all plays to the same thing, that people think in America Donald Trump is behaving like some kind of out-of-control monarch. And you could look at what's happening with the attacks on the Venezuelan boats.
It wasn't a deflection. I answered your question about me being held to a standard that I don't hold. I answered your question about me being held to a standard that I don't hold. That's not a deflection. When I answered that question and then said, but the guy who does hold that standard should actually hold that standard, not me, the person who does not hold that fucking standard, that memes are just memes and that they're all just jokes. And I don't.
As part of that, sort of trying to just circumnavigate the normal rules of engagement with these things. You can position all of this stuff there. What is your view of the No Kings protests and the way that Trump is currently conducting his presidency, where there is validity to the idea that he thinks he's just a king and not an elected official?
Well, the protests are just a joke. I mean, that's just liberal Democrat voters whining. But I absolutely stand with Senator Paul and with his father, Dr. Ron Paul, on severe and strict constitutionalism. And that means an end to the world empire. You know, I don't know if you saw this, Pierce, but there's actually an article in Foreign Affairs, which is the journal of the Council on Foreign Relations, the headquarters of the American empire since 1921. And they have an article this week about how did the presidency get so imperial? Well, you need an imperial presidency to rule a world empire, don't you now? If you're going to be the dominant political and military force in all of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, as well as Latin America, then yeah, you're going to need a pretty powerful president and a National Security Council that can declare any emergency and act with haste to do whatever they want. And you listen to Dr. Paul talk about the strikes going on there off the coast of Venezuela, where there's no, as Al Gore would say, there's no controlling legal authority. No one even pretends that anyone can make them stop. The president of the United States, hell, he could launch H-bombs at any city he chooses. There's no one to tell him no. And that's because America is a world empire instead of a limited constitutional republic. And that's why, you know, I regret, I don't mean to like diminish anyone. I just think it's sad how partisan politics makes everyone so stupid We need to abolish the Federal Reserve System and institute a 100% gold standard.
Oh
We
my,
need to
this fucking guy, dude, every time, this is all he fucking talks about. He's so stupid, dude. You would think after the fact that this is all he ever fucking talks about, you would think somebody would have taught him about how the Federal Reserve works and how the gold standard works and the fact that he just has no idea what he was talking about. You would think somebody would have explained it to him by now. This is ridiculous.
bring all our troops home from the world. We need to repeal about 99% of the laws passed since 1900 to save this country. We got people crying about, X cartoons.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point. I mean, the irony, I think, of this whole no kings thing is that the US president legally has far more power, actually, than the royal family have in the UK. They have no real power at all. They're just figureheads. So there's a kind of irony there, is that no kings, but actually, if you had a king like ours, then the power of the presidency would be massively reduced.
It's because they're not actually kings. They have a title of king, but they're not actually kings. They're not actual monarchs.
Increase. And there is a kind of weird, I think, assumption going on here that our king or queen, as it was before, of course, the king's mother, that they somehow have great powers. They don't. Isabel, I want to just play a clip. This is Robert De Niro talking about Stephen Miller, one of Donald Trump's senior aides.
He will not. We see it. He will not want to leave. He set it up with his. I guess he's the Goebbels of the cabinet. Stephen Miller. He's a Nazi. Yes, he is, and he's Jewish, and he should be ashamed of himself.
I'm sorry, I just find that unbelievably offensive. To call a Jewish man a Nazi, to call him Goebbels after the propaganda chief of the Nazis. And they keep doing this, the Democrats and Democrat supporters. And, De Niro's been doing this about Trump for decades, it seems.
Oh, again, his own family has called him out, saying that they're embarrassed of him and that he is somebody who is acting as in the same way that the Nazis did. They said that he is acting the same way that the Nazis treated the Jews. So his own fucking family says this about Stephen Miller. I don't know how mad you can get about other people saying this when his own fucking family says this. And you're saying, oh, he's Jewish. How could you possibly say this? Jewish people, Jewish family members of his own are saying this about him. So I'm sorry, but it's not all that ridiculous at that point.
Yeah, he's just almost hysterical about him. But to call a Jewish member of the Trump administration a Nazi like that, just beyond the pale, isn't it, Isabel?
I don't think that he's a Nazi. Again, I don't think that he's a Nazi or a neo-Nazi, but again, what he does is comparable to Goebbels in that way.
But 20% off and free shipping.
It is, and it's wildly irresponsible, Piers, but it's the same behavior we've witnessed for upwards of a decade now, really since Donald Trump first announced his run for presidency in 2015. You've watched the legacy media, our academic institutions, the entertainment industry, all of the loudest voices in society call Donald Trump or anyone who supports him or works for him a fascist, a Nazi, literally Adolf Hitler, Hitler Youth. I was called regularly on my college campus. And I know Jack Posobiec, myself, and many people who've been fighting on the front lines of this conservative movement have been warning for upwards of a decade. This is the natural result when you label people with this rising political temperature, a fascist, a Nazi, transphobic, white supremacist, the literal KKK, and Photoshop hoods over them. People eventually resort to violence because they'll believe this constant narrative.
That is the key. Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing. Let me bring in Jack here. I mean, we saw with Charlie Kirk that some of the bullet casings the shooter used had anti-fascism slogans on there. So we don't know the full motivation yet. That is still unraveling. But clearly, it looks like this person was attacking somebody he thought was a fascist. And that's because a lot of people on the left called Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi, as they do with Trump, as they do with Stephen Miller. And to me, if you're a deranged, young, impressionable mind, if you do buy into that notion that they're genuine fascists and Nazis, you would see it as your civic duty to kill these people. Why wouldn't you? And that's the danger.
Yeah, no, Piers, that's exactly right, and that's what we're facing. And by the way, hats off to Oxford, because I understand the Oxford Union has just voted to take out I think he was the incoming president of the Oxford Union. He'd been the president-elect. I guess he hadn't taken it yet. But here's a guy who had debated Charlie, had invited him to campus just a couple of weeks before Charlie's murder, and then is blatantly celebrating the murder of a man that he had just shared a stage with. And certainly they had disagreed on that stage, and that's fine. That's what free speech and free dialogue and free debate, especially on campus, which is the modern public square, is all about. Yet here he is now celebrating this, laughing about Charlie's murder. And the issue, Piers, is that these violent Marxist ideologies are commonplace, and they're becoming more and more increasingly common. And I even have a bone to pick with some conservatives who say, "Oh, well, it's just video games, or it's just social media." I said, no. Go back in time, and you can find throughout history, whether it's the French Revolution, which, by the way, one of the watchwords when they were leading people up to the guillotine in revolutionary France in the Reign of Terror and Robespierre was "no kings, no kings, no masters." That's where the phrase "no kings" comes from, right before they chopped the king's head off. So that's where that phrase comes from, and everyone needs to understand the violent tendencies and the violent origin of all of these symbols that they're still tapping back into. Bella Ciao, which was written on one of the bullets.
They're just memes. They're just memes. Memes never killed anybody, bro. Shut the fuck up. Get over it.
Bullet casings, I believe one's not one of the ones that was fired. Destiny was very, very emphatic that I say that the last time I was here. So yes, it was not the specific bullet casing that shot and killed Charlie Kirk. It was the one next to that bullet casing. But Bella Ciao is, again, an anti-fascist communist song from Italy from World War II, and has now essentially become the national or international anthem of Antifa. This violent ideology is spreading throughout college campuses. We see teacher after teacher where they're buying into this. So many times when we look up one of these people that we find at one of these protests, they end up being a teacher. And unfortunately, this is all over the place. And I went to the White House and I told the President of the United States to his face that the next person who could be assassinated is very likely sitting around this table right now, after we saw Luigi Maggioni, after we saw Thomas Matthew Crooks, Ryan Routh, and now this individual, Tyler Robinson, there in Utah Valley.
Right. Harry Sisson, you posted last year in the run-up to the election, Donald Trump called for a united Reich in his new campaign ad. "America, are you listening?" Trump is telling us what he wants, and he's referencing Nazi Germany while doing it. It's unacceptable. He must lose in 2024. And again,
I can't believe he's getting so mad about memes, dude. It's just memes. What is wrong with him? Why is he so sensitive? Why is he getting so upset about memes? Memes never hurt anybody.
Just played De Niro, calling Stephen Miller a Nazi and stuff. This constant refrain from people on the left of invoking the Nazis, Adolf Hitler, all this stuff. I just don't know why you guys do this. Obviously, Trump is not Adolf Hitler. Apart from anything else, he's trying to find peace, right? Not actually killing everyone that gets in his way. And he has a Jewish son-in-law, right? So these things are they're not just wrong, they're unbelievably offensive in a way that actually the woke left would normally lead the charge of wanting to cancel people that did this, that said these kind of things. But apparently it's fine on the left. Well, I mean, what is your reaction first to De Niro, and then maybe talk about your post and whether you regret using the Nazi language?
Well, I'm going to work backwards. I'm going to start with mine and then talk about what De Niro said. So first and foremost, in that ad that Donald Trump posted, the words "Unified Reich" were on a newspaper that appeared in the ad that was like praising Donald Trump. So
This is every time. Yes, they keep complaining that people compared him to Hitler. They compared the fucking language that he used because it said Unified Reich in it. Holy shit. Like, if you can't say somebody who puts in a fucking campaign ad that their movement is the new Unified Reich, if you can't compare that to fucking Hitler and say, whoa, this sounds like some fucking Nazi speech, this sounds like some Hitler shit, that you literally can't say anything sounds like a Nazi thing. Like, you, at that point, you literally can't say anything is Nazi-esque. Nothing is allowed to be compared to a Nazi at that point. If you can't say calling your movement the new unified Reich. Like, this is cartoonishly fucking stupid, dude. This is so dumb. I don't know. Like, at what point does he, like, if he has like a tiny little mustache, is that what he has to do to be called like a Hitler? Like, when he says, you know, the immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, like, that's not good enough. Like, that's not, oh, you can't say that, you can't say that's like Nazi-esque, Hitler-esque sort of rhetoric. What are you doing? But if he dresses up in an SS uniform and shaves his mustache, then you can say, that's it. That's the line. He has to actually genocide the Jews in order for it to be Hitler-esque, right? That's what he would have to do. He would have to literally genocide the Jews, and then you can say it's Hitler-esque. But before that, even if it's like at 5 million Jews, like, still not good enough. Like, you need 6 million fucking Jews, and then we can say it's Hitler-esque. But until that point, yeah, you can't say it.
Is putting that in an ad, I think that deserves to be called out. Number two, I don't think anybody in this debate can name me a high-ranking elected Democrat who has called Donald Trump Hitler. I don't think anybody can. Number three, one of the only high-ranking politicians in American politics who called Donald Trump Hitler is J.D. Vance, calling him America's Hitler. Now, working backwards to what Robert De Niro said, I think what Robert De Niro said is a little distasteful. I think he certainly could have worded it better, taken out some charged language. But I just see these recent stories about Republicans, whether it be the youth leader group chat or Paul Ingrassia, who is still Donald Trump's nominee to lead the Office of Special Counsel, pledging affinity for Hitler. Peter Gunta, who is the chair of the Young Republicans Party in New York, said, "I love Hitler," in a chat. Other people were musing about refitting gas chambers so they, quote, fit the Hitler aesthetic. Paul Ingrassia, the special counsel nominee, just got caught in other leaked texts saying that he has a Nazi streak. So when these high-ranking Republicans who are working in the party right now are pledging affinity to Hitler, I think that deserves to be called out. Not that every Republican should be painted as that. I certainly don't do that. I don't agree with that. But can the conservatives on this panel condemn, number one, Donald Trump's nominee, and number two, can they condemn the youth Republican group chat? And then number three, if they write it off as a joke, then why were they so against people joking about Charlie Kirk? I never joked about Charlie Kirk, but they pick and choose when humor can be applied in politics. And when you're pledging affinity to Hitler, that's a joke, according to many.
Well, I said, look, from my point of view, I said,
by the way, I'd be happy to
figure,
answer the question about whether or not a high-ranking Democrat has used this rhetoric. Who is Kamala Harris?
I know. I want you to answer all the questions. I want you to answer all the questions
for you. Who is Kamala Harris?
Wait. Answer all the questions I just gave you. And can you name me when Kamala Harris said that Donald Trump is Hitler? When did Kamala Harris? Great.
Was Kamala Harris last year a high-ranking Democrat when she was?
When did Kamala Harris call Donald Trump Hitler?
October of 2024. Kamala Harris said on the campaign trail, Donald Trump vowed to be a dictator on day one. His former chief of staff said he wanted generals like Hitler's. Donald Trump openly admires dictators, including Adolf Hitler. Last October,
she didn't call him Hitler. She repeated his words. Oh my goodness. She repeated his words. She just repeated what he said. That's his words. What are you doing? Those are Trump's words. You're just saying that she repeated what Trump said himself, and this is bad? Look at Henry's face, bro. Look at his face. He's like, wait, even if you're just repeating Trump's words where he says he wants dictators, or he wants generals like Hitler, that this is still her calling him Hitler? What the fuck? Like, there is no bar, bro. There is no bar. You can't do it. You can never do it. There is nothing that will be good enough. Him saying he wants generals like Hitler, that's still too much, dude. You can't even repeat what Trump said out of his own fucking mouth. Ay.
That was said on the campaign trail from the Democrat.
So Kamala Harris said this during the campaign, during the closing days of the campaign. It was her final campaign pitch. Is that high enough ranking for you? You guys supported her for president.
Exactly, because there have been reports
that Donald Trump supported for president is someone who was campaigning by calling Trump Hitler.
Jack,
And
take
she's
a
You're
not
breather.
so disingenuous when you bring this stuff up. You
Wait,
can't,
wait,
you can't
guys,
even acknowledge the fact that your own candidate was on the campaign. She got a video about it. It's on her Facebook, or it's on her
Let
Twitter
me
page.
offer one. Let me offer one here, which is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton literally compared Trump's rally in Ohio last week to Nazi leader Adolf Hitler's speeches. Speaking at the Texas Tribune Festival in Austin, she made reference to Hitler's speeches, which saw people raise their right arms in the air in the Nazi salute. I remember as a young student, you know, trying to figure out how people basically got bought in by Hitler, she said. How did that happen? I'd watch newsreels and I'd see this guy standing there ranting and raving and so on. It happens all the time. And, you know,
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe they're good. The one example that they came up with, they're not going to let him rebut this. So we didn't hit the goal. Katmir says he's gonna fill it up if I come play Call of Duty. So I will continue playing this as much as I can. I obviously am pretty bad at doing that while I'm playing Call of Duty, but yes, I will fire it up. I will try to continue playing this video while we get into the fucking game.
And Harry, I would say JD Vance was totally wrong to say it about Trump as well. I think the young conservatives who've been exposed by this political expose were totally wrong too.
Can they say that?
Some grotesque stuff in there.
I have no problem saying that, Harry. But there are
Jack,
sitting
can you say
members
that?
of Congress, like Jasmine Crockett, who literally just weeks ago called Donald Trump.
Oh no, apparently it's going to be a while. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a while before we get to the game.
A wannabe leader. I mean, it's crazy.
Jack, can you say that? Jack, can you say that? Can you condemn the Young Republicans group chat where they pledged affinity for Hitler?
Hey, I don't really care about some group chat right now while you guys keep shooting up all of my friends.
Oh, no, Jack, you can condemn both. You can be.
Yeah, but Jack, I do think for consistency, actually, you should care. You know, JD Vance tried to downplay what the young Republicans were saying in these racist, sexist messages. One guy said that rape was
I don't think
epic.
JD Vance said anything wrong.
One said rape was epic. Another said, I love Hitler. He tried to say they're all very young, but actually some of them were nearly his age. The reality is that kids do stupid things to tell edgy, offensive jokes.
Well,
He
Piers,
said,
let me
fine,
just
but they're
ask this.
actually,
Were any of
but
those
they are
young
still part of the
Republicans
conservative
standing
movement.
on top of rooftops outside of the No Kings rallies shooting at Democrats?
But that's terrible too.
You're being so slimy.
And the young Republican movement is like a group of people who are there to move up the ranks within the Republican Party. Like that's what the Young Republicans group is. And some of the people in there are actual Republicans. So
you're being so slimy.
Which they don't happen. So I'm sorry.
Jack,
until
you
we
can
deal with the
condemn.
people who
Wait.
keep shooting
Jack.
at my friends, then I'm not really concerned about some group
You can
chat.
condemn
I don't hire
both.
those guys.
You can
I don't work
condemn
with
both.
those guys.
Jack,
But,
you can
know, this is
condemn
I think you
both.
can easily condemn all. I think you could
Jack,
actually.
wait.
Well, hang on. No, you wait, Harry. If
well,
you're going to be,
he's willing to condemn all of the other people that he doesn't work with or work for, and but all the people that are on the left that he's complaining about, he's willing to condemn those people. So what does him working with them or working for them have to do with anything?
be intellectually honest.
got it.
Actually, it should be easy to condemn all of these things. All the invoking of the Nazis and Hitler should be condemned. It's never appropriate because Hitler and the Nazis were a gazillion times worse than anything we're seeing here. I think the messaging between these young Republicans was appalling and should be condemned. I think that J.D. Vance trying to defend it and calling Trump Hitler before, that should be easily condemned. All these things should be condemned. The killing of Charlie Kirk should be absolutely condemned by anyone, right? All of these things, if you're going to be intellectually honest, should be condemned. I want to just change gears now. I want to bring Scott back in. Let's talk about
Wait,
Israel.
I feel like we should hold them to account, Piers. I mean, these
everyone should be held
Harry, you need to go back to the thing that they said about Kamala.
to account, but everyone should be.
But you're talking about,
everyone should.
Piers,
It
you're
would
talking
be
about
much
political
better.
violence.
It would be much better for the political discourse in
Piers,
America.
you're letting him get away. You're letting him
get
get away.
No.
Yes, you are. And let me just
Well, what do you
explain
want me
why
to do?
briefly before you bring in the other guest. Jack is in a corner right now, right? He continues to go with this line of, oh, you know, I'm very upset about Charlie Kirk, which is understandable as he should be.
It's not a line,
But
Harry.
it
Shot and
is a
killed Charlie
line.
Kirk.
It is
You
a
guys
line.
did
First
that,
of all,
Harry.
you
can't just
guys
walk
was not the
we're supposed to
Democratic
get
Party.
past that
But
because
second
you
of
say
all,
that,
Jack,
oh, you're
you
so
can
worried about some
condemn
meme.
both.
You're up
Look
here
at
talking
Jack.
about,
You
oh,
can
there's a
condemn both.
meme. I'm so
Look at
upset
the
about the
isolated
meme.
incident
You're
of
up there-
these
you
young
have more
Republicans
grief about
praising
that
Hitler.
than
Can you
I've
condemn
seen
that?
about
He keeps trying to do this like puppy face while he talks, and he's always trying to look so sad ever since this is so weird.
any of this stuff.
Jack,
More grief
can
about
you
that than
condemn?
anything. Show me on
Can
the
you
show me
condemn
on the doll
people
where the
who
meme
pledge
hurts you.
allegiance to
Show
Hitler?
me on
Can
the
you
doll
pledge
where the
allegiance to
meme
Hitler?
hurts you.
No, but
Can you
that's okay.
pledge-
Let me look. Don't talk over each other, Jack. I don't think it is difficult for you.
Listen, don't talk over each other again. The Henry was in the or Harry says he was in the middle of talking, and Jack just started talking over him. That don't talk over what Harry finished what he was saying. What the fuck?
To just say that what those young Republicans were saying in these messages that was exposed was wrong and should be condemned. Why is that difficult?
No, I don't think it's difficult at all. But what I do think
do it.
is very obvious here that was timed by Politico.
Wait,
Politico,
so
by
do
the
it.
way, which refused to. Harry, I'll let
He
you
won't
talk.
do it.
But if they were young,
I let you talk. No, you did not let him talk. You didn't let him get a fucking sentence out before you started talking over him. What do you mean I let you talk?
people on the left who were
That it was
exposed
time
saying
to
that
come
stuff,
out the
you
same
would
day
condemn it.
as
That's my
Charlie
point.
Kirk's presidential nomination.
And that's the point. And that's exactly right, Piers. He condemns people on the left who joke about other things he doesn't like. But when it comes to pledging allegiance to
when
Hitler,
you guys
he won't
publicly
condemn
shoot
it.
at my
Jack, let me
friends,
ask you
yes,
a
I do
simple
condemn
question.
that.
Yeah, but they can
Jack,
both
let
be
me
wrong.
ask you
They
a
can
simple
both be
question.
wrong, Jack. And I do think if it was young
I'm
people
not saying
on the,
it's right.
if it was
What I'm
young
saying
people
is
on the left
bullets
who were
are
doing
flying
these
in one
messages,
direction.
you would condemn
The
it. That's
bombs
my
are
point.
going in
Jack,
one
let me ask you a
direction.
simple-
And if
let me ask you a
act
simple
like
question.
Before we run out of
Republicans or
time,
the right
all
are
right,
the ones who
all
are
right, guys,
violent, it's just
I've
not true.
All right, I want to move on.
He won't do it. He won't. Everybody, all the Republicans talk
just
about
not true.
political violence and extreme
What did we
rhetoric
do?
on the
What did we
left.
do
He
in the wake
will
of
not
Harry, let me
condemn
ask you
people
this,
All right,
Harry,
who
I wanna
pledge
bring
allegiance
time
to
out,
What did we
Hitler.
do
please.
in the wake of Charlie's murder?
Time
We
out,
had
please.
prayers.
You know what I did?
Time
I
out,
posted.
please.
That's
I
what I
posted
stand for.
Time
videos.
out.
That's
I'm
what I
bringing
posted
Scott
videos
in. I don't want
condemning
to
it.
mute your mics. Please, some respect for Scott, who's not had as much chance to talk as you got.
Bro, literally every time Harry talks, Jack talks over him, but then Piers treats it like it's you guys. You guys stop talking over each other. This is so ridiculous.
Which is a shame.
I hope he
Scott,
condemns it.
Scott, before we run out of time, I do want to talk about Israel. The president has slightly reined back on his use of the word "we" when it comes to any retribution against Hamas if they do not disarm. What do you think is going on here now? Obviously, none of this was ever going to be easy. Trump deserves enormous credit for getting the hostages released. I think everyone should agree to that. But do you think this ceasefire can hold? And if the critical part of that equation is that Hamas disarm, are you confident that they will do that?
Well, no. Look, I think the entire deal hinges on Donald Trump's very large promises to Hamas that he will restrain Israel and prevent them from going back to war. And Hamas climbed down on full withdrawal from the Strip and a couple of other things based on Trump's promise. So that,
Which, again, by this point, both sides have already broken the ceasefire deals. So, yeah, we kind of already know that that's not happening.
they made a huge gamble there, and it's either going to pay off or they're going to suffer. There, of course, are people in Netanyahu's cabinet already saying, well, now we got the hostages back. Let's finish the job and that kind of thing. And it's only Donald Trump that can restrain Benjamin Netanyahu. And I certainly hope that he will. I think that he means to. I believe that he's sincere. He's talked such a big game about this.
Yeah.
That I do think that he means it in this case. So we'll see how it goes. Now, of course, Hamas is not truly a state in any way. They do not have a true monopoly on force there.
Hamas is not a state. Is there anybody who thinks Hamas is a state?
And some coup from the Popular Front or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or even one of their own guys could fire off a rocket. So the question is, or, just shoot off a rifle or any kind of thing, set off a landmine. So then the question is America going to give Israel permission to take any pretext, any small thing in order to completely restart the war or not? As far as the total disarmament of Hamas and what's supposed to come next as the next stages of this thing, I don't think anyone's really thought that through very well. Hamas, I mean, look at what's happened after 2 years of this. They haven't gone anywhere. They're right there. All those people that were killed were essentially killed for nothing. And, you know, how to get them to disarm. I mean, I'm not in favor of any American intervention here at all. We should just absolutely stop in every way. But all other things being equal, I guess it would make sense to let the Egyptians or some of the Gulf states try to set up a thing to reconstruct the place. But of course, the Israelis don't want to let anyone rebuild Gaza for the Palestinians. They're still determined to kick them out of there. So this is absolutely, you know, the unstoppable force in Netanyahu versus the hopefully immovable object in Donald Trump. But from the Israeli point of view, I don't think they're done taking that territory whatsoever. And let me say one more thing here in reference to y'all's conversation about National Socialism. The most dangerous Nazi on the face of the earth right now is a man named Andriy Beletsky, and he was just promoted.
Who had a conversation about National Socialism? When did that conversation happen? What the fuck is he talking about?
To brigadier general and runs what's now called the 3rd Army Corps of the Ukrainian Army. It was the 3rd Separate Infantry Division.
Oh,
It was founded as the Azov Battalion. And this guy Beletsky is formerly of the Patriot of Ukraine gang and is an avowed Hitlerian National Socialist. And whenever you see coverage of the Ukrainian Nazis, you'll most often see this quote of him talking about leading the white race against the Semite-led Untermenschen, which means the subhumans. You can find that whole speech. I've reprinted it on the blog at antiwar.com. It's called Racial Social Nationalism. And it is absolute straight up Hitlerian insanity. And this guy is in the top 2 or 3 most powerful men in the running to succeed Zelensky as president of Ukraine. And he's made his ambitions extremely clear.
What does this have to do with anything?
Socialism. How about America's sock puppets in Kiev right now? And their armed
well, it seems like
forces
Jack
at
wouldn't
war.
condemn that. I don't think Jack would condemn that. I don't think because he can't condemn 2 things at once. He's focused entirely on one topic. He can't condemn that. So you can't talk to Jack about it. But Isabel and I, we can discuss that with you as well. Jack is, you know, he's in his own world. So.
Well, Jack,
Harry,
have
have you taken a shower yet to get the president's mud and goo off of you?
I don't have you
Your
crawled
hair
out of
looks
Donald
nice,
Trump's
so you must have
colon
used
yet?
some conditioner.
I did take a shower. Have you crawled out of a Donald Trump's colon yet? I know it's hard. It's dark in there with everything you do to suck up to him on a daily basis.
See,
I'm not
again,
sure, have you
Piers,
gotten
like
out
this
there
is
yet
what
or
they
no?
do. It's just
This is what they do, Piers. Come on. Oh, so crude.
He's so upset.
So when you give it to me,
crude.
when you give it to me, I can't give it back. Come on, man.
Here
you give it to me, I can't give it back to you. That's all you get offended.
What a baby,
To be
dude.
fair, Jack,
He
you did throw the
thing.
first unclean slur.
Yeah,
So,
exactly, Pierce. He threw the first punch and he gets mad when I give it back to him. He
here's my
cries. He
point.
cries
He goes
victim.
right
It's
for it.
crazy.
He goes right for it.
Okay, let me
That's
give
the
the
point,
final word. Let
guys.
me give
That's the point. Is he goes right for it. Okay, that's the real difference here. Is he goes right for it.
final word to Isabel.
You know, I think ultimately we're missing a larger point of this entire conversation, which is that the irony of all of this is we're watching the president, who has worked tirelessly to instill peace in the Middle East and around the world, consistently be called the president who surely was going to start World War III by the same people who are leading so-called No Kings protests in every major city across America, who have been in office longer than twice the time we have been alive. Look at people like Nancy Pelosi, who were first elected into office into the United States House of Representatives 38 years ago, 10 years before I was even born. These people have made hundreds of millions of dollars off of their career in public service, supposedly serving the American people, but really being the modern version of a king. So you're watching this
cryptocurrency.
Okay, one thing I would say, Isabel, is that, like I say, the British king does not have the power, for example, to pardon people who've been put in prison for crimes, right? So I want to end by asking you all one question, same question. I want a one-word answer. And the question is, should President Trump have pardoned George Santos? Harry?
No.
Scott?
Yes, he should. Yeah.
You're only allowed one word. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a yes?
Yes.
Isabel?
He has the constitutional power to do
yes
so.
Yes or no?
One word.
Yes.
Okay. Jack?
Yes, but also he didn't pardon him; he commuted him, which is a different thing.
Okay,
No, it's not.
It is a different thing. You're
It's
right.
a different thing.
He commuted
didn't
the
pardon
sentence.
him.
Yeah.
He commuted a sentence, which was an excessive sentence, and it was right for commutation.
The pro-crime Republican Party.
Still legally,
the pro-crime Republican Party.
It was a one-word answer, everybody, and the reason is I'm about to.
Well,
hang on. The reason
Party
is, and you might be ahead of me here. I'm about to interview George Santos, who's just heard what you all said. So thank you all very much indeed. He got 3 yeses. I'm sure he'd be happy with that. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Well, one man, like I say, who might be thankful that President Trump has king-like powers, in fact, exceeding king-like powers, is the former New York Congressman George Santos, who had his 87-month prison sentence commuted this weekend. And he joins me now. Well, George, welcome back.
Piers, good to be with you. It's a shame that you weren't my first interview this time. You usually have the firsts.
Well, I thought I was going to get the first, so, you cheated on me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry I cheated on you, Piers.
It's
you're
okay.
You're still one of the best men. You're still one of the best looking men on British TV. How about that?
Well, that bar is quite low, as you know. Look, George.
There you go.
I was, on a personal level, I was pleased for you. On a sort of more public level, obviously, a lot of contentious views about what President Trump did here. I was fascinated that you found out yourself by watching television in prison. You just suddenly saw that your sentence was being commuted. Just on that point, that moment, what did that feel like?
I'm still processing it, Piers. I'm pretty sure you've been watching. I've been doing the circuit, and I haven't really had a proper night's sleep. I'm still having a hard time sleeping and adapting, but I'm still in a state of shock. It's like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I mean, I had just gotten out of being 41 days in complete isolation with no real human interaction. So I'm still trying to get my lining and understand, this is real, this is happening. President Trump extended clemency and mercy towards me. But it's good to just point this out. I really wish that Harry Sasson was as outraged as he is when President Biden pardoned Hunter Biden on a
Harry Sasson? You just said that unironically. Harry Sasson. All right.
complete slate of crimes committed and crimes that God only knows what else he committed. But Harry is really good at being partisan. I wish him well, but, look, Piers, I learned a whole deal. It was not an easy process. It was very punitive. It was not reformatory or meant for rehabilitation. It was a targeted torture of nearly half the time I was in prison. I was in solitary confinement for an extended period of time.
And why was that,
days.
George? For those who don't know, why were you kept in solitary for so long?
There was an initial old death threat that was recycled by Project Veritas, and it was taken serious, even though it had already been debunked years before by Capitol Police. So then the FBI got involved. They actually did their process quite fast, but in 21 days, they were able to conclude it was old, fake, not credible, and that no one was actually going to break into prison to kill me. But the warden, who I had been critical of...
Nobody thinks they're going to break into prison. Nobody thinks they're going to break into prison. They think that somebody's going to hire people who are in prison to kill you, especially people who are on life sentences. It would be very easy to just have them fucking kill you, and then they can just put money on their books or or give money to their family or something like that. Like it is not that they think that they're going to break into prison. I don't think anybody was afraid of that.
On my column for the South Shore Press since my inception in prison because of the conditions, unsanitary, inhumane conditions that they kept us from, feeding us expired food to having black mold all over the ceiling. This warden saw an opportunity to try to silence me. This woman didn't allow commissary to sell me stamps. She didn't allow COs to give me envelopes. I had to work around and, have help from COs who felt bad for me and other inmates who felt bad for me and gave me their stamps. This was a torturous, dehumanizing process. And I got to say, she allowed me to stay an additional almost 3 weeks in solitary so she can run her, quote, internal process, and all along calling this protective custody while she put me alongside with people who were in segregated isolation for disciplinary custody, meaning
Disciplinary?
one phone call every 30 days.
That he has to be doing this on purpose. He has to be doing this on purpose. Disciplinary? He's purposely saying shit of like incorrectly. He's got to be pronouncing all this shit wrong on purpose, right? I feel like I'm fucking getting gaslit here. This is like what TikTokers do all the time, where they try to mispronounce things to fuck with you so that you go comment on their videos.
For 15 minutes, no visits, only once a month with shackles. They put me in shackles, Piers. You know what they usually put murderers and dangerous people in. So this is the
Or
kind
like
of treatment I
prisoners.
received. No real mental health. They took me off my medications that I've been on for 22 years, which is Vyvanse. And anyone who knows ADHD and ADD understand how imperative that is for your mental health. This warden runs a slaughterhouse of a facility, and she used it to weaponize it against me.
What was the first night like when that door clanked
Awful.
shut and you left there? What were you feeling?
I was in this big dorm with almost 50 other guys, and I cried. I cried every night, Pierce. I'm an emotional guy. We've been in person together. You've seen that firsthand. I'm emotional. I cried, but I was trying to adjust best I could until the warden slapped me into the isolation.
We all feel so bad for you. Right?
First night was awful. It's you walk in, you don't know anybody, you're caught off guard. The conditions are awful. The sanitation and sanitary conditions don't really exist. Nutrition is absolutely subpar, and you're forced to live in an environment that's unsafe,
be so bad.
hostile, and unsanitary. How can you even start to comprehend that this is how the FCI Ferreton institution and the warden expect to rehabilitate someone? It doesn't happen.
Did you feel physically scared those first few days and weeks?
The first few days, my guard was up. I was absolutely terrified. I told you and your audience before going, violence, sexual violence, physical violence, all those things went through my head. Luckily, there was a good group of people there with a good head on their shoulders who kind of were just like, look, nobody's going to mess with you. Nobody's going to hurt you. We're here. We're not that kind of facility. That's what they would say at the camp. And truly, I never really was in physical harm there. People treated me really graciously. And I'm forever thankful for that. All people from all walks of life and different political opinions were very generous and very gracious towards me. So no physical harm there for sure.
There will be people watching this saying, get out the smallest violin in the world. You were a liar, you were a cheat, you were a fraudster and so on. That's why you were in prison. It's not a holiday camp, it's not a hotel. And prisons are tough for a reason. They're there to deter people. What do you say to those people who won't have any sympathy for what you've been saying?
Look, I understand my critics. I created my critics because it was my own self-doing. I was in such a destructive, self-destructive path that I left a trail of hurt all along the way to my former colleagues in the House, my former New York GOP apparatus, my supporters, my voters, the constituents of New York's 3rd District, along with friends and family. It's my own doing. So it's part of my mission. It's part of my path towards redemption is to endure the criticism and take it as, constructive and build on it and prove to them through actions, not just words, that I will do better and I will be better and show them that side. And only time will heal wounds and only time will warrant true forgiveness from people. And Pearson, that's all I can do. I can't expect any much more than that. I have a lot of work to do ahead of me.
You said that you owe the American people. You also owed them $373,000, which was the fine put against you. That also gets wiped in the commutation of your sentence. And there's been questions as whether you will feel, a personal moral obligation to pay it. What is your view?
So I was actually speaking with my attorneys this morning. We don't have an official vehicle or way to do that.
Okay.
All right, well, let's get fired up then. We'll pop over to
Actually, before we get to this, what is this?
I've been reading too many people fighting and arguing about stupid shit to the point where I'm starting to develop theories, and I don't want to.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state.
Who actually runs the government?
Not who you think it is.
Here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along.
She killed her dog and bragged about it in her book. The prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones. The investigators will be investigated.
She killed her dog and bragged about it in her book? What?
Because the deep state, last term for President Trump, they were hiding in the shadows. But now they have a spotlight on them.
People, we need to stop trusting the experts. Right?
There are many strange ideas that...
Stop trusting the experts, guys. That's where you guys are fucking up. Okay? That's where you guys are fucking up. You're trusting the experts. You should be flying your own planes. Okay? You guys should be flying your own planes. Do not trust a pilot to fly your fucking plane. Don't do that shit. Okay? Don't build your own house. Just go build your own house. Don't expect like somebody who knows what they're doing to go build their own. Don't trust those people. Go build your own fucking house. All right? Handle your own shit. Build your own car. Build your own engine. Fix your own cars. If you go into a restaurant and it says that they have a health score of like 55, who cares? Don't trust those fucking experts. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. Fuck that shit. This is Blonde Philosophy, also known as Silly Serious. We've had her on the show a number of times. She's I believe she's also dating Pisco now as well. So I like when she puts out videos. She does very good video essays.
Influence the Trump administration and the tech oligarchy and their network states. That's just one of them.
Sorry. She goes by Blonde Philosophy on another channel. This one's Blonde Politics. Which she used to be streaming within like Twitch Politics under the term or under the name The Silly Serious.
The side of that coin is something that is maybe stranger, if you believe that that is possible. So strange that it's been really hard for me to work out a meaningful way to talk about it. I'm talking about the thinking that is related to Steve Bannon, what motivated the Gen 6s, the true believers who think that God selected Donald Trump to save America.
I think he's been sent from above.
I believe he is a gift from God that's trying to save our country.
This thinking, it's not religious necessarily, but it is kind of esoteric. And the best concept that I have found to help me understand it is the occult. Don't click away. Please just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to explain what I mean before you just dismiss this out of hand, because I'm not using that word to conjure ideas of conspiracy or evil or anything like that. Historically, the occult has been understood as rejected knowledge. Things that we once believed and respected, but over time, as science has progressed, they've fallen out of fashion and our society just doesn't really endorse them anymore. Obviously, there have been periods where a lot of things fell out of fashion, like the scientific revolution. But the thing about this rejected knowledge is, despite being disproven, despite most people moving on to other forms of knowledge, some of these ideas hang on. They retain a following. You probably encounter numerous kinds of rejected knowledge in your day-to-day life. Astrology, homeopathy, Ayurveda, conspiracy theories, feng shui, crystals, heavy metals, Dianetics, acupuncture, I could go on. But what often accompanies these beliefs is a rejection of the prevalent authorities and the institutions of the day, and a rejection of the empirical methods that they use to validate their findings, because in their mind, only one can be right. Let's start with the man that led me down this very dark and twisted rabbit hole, RFK Jr. How on earth did this man end up as the Secretary of Health when he believes so many unscientific things.
I do believe that autism does come from vaccines. They're going to have the right to compel unwanted medical interventions on us. The Nazis did that in the camps. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. They're putting in 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior.
Things that we know based on empirical testing are not true. He believes vaccines cause autism, antidepressants cause mass shootings, fluoride in the water causes lower IQ and brittle bones, chemicals in our food are responsible for gender confusion, seed oils cause obesity, AIDS is caused by poppers at raves, and Wi-Fi is destroying our mitochondria and giving us all cancer. All of the beliefs that I have listed require a rejection of modern science in order to believe, or just a flat-out rejection of modernity. A belief that things were simpler in the past, they were better then. But when you reject the empirical evidence and institutions that support scientific development, you are forced to reject a bunch of other things too. When you go to the part of the world where people who love to drink raw milk are, you will start to hear a lot of other weird ideas. In that pile of rejected knowledge, things amalgamate, because the institution that rejected my idea also rejected this idea. So maybe I should give this idea a second chance. Your yoga group suddenly starts questioning the efficacy of vaccines, and then your anti-vax group starts to question the moon landing. And before you know it, your circle is talking about the deep state.
Donald Trump, our United States president.
That seems to be the problems with the Weinstein brothers. Is they were considered great minds, really well respected within their fields. And then they started coming up with their own theories and their own ideas on things outside of their own fields that were heavily criticized and rejected outright. And that seemed to be like the starting point for where they start to lose trust and faith within the processes that they've used for their entire careers.
Is a massive and powerful light worker. The information that I am providing today is coming from the Galactic Federation of Light. That's what the humans call these beings.
Any skepticism towards one idea might force you to apply the same questioning attitude to your own beliefs. So these ideas start reinforcing one another, even though most of the time they have very little to do with one another. And the goals of the people who endorse the different projects tend to be very different. All of these ideas that have failed to gain or maintain mainstream recognition come together to create this taboo irrationalism that in a historical context is understood as the occult. The occult then creates a kind of counter-establishment, a more singular thought pattern that wants to rebel against the status quo and become a home for the alienated. Anyone who doesn't feel represented by the establishment or the established social order may look to this alternative and turn to rejected knowledge to validate their denunciation of the mainstream. A lot of poor people who find the Make America Great Again, rejection of progress slogan appealing, they're vulnerable to these kinds of belief. They don't want to face their own powerlessness. They don't want to believe that this is just happening to them. So they turn to these alternative knowledge spaces to have a sense of control, to believe that there is some divine purpose or that a miracle will happen that will fix everything. But there is another category of people who tend to dabble in the occult or have a preference for rejected knowledge, the rich and the bored. The issues of the everyday man don't affect them. There's little in their life that can affect them because, well, they're wealthy, which actually can make life a little bit boring. In order to feel important and interesting, they want to pretend that they are part of some bohemian underground intelligentsia. And of course they want to believe that they are greater and more powerful and more in control than modern science insists that they are. Just an average human like everybody else. When there is a lot of political disillusionment and institutional distrust, members of this counter-establishment can force their way into mainstream politics. That can be through creating a new party or reshaping an existing party. Ultimately, it's whatever is the path of least resistance. Politics, based on rejected knowledge, does tend to have a religious complexion. Advocates claim that they have ideals much greater than the day-to-day concerns of the state. Forget social services or infrastructure, they have spiritual sounding goals like salvation and redemption. This is an illuminated politics.
You talk about the country, you believe you have more to do. You weren't done. You were spared for a reason.
Well, God believes that, I guess. We'll have to see.
Trump has frequently said that he believes in the power of positive thinking.
Think of yourself as a winner.
The power of positive thinking.
If he meant an optimistic outlook on life, I'd be right on board. But he means something a little bit more serious than that. When talking about the people who've shaped him as a person, Trump only ever names two people: his late father and his Reverend, Norman Vincent Peale.
You know, the greatest speaker I think I've ever witnessed was Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. And he would speak the power of positive thinking.
Trump started attending Peale's sermons as a child in the 1950s and remained a devoted parishioner for more than 50 years, marrying two of his wives in Peale's church. This isn't casual, ticket off the list church attendance. Trump likes this church, and he likes this reverend. And it was in this church, through this reverend, that Donald Trump was introduced to the power of positive thinking. The power of positive thinking comes from something called New Thought. New Thought is a religious movement that started in America in the early 19th century and basically created a bunch of spiritual Frankenstein's monsters. It all started with a man named Phineas Quimby, who convinced people that he could heal them using something called mind power. New Thought endorses the idea that your mind directly influences reality. Not the whole attitude is everything, perspective is everything shtick. No, you can think things into being, that you can make things happen with the power of your mind alone.
In any moment, your life can re-begin itself with a new thought.
I believe that our words have creative power, and they start with thoughts.
God said, let us make man in our image and likeness. What was the intention? That we would create with the words of our mouth.
It gave us the freedom to use our mind, to use our thought, to allow the creative power within us to create a new life.
Because we know our thoughts have power.
We create with the words of our mouth an atmosphere that either attracts God or it causes God not to be drawn into our situation.
All of these people are still very much Christian. The proverb, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, is heavily stretched to mean that every person's creative mind has the same creative force as God. These ideas started in relation to health, and we definitely still see them there today, but soon they evolved into a focus on self-improvement and material abundance. So what started with a random clockmaker, Phineas Quimby, resulted in Christian Science, the prosperity gospel.
I've always been your debt freedom.
And the power of positive thinking.
Dr. Norman Vincent Peale from many years ago wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking.
In that book, he says that any fact facing us, however difficult, even seemingly hopeless, is not so important as our attitude toward that fact. Confident and optimistic thought pattern can modify or overcome the fact altogether. These are the instructions that Peale gives to his followers, and I think they actually also provide an alternative framing for Trump's consistent and outrageous lies. Have we ever considered that Trump might be manifesting?
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning.
That makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense, that he's like doing a lot of manifesting, that he just says things are gonna happen and he just repeats it over and over and over until everybody believes it or everybody else repeats it.
Nobody else can do it like me.
Nobody even understands it but me.
Nobody knows debt better than me.
Nobody builds walls better than me.
Nobody knows much more about technology than I do.
Nobody knows the system better than me.
Nobody in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump. There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am. I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world.
Nobody's ever had crowds like this. Nobody ever.
I know more formulas. I know words. I have the best words. I have an instinct for this kind of thought. I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody.
I'm not saying he's manifesting as in it is working, because I am saying that when Trump says all of these crazy things, maybe his motivation is more spiritual. When Trump told his press secretary to announce that his Inauguration Day crowd was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe, was he lying, or did he think he was affirming? I think it's important to understand because of the relationship between different kinds of rejected knowledge. I told you how it cross-contaminates and how strong belief in one thing makes you more susceptible to another. So if Donald Trump truly believes in the power of positive thinking, he is susceptible to other far more dangerous forms of rejected knowledge. Well, no spoilers, but there is a very scary piece of rejected knowledge that exists close to the White House, and it is coming at him from a lot of different angles. But let me show you the connection between these two ideas using another group who are at the forefront of culture right now. men. The power of positive thinking is not some special tool used exclusively by Trump. You don't need me to tell you that. In America, it's everywhere. The law of attraction, The Secret, affirmations, manifestation, how to win friends and influence people. The self-help industry is bigger than it has ever been, and recently it got a whole new audience. As men face a growing number of challenges in society,
The self-help stuff is so annoying. Like, it seems like people actually get something out of it, so it's like it's something that nobody wants to like put down too much. But damn, it's so fucking annoying, bro.
whether it be in relationships or economic hardship or education struggles, or mental health concerns, the self-help industry has not skipped a beat in delivering young men some questionable reassurance. Something that will give them the illusion of control, that will make them feel like they have an understanding of how the world works. A cultural home outside of the establishment that they feel has abandoned them. The manosphere and related masculinity influencer content is extremely solution-oriented. And one of the big solutions that they push, positive thinking, manifestation, and the law of attraction.
Right now, in this very moment, you have the power to change your life. You are the creator of your reality.
It's real, guys.
I believe that that you can speak things into existence.
I talked about the law of attraction.
If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen.
The biggest lesson I learned from the Tates is that you are in control of your own mind. The power of hypnotizing yourself.
You make everybody else accept your version of reality. You see a version of yourself inside of your mind, and when other people do not see it when they look at you, you bend space-time and change your outward projection, your avatar, so others view you exactly the way you see yourself.
You could create enough of a visualization for yourself if you really were to powerfully start to focus on it and do that and build that ability to visualize something that your brain at one point would have to think it's so true that the world would meet you and put it into your life.
These ideas tend to exist in a space alongside the more accepted pursuits of masculine culture, the gym, professional sports, but they also cross-contaminate with some more questionable knowledge. There's the avoiding of ultra-processed foods.
People have been arrested and just locked up for having whole milk.
The demonization of feminism.
Well, I'm an independent. I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans and men pay my OnlyFans. And if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male police officer. I don't need men. Shut up.
Conspiracy theories. All of these are far more damaging, but we can see how going to the gym has become synonymous with some more fringe ideas and conservatism more generally, which is a rejection of modernity.
But sometimes I look up, I feel there's like a thing. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't think it's gay or anything. I think it just feel like the space is looking back at me.
There is something much more sinister that is percolating in this space, and it is a type of right-wing thought that is conservative, but not one that wants to go back to the 1950s, one that wants to go back to the Bronze Age. It was once said that every staffer in the Trump White House had read Bronze Age Mindset, a book written pseudonymously by Bronze Age pervert, often referred to affectionately on platforms such as X as BAP. Now, even if this is an exaggeration, on platforms such as X as BAP.
BAP? Bronze Age pervert. Okay.
Now, even if this is an exaggeration, the book and its ideas have so many high-profile supporters.
But Politico, I think, does not do justice to the actual genius. I mean, I think it's actually quite brilliant, much of Bronze Age mindset and as much as I disagree with a lot of it, and I think a lot of it is offensive and terrible and gross, you can't deny that it's incredibly well-structured and well-written.
Mainstream right-wing commentators like Richard Hanania and Christopher Rufo have both shown admiration for BAP's work. BAP's Twitter account is followed by Vice President of the United States J.D. Vance. Michael Anton, the newly appointed policy director at the State Department, positively reviewed the book for the Claremont Institute after receiving it as a gift from Curtis Garvin. Darren Beattie, a former Trump aide who got fired for speaking at a white nationalist conference, is also a big fan. And while Elon Musk has never tweeted about BAP, I'd bet money that he does before the end of 2026. So what is this book about? What makes it so appealing that so many people have read it? First and foremost, if you are a young man, this book is a fun read because it is written like a 4chan post. It's very crass, it's offensive. And the content can be fun too. There's a lot of discussion around what it means to be hot.
Beautiful and strong. Always be the best and excel over all the rest. The left, which seeks not the deification of mankind or of man, but its debasement into cockroach form.
But that is, of course, all a shield, so that if anyone asks you, like, oh, why do you like this book? You can just be, oh, it's ironic, it's fun. But privately, you can still take it very seriously. Because of the way the book is written, it's actually kind of hard to explain what it is exactly about. It's like a strange diatribe that simultaneously praises the pre-modern world, specifically Greece, and critiques the modern world, specifically racial and gender equality and evolutionary science, among other things, while also offering some self-help tidbits. And obviously, there is, of course, a lot of talk about what it means to be a real man. Despite writing like a 4chaner and insisting that the book is not philosophy, it is clear that Bab views himself as knowledgeable when it comes to philosophy and theory. In fact, the writing style is what I assume to be a modern play on Nietzsche's writing style. He wants Bronze Age pervert to be understood as a Nietzschean, Schopenhauerian, Straussian deconstruction of the modern world. And I know that many fans of Bap, and Bap himself, would strongly reject what I am about to say, but whether intentional or not, he is reproducing the ideas of Julius Evola. Who is Evola? You are not going to like him. Evola was an Italian esoteric philosopher and occultist. Evola is associated with traditionalism, a school of thought that believes that a divine piece of truth, a wisdom about the universe was given to mankind in ancient times, and every single religion developed from that truth. Then modernity caused us to forget the truth, and as a result, we have been plunged into decadence and darkness. Therefore, modernity is the enemy. Luckily, traditionalism, Evola's school of thought, endorses a cyclical view of history, one taken from Hinduism instead of a linear one, meaning that in order to go back, we just have to keep pushing forward. Evola believed that in this time cycle, we were in the last stage, known as Kali Yuga.
Welcome to the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga.
Yeah,
Enjoy
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Well, we were talking about that before, and that's kind of where we're at. We are in Kali Yuga.
We are in Kali Yuga.
And the Hindus were very smart in their idea of, it was the Hindus, right?
Yes, the Hindus, yes.
They came up with this idea that there are certain ages, almost unavoidable, of civilization.
Correct.
That they go through these cycles.
Correct.
And Kali Yuga is characterized by violent conflict and the end of the world as we know it. It's kind of similar to the beliefs held by accelerationists who believe that the world is already in the process of collapsing under the weight of its own contradiction. So the best thing to do is to speed it up so it falls apart. Then we can get cracking on starting all over. Evola rose to prominence during...
So yeah, this is accelerationism. Mantis is an accelerationist.
Fascism. Evola believed in a spiritual caste system. He believed that some people were better than other people, therefore appealing to the masses, fundamentally wrong. Then in Germany, he felt that the Third Reich was too scientific in their racial discrimination, in their Holocaust, because he felt that the issue with victims of the regime should not be one of race or politics. It's that they were spiritually bad, that their spiritual essence was lesser. And he was obsessed with the idea of the spirit, in particular the warrior spirit. Even after the end of World War II, the defeat of fascism, he tried to bring it back. He was tried in court for advocating for the revival of fascism, but he missed the charge because technically, he was never a member of Mussolini's fascist party, a party he didn't join because they were not fascist enough. Evola wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World, in which he diagnoses all of the problems of the modern West. Funnily enough, his complaints are very similar to the right-wing intelligentsia today, in that liberalism has led to the degradation of higher values and ideals in favor of atheism and materialism, mob rule, hedonism, scientism, gender ideology, and race mixing. And if we are going to save civilization, we need to recenter spiritual pursuits. If you read Revolt Against the Modern World by Evola and Bronze Age Mindset by Bap side by side, the influence will be obvious. Like Evola, Bap believes that there is a spiritual caste system, that those who belong to the lower caste, which Bap refers to as bugmen, need to be purified. Members of the lower caste are spoken of with absolute hatred by both writers. Both have a contempt for Enlightenment values in Christianity. Both believe that the ancient key to human vitality and potential has been lost. Both books open with the author insisting that only superior minds will be able to understand their ideas. And just like Evola, the stock standard fascism is simply too populist and too democratic for Bap, who writes, I believe in fascism, or something worse, I believe in rule by a military caste of men who would be able to guide society toward a morality of eugenics. Something important that I think is worth mentioning is Evola's early preoccupation with an idea that he called the absolute individual. It's kind of similar to Nietzsche's Übermensch. It's basically the idea of a man who has the ability to be whatever he wants to be through the power of his mind and will alone. Eventually, this willpower will become so strong that not only will he be able to change himself, but he will also be able to change the world. Evola wrote, "One could envision a gradual process whereby the power of an eye expands from being the power of thought to that of a magical imagination and self-persuasion, to that of persuading others and ultimately persuading and altering reality itself." And that is actually very similar to what Bap is talking about when he talks about the Bronze Age mindset. Ultimately, it all comes back to the power of positive thinking. Another fan of Julius Evola's ideas is Richard Spencer.
Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
Infamous alt-right leader who has said that Evola is one of the most...
Give me just a second. I'm trying to... There we go. Trying to reconnect this. There we go.
Most interesting men of the 20th century. I don't believe that Richard Spencer has read Julius Evola, but that doesn't really matter because he's bringing him up for a reason.
We're really trying to change the world, and we're going to do that by changing consciousness and changing how people see the world and how they see themselves.
There are sections of the alt-right that honestly believe what they are doing is magic. They are actively engaged in something called chaos magic, which conceptually exists somewhere between witchcraft and pickup artistry. But chaos magic itself developed in the 1970s during a time where the culture actively rejected the idea that something could be true, or fact, or reality. This period of time was ruled by the idea that symbols and systems don't have meaning. Meaning comes exclusively from belief. Therefore, the truth is whatever you believe. Chaos magic believes that we can use our minds, individually and collectively, to change the world. Reality is a playground. Chaos magic likes to focus on extending what we believe is possible for us to affect. What would it take to nudge the universe in the direction you want it to go? Maybe something as trivial as the image of a frog could change the world forever if enough people believed that it meant something more. Pepe began his life in a 2005 comic book called The Boys Club. By 2010, Pepe was a popular meme. In 2016, Pepe went bad. He started being used on the message board 4chan as a visual way to indicate that something was politically incorrect. Misogyny, fascism, racism, all accompanied by a Pepe. Pepe was being shared wearing swastikas and saying slurs. The ADL classified Pepe as a hate symbol. But around this time, someone noticed a coincidence. In the ancient Egyptian world, the god of chaos and darkness was depicted by a frog named Kek.
The god Kek, who's a frog, as it turns out.
But the coincidence didn't end there, because Kek was a phrase used in place of lol by World of Warcraft MPG players, many of whom already a fan of Pepe. This is of course all completely meaningless in reality. Many things are just a coincidence, but this coincidence was given spiritual significance. Pepe became a sigil to these people, an entity created and fed by the devotion of his followers for magical purposes. It is so stupid, I know, and I'm sorry. It gets worse. On the website 4chan, posts are given sequential ID numbers that are hard to predict given the volume of posting. The members of 4chan treat patterns and repetitions in these numbers as auspicious. It's very similar to the way that girls get excited when it's 11:11. Because these are numbers...
Well, I was gonna say, or like, you know, over, you know, what month you're born in and what your sign is, and I thought she was going to say, yeah, off of that sort of shit, but yeah.
Seen as special, people would go out of their way to try and get them. And in 2015, a lot of posts that were trying to get these 4chan angel numbers were posts about Trump or Pepe. One day, someone's post appears with the number 7777777. That's 7 sevens. It doesn't get more auspicious than that. That post said Donald Trump will win the election. So from that day forth, it became law that Donald Trump had been divinely selected by the god of chaos Kek to rule the United States of America. On the 13th of October 2015, Donald Trump retweeted an image of himself depicted as Pepe. For months, people in this 4chan community tried to manifest harm against Hillary Clinton using the Pepe, and when she fell down at the 9/11 memorial service, they took responsibility. Was it a joke? Well, yes and no. In the same way that BAP is joking, I'm not joking. In the same way that Trump himself is simultaneously ridiculous and very serious. It doesn't really matter though, because whether they were joking or not, they were going out of their way to do the esoteric practice of harnessing the power of intention and mental energy to produce a real-world result. Links between online memes and real-world events are, to these people, interpreted as magic. While the alt-writers on 4chan were doing magic, the people of Frog Twitter were discussing the merits of Baathism. In a very broad sense, Frog Twitter was a collection of people who opposed Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and wanted to change the institutions that supported them. Actual Frog Twitter in the early days was an extremely closed, hierarchical group led by two figures, Frogdad and Mina. They discussed all kinds of fringe intellectual projects, but once Trump takes office, the nature of Frog Twitter changes dramatically. Some members leave, some are banned from the platform, a schism occurs, and a new leader emerges for Frog Twitter, none other than Bronze Age pervert himself. Under the reign of BAP, the nature of Frog Twitter completely changes. The original members of Frog Twitter were pushed out, and BAP used the community to promote himself, his book, his ideas, BAPism, and the right-wing esotericism associated with it. Frog Twitter became dominated by e-girls, Tradcat's semi-famous posters. It became mainstream. Even Elon Musk was a member of Frog Twitter. The Frog Twitter that started as a more intellectual debate meme rejection of Hillary Clinton morphed into a crypto-fueled e-girl-run BAPfest. Why have I given you this incredibly dense history of Frog Twitter? The changes we see in Frog Twitter are the same changes we see between the two Trump administrations. The online mind willed the new administration into power, and the greater centering of Evola is a part of his administration. 2014, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's campaign manager, gave a speech at a Vatican function. People who are familiar with traditionalism and other forms of right-wing esoteric philosophy were shocked to hear him name drop Julius Evola. He did so while talking about how Vladimir Putin cultivates his personal political power. Bannon said he's got an advisor who harkens back to Julius Evola and different writers of the early 20th century who are really supporters of what's called the traditionalist movement, which really eventually metastasized into Italian fascism. A lot of people that are traditionalists are attracted to that. I think that people, particularly in certain countries, want to see the sovereignty for their country. They want to see nationalism for their country. We, the Judeo-Christian West, really have to look at what he's talking about as far as traditionalism goes, particularly the sense of where it supports the underpinnings of nationalism. And I happen to think that the individual sovereignty of a country is a good thing and a strong thing.
Because I believe the world, and particularly the Judeo-Christian West, is in a crisis. And I believe that, hundreds of years from now, when they look back, and we are children of that barbarity, that this will be looked at as almost a new dark age.
It was shocking for someone so close to the President of the United States to name and discuss the ideas of a man like Julius Evola. We also know that in 2018, Bannon had an 8-hour-long meeting with the most famous living supporter of Julius Evola, Alexander Dugin.
We in Russia, we could use postmodernity in order to explain to the West that if any truth is relative, so we have our special Russian truth that you need to accept as something that maybe is not your truth.
Even if it's not true.
But if the truth is relative.
But what is truth, really? I mean, come on. Who knows? Who decides what's true and what's not?
Dugin, often referred to as the modern Rasputin, has called for a genuine, true, radical, revolutionary, and consistently fascist fascism. Conservatives do not want change. Traditionalists want lots of change very fast. They want to get the train to jump the tracks. But how do you get the train to jump the tracks? In 2018, Benjamin Teitelbaum interviewed Steve Bannon for his book, War on Eternity. And Teitelbaum was very brave. He asked Bannon point blank if he was a traditionalist. And Bannon's response was coy. It was neither a full-hearted confirmation or a flat-out denial. Instead, he hesitated and then said, it depends on what you mean. Teitelbaum is an expert in these more esoteric philosophies, so knowing that Bannon wasn't willing to come out and say it, Teitelbaum listened for clues in what Bannon was saying. At one point during the discussion, Bannon referred to Donald Trump as a man in time, a phrase that Teitelbaum clocked immediately as originating from a more obscure traditionalist text. This phrase comes from a French traditionalist known as Savitri Devi. She is the author of a book called The Lightning and the Sun, and she basically tried to turn the Third Reich into a religion, which she called esoteric Hitlerism. Like all traditionalists, this woman believed that time was cyclical and that violence and aggression would accelerate an age, which would lead to spiritual renewal. But she also believed that certain special individuals could play a role in the process of cycling through an age. And these special people come in three forms: a man in time, a man above time, and a man against time. It is interesting that Bannon would use the phrase a man in time to refer to Trump. They are exterminators without an ideology. They are not aware that they are such men. In fact, they are often not curious or prone to self-reflection. They pursue self-interest with such ruthlessness that they themselves become a harmful force. When asked, Bannon said he wasn't familiar with the work. But when the ideas were explained to him, he did say he found them very interesting. So if we believe Teitelbaum, that Bannon did say this phrase, we have two options. We can view it as a mere coincidence that the phrase was used. Or we can view it as an intentional invocation of a concept used in the foundational text of esoteric Nazism, which claims a person is actively trying to destroy society in the hopes of bringing a new age upon us. Whether or not Trump sees himself as some sort of chaos magician or spiritual warrior, it doesn't really...
Yeah, I don't think Trump actually wants to bring a new age of anything. I think that he very much wants to be the only one who can do this. I've talked about the fact that I think that, like, once his presidency is over this time, like, I don't think he's going to back somebody else to be the new leader of the of MAGA. I don't think that he's going to allow there to be another leader of MAGA. I think that he has to be it, just him, and that once he's done, like, he's gonna undermine anybody who's going to be coming up next. I can't play till my net gets reconnected, but hopefully not long. Just signed up to a new company. They said it should be on tonight or tomorrow. Damn, dude. Yeah, I'm sitting at 71% right now. 72% now. So yeah, this is taking forever. This is taking a very long fucking time. This is I did make a tomfoolery show style Warzone logo though. So this is very important.
Really matter. It is clear that the people around him see him as more than just a politician. Without suggesting that any of this is done with any sort of intentionality, this might be why rational...
111 gigabytes, yes. It is insane. It's fucking insane.
Approaches to this administration seem to consistently fall short. In the same way that it is difficult to convince an anti-vaxxer that they are putting their child in danger, it is hard to explain to people that Donald Trump will not help them politically. A large section of the American population is engaged in magical thinking, and because his entire administration is justified using a completely...
Oh, it's 111.
different kind of thinking, it is difficult to rationally convince someone that Trump is not acting in the interests of the American people. His illuminated politics are destructive in a way that we've never really seen before, and we are experiencing our first truly irrational presidency. The only thing that gives me hope is that I know, whether half of America believes it or not, magic is not real. This is me trying to explain the magic trick. Enjoy the Kali Yuga.
We're coming up with the answers for autism. You watch. We're coming up with the answers for other things that normal people, regular people, easy to get along with people wouldn't be able to do. He's got a lot of ideas, and so do I, and we're going to clean it up.
No ordinary man was ever elected president of the United States. And that's pretty much true. But even an extraordinary man can do unusual things.
What? No ordinary man has ever been elected president of the United States. But even an extraordinary man can do unusual things. Don't they have to do unusual things in order to be an extraordinary man? Is the Tylenol. Tom, get Arc Raiders when it comes. What is Arc Raiders?
Let me start by saying this. Every game has its own genre. We have to respect that. Arc Raiders is an extraction shooter. That's what it is. But I think some people, myself included, came into this expecting something else because of the kind of games we've played. For me, I've spent years in games like The Division 2, massive open world RPG looter shooters, where you can actually live in the world. There's progression, exploration, crafting, builds, and it's pretty much a lifestyle. So when I jumped into Arc Raiders, I had to reset that mindset, even in the tech test too, because this isn't that. And here's a truth that a lot of people don't want to admit. If you've never played an extraction shooter before, you're probably going to be confused, maybe even disappointed after trying the server slam. And that's not because the game is bad at all. It's because you're not familiar with the loop. Extraction shooters are about risk and reward. You go out, farm for materials, extract, and use what you earn to craft and improve. Then you dive back in. It's rinse and repeat. But it's all about that tension, the thrill of possibly losing everything you worked for. And trust me, it's happened to me many times.
Isn't that what there's one game that I know of that's like that. I forget what it's called. It's like Red something, or what is the somebody said that they were playing it just the other day. When somebody was listening to me and said in chat that they were playing that game. It's a game that a bunch of people have like different servers on and shit like that. Rust. That is what I was thinking of. Rust. Yep. Rust is like that, right? That would apply to Rust. So I always see clips of people just like getting fucked. Like they come up to somebody and they're like, you know, hey man, I need help. Please give me this. And they're like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, I swear, no funny business, man. No funny. I swear, please just give me this. They're like, okay, all right. And then they start giving them shit. And all of a sudden they like pull out fucking guns out of nowhere. And they're like, all right, give me all your shit. And they're like, wait, oh, fuck, dude, I was trying to help you. They're like, I don't give a fuck. Give me all your shit. You're surrounded. And like 10 more people come out. And they're like, we got you. And it's so fucking weird. Like, but yes, that is, that applies to what it is he's talking about. Yeah.
And for me personally, I've never really been a big fan of that loop. I like to take what I've earned and use it somewhere else. When I grind hard and pull like something really rare out of a sweaty extraction, I want to take that gear into an open world mission or PvE environment.
What was the game? There was a game that was about space. And it's supposed to be the biggest map that has ever existed on any game ever. And it came out in like 2014, I think. And I think still today, it is by far the biggest map ever because it continues to build itself as people get farther into it. And that it is kind of like a never-ending map. Like it can't ever stop growing. Red Dead Redemption? No. No, it's a space game. No Man's Sky. Yep. No Man's Sky. I wanted to get that game for a long time. I had a bunch of friends who were playing it, and they were all totally in love with it. They were hardcore nerds, but all of them loved No Man's Sky, and they were obsessed with it. And some of them said, they're like, dude, I'm literally doing nothing but trying to get to the center of the galaxy. Apparently, that is like where the end of the game is, and they're like, but you have to keep stopping on all of these different planets to get resources to make sure that you can keep flying. And so I have to keep stopping and like fighting against aliens. And sometimes there's even people who were already there who have like claimed this land, and it becomes a problem. And so sounds fucking crazy, dude.
To cool down and actually enjoy the loot. That's how I like to play. But Arc Raiders isn't built around that specifically. It's not trying to be everything. It's focused on the core extraction experience. And honestly, we gotta respect it. A lot of people judge the game off the server slam.
The end of the game, is that, has anybody ever gotten there? Do we know what it's like?
Which was a stress test for the developers to see if their game could survive thousands of people on the server all at once. It wasn't meant to show off everything. And that's the definition of a server slam. But I do think that the developers, maybe thinking from a perspective of the player, maybe could have made it a little bit more, because not only was this a server slam, but by the timing and the actual marketing of the game, the build up, people were expecting more. And so I think this was an opportunity for the developers to show what their game was about. I mean, you know, it's in a good place right now. It's still going to blow up regardless, because right after the server slam, I ran a poll on my channel asking, will you purchase Arc Raiders after playing? And the results didn't surprise me. 70% said yes, 30% said no. That's as of recording this video. And I wouldn't be surprised if similar polls across channels show the same thing, because it tells you something important. A lot of players still want this game. It says a lot about the foundation Embark is built. And a few weeks before that, I ran another poll asking what actually keeps...
Yeah, I don't know. This is just not really my kind of game.
The main screen. And welcome all the people. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. We're going to be having a discussion.
The Modern Day Debate for today was canceled. It was supposed to be on this stream. If you guys weren't here yesterday, we were supposed to be doing a debate today on whether the right or the left was more violent, and he said that he wasn't able to get any right wingers, which I mentioned yesterday. Catmere said that Jake the Snake was going to be part of this. According to the Modern Day Debate guy, he couldn't get any right wingers to sign on. Like, he couldn't get any right wingers. He could only get lefties who were willing to come debate this. No lefties were willing to come debate it, and so they had to cancel the entire thing. So
tonight on should the U.S. cut ties with Israel?
You got to see combat. Okay.
So are we like being friendly towards players? Are we just like murder on sight? How you guys feeling right now?
So the way I'm looking at it is if they shoot first, no mercy. But if we like sneak up on a squad, we can talk.
Okay. Oh,
boys, let's get out of here. Oh no.
He's following you. Oh yeah, stuff's dead down here. Oh, up top right, above you, Onik.
Okay. Oh! I knew I heard footsteps.
Hey, team up.
Hey guys. Friendly?
I'm throwing a grenade.
The fight's on. I'm gonna smoke it.
He was top right. There's so many angles, dude. This is gonna be awful.
Oh, yeah,
He said, "Hey guys, team up," and they just start trying to kill him.
Terrible push, boys.
Yeah, can we do something else?
Yeah.
Here we go.
They'll never see this flank coming.
Hey guys, I'm flanking you.
No. They're over this way.
I'm disoriented. Yeah, that's what I see.
Just let you guys know, we're flanking you.
No, it's a reverse psychology. I said what we were actually doing, but they think that I'm lying, so they're still watching that area.
Oh shoot, oh shoot. That's above. Is that above?
Yeah, it's above.
That kind of sounds like it's above.
There's a zip here.
Yeah.
Should we just send it?
Yeah.
Alright, sick boy.
Oh my god, this thing's slow. One right in front of me here.
Head up!
Nice. Left side. Flare.
Oh my god,
I
dude.
can't see anything.
How'd you guys not even get hit? But I took the full force of that? What is that?
Ultra instinct.
I can't. I can't feel my legs, mate.
Help me.
How would you like to go out?
Awesome.
No, that's not.
I mean,
how would you like to go out?
Fair enough, man.
Come on, let's go.
I'm ready to be awesome for you. Stand still. Oh my
Is
god.
that? Do you like that? Does that work for you?
Yeah,
Awesome or what?
it was alright. I think everybody can do better over here.
Oh,
It was so awesome you died.
you threw it back so hard, he passed away.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's almost done. Come on. Give me a break. I can't try to load faster. All right. We're at 91%. All right. 91%. We're almost there.
Oh shoot.
Watch out, Luca. Cracked him.
Wait, this is
Same
definitely
area,
two
just
separate
he's
teams.
below left. Below left. Yeah, no.
Oh, dodged it. That one didn't.
Ooh.
Holy man. You're not joking about the AI.
I
To be
know.
fair though, like we don't have very good weapons right now.
But still, they team up on you, and they,
Wait,
those guys came out of nowhere. You should do what he did. You should do what he did.
What?
I'll do it. Fun.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait. He's gonna get red so
That's
quick
not
now.
That's not the reaction I was hoping for. Why'd you guys pick me up? Hey, put me back down.
Wait, you want to go back down?
He's gonna jump off. Oh no, I'm knocked again.
Oh no. How awful, guys.
I think you're gonna have to resume.
This is weird. I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
So we
another
have
time.
Team Thorpe versus Counterpoints and Garrett. So thank you guys for coming out to Modern Day Debate. And without further ado, we're going to hand it on over to Ben to get us started up here. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Coming through okay?
Excellent.
All right. Thank you to my fellow debaters, Garrett and Connor, and my daughter here is debating with me. We are debating the affirmative of the proposition the U.S. should cut ties to the state of Israel. And what I find fascinating about this, I love to take the contrarian position, to be given a weak hand, but I don't think I could possibly be given a stronger hand than the affirmative of this proposition. I absolutely am fascinated by what our interlocutors could possibly put together as any reasons for this relationship to continue. I would use the analogy of our relationship with the state of Israel.
That is not going to be an easy proposition to run, that we should just completely cut ties with Israel. That is not an easy proposition. It makes sense to say, like, I think that maybe we should hold off on sending weapons for a while. Sure, that makes sense. It makes sense if you say, like, yeah, I think that maybe we should use our leverage over Israel to force them into acting, more humane. Okay, that makes sense. There's a lot of things but to say, like, oh, we should just completely sever ties with Israel, that's kind of fucking ridiculous. That seems a little fucking insane.
It's like having a psychotic girlfriend.
I doubt that we're going to watch this for very long with the fucking Thorpes debating. This is going to be hell. So we're just going to tune in for a little bit, see how this went, and then we'll move on to something else.
Who demands everything from you, puts you in incredibly dangerous situations, and doesn't even have sex with you. There's no upside. It's all downside. Now, one reason that you could say, like, how could we have gotten into something like this? Well, I do think people know, like, you get into crazy relationships. But here, historically, the U.S., it's very clear how the U.S. got into this relationship. And it wasn't because there were U.S. interests. It happened because of actors inside the U.S. who pushed three of our main kind of like institutions in the direction of supporting Israel. in no particular order, but probably most importantly, I think that everyone at this point knows that the Israel lobby in the U.S. basically controls politicians through not controls, but exerts tremendous control over politicians by
influence,
funding opposition of anyone who kind of doesn't toe the line on Israel, and shaming them by having them being called anti-Semitic if they in any way veer from. That's why we have a uniparty in this particular issue. Secondly, there has been.
It's so stupid to say we have a uniparty on this issue. Really. So you would say that we have a uniparty on anything that's agreed upon? Like we have a uniparty on whether or not people should drink water? We have a uniparty on the Constitution? We have like that has nothing to do with being a uniparty. That's not like consider the countries that have like 5 to 7 different parties and anything that some of the parties overlap on or agree on. Like it seems so ridiculous to use the term uniparty.
An enormous influence in the media, through both movies and through like news propaganda, where the Israeli side of things gets not in every case, and there are exceptions, but like overwhelming kind of coverage, and it's not balanced at all. Though on the internet now we're seeing like some pushback against that. And thirdly, and perhaps less well known, but I'm a student of theology. The biggest actual number side that believes in this relationship are evangelical Christians who, through a campaign, largely financially driven, but also driven through theology schools and something called the Schofield Bible, have been persuaded in huge numbers to adopt what's called Christian Zionism as a belief system, which has no foundation theologically, historically, and is pretty much an ex nihilo creation of Zionists so that they can say that there are a lot of Americans and American voters on their side. So yes, there's a lot of influence. Yes, there's a lot pushing us in this direction, but none of it has anything to do with what traditionally U.S. relationships are supposed to be based on. And it's a lot like, again, a psychotic, violent girlfriend that you can't seem to break up with because you've become so.
All right, the game is finally fucking launching. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Holy moly. Oh my fucking goodness. Wowie, wowie, wow, wow, wow. Whoa. That is amazing.
Involved with her, but this is the type of relationship where your friends go, dude, what are you doing? You don't get anything out of this. You must have a fetish for humiliation and being domed and being put in violent situations.
I understand exactly what that's like. People say that about my current relationships all the fucking time. That is something that I have a lot of experience with currently.
In which you always lose and will always lose. I think that's well known. There's no upside here. And I'm just fascinated to see if these folks could possibly conjure up any reason whatsoever why we should continue in this relationship. That's it.
All right, gotcha. All right, we're going to hand it over to Grace for their introduction. So thank you so much, Ben, for that there. I want to remind everybody here at Modern Day Debate that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome. I do see you guys are hanging out in the live chat. Take a moment to smack that like button around. We do appreciate when you do that. We're live right now, so that definitely helps boost us up in the algorithm, and let's see what we can do. So I'm going to reset my timer here, hand the floor over to Grace. So Grace, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm just here on behalf of my fellow Gen Zers and younger Americans. 60% of us are anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, and that number is growing every day. I think if you really do care about Americans, even American Jews, the rise of Candace Owens and Nicholas Fuentes definitely shows that my generation is not on board with Hasbara, And in order to prevent things from getting any crazier, I would suggest that we listen to the young people, listen to our future voters, and pull out before things get too hairy. In the words of Rihanna, I'd like to sing this to the state of Israel.
Wait, where's my team? Nobody's online. What the fuck is happening? Nobody's online. Where is everyone?
On behalf of America, put on quite a show. Really had me going, but now it's time to go. Curtains finally closing. That was quite a show. Very entertaining, yeah, but it's over now. But it
It keeps going. Oh, it keeps going. Why? 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 Who told her to do this? Why does it keep going?
It's over now. Israel, take a bow.
Statement.
You're welcome.
I
Thank you.
was gonna say, I think we've talked about it before. I'm definitely allowed. Yeah, I said somebody in the live chat. Ryan should do backup. I was gonna say I'm a loud singer myself. I usually just.
I should have told you beforehand.
Yeah, surprise everybody. No, I was gonna say, spent all summer long. That's why I wasn't on Modern Day Debate as much. We were just touring around and making music. And
Ryan, you
screaming
should have
for
jumped in.
Oh yeah. The delay would
her.
have just made it so great. Anyway, let's hand it on over before we get too distracted here. It was different from Modern Day Debate. Definitely a new one for me. So, who would like to go first on the other side? I don't think we actually established that before we started.
Either way, I'm gonna need to grab some headphones when we're done with the opener. So, Garrett, do you want to go first, or do you want me to hit it?
All right.
Yeah, I can go first.
All right, you get your headphones, and we'll let Garrett start out. So 6 minutes on the floor. Yeah, ready when you are.
Can you hear me okay? Just checking.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm really confused by this topic because the benefits of, like Ben said, that there's no benefits, and I would definitely disagree, and I'm sure Connor will too.
I think initially what he said is that there was no benefits when we first started playing.
There's intelligence benefits from multiple operations over the years. There's a lot of technology sharing, military sharing, intelligence sharing. There's shared values. Like there's so many intertwining between Israel and the United States. It seems kind of foolish and silly to just cut ties with one of our few allies in the Middle East, and that seems like a great way to like push Israel into an allyship with some other major world power. Connor and I were talking about this earlier. Like they could be pushed into the arms of China, of Russia, and I think that would be excessively foolish. I think it would be much more beneficial to strengthen relationship while also criticizing them for the mistakes that they make, just like American citizens criticize the United States for the mistakes we make. Like I think that's a two-way street that should absolutely be used, but to just cut ties completely, I think that's absurd. And I would also like to know who would replace Israel in terms of an ally in the Middle East. Who else would we partner with? So that's the extent of my opening. Connor can go ahead.
All right, you have quite a bit of time left there, so yeah, 6 minutes on the floor, but if you go a little bit over, that's okay, just because there's a little, I don't know, we're kind of wrapping up a little sooner than maybe we expected. So I'll put 6 minutes on the floor, and you can hammer down as soon as you're ready there, counterpoints. I don't have any audio from you right yet. Yep, just 1 second. Yeah, if you
what about
step
now?
Up for a second there, Grace, it's all good.
Much better.
Yep, we can hear it here. And then we're going to go into our open discussion and remind you all about the super chat. So we'll do that then. Over to you, counterpoints, and we'll get you off mute there.
Okay, then I'll try. Everybody was so brief. I'll try to cover 3,200 years of history very briefly. Okay, so the regional history of Israel actually stretches back pretty far. I know that a lot of people like to separate modern Israel from ancient Israel, but I don't think you can, considering you have a historical continuation through the Torah and through the Bible. They suffered God chose the chosen people, and he put them at the crossroads of humanity. They went through the Persian conquest, the Babylonian exile, the Hellenic invasion, the Roman invasion, the Muslim invasion, the Crusades, and so effectively they got screwed over again and again and again, and then that ultimately resulted in the diaspora, where the Jewish population of Israel spread out across the world.
The diaspora. Not the diaspora. The diaspora.
So if you look at it, they largely survived as a second-class citizen in every other major civilization through the 19th century, at which point there was a secular and pseudo-religious movement in order to reclaim the Holy Land on behalf of the Jews. So when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, even before the Ottoman Empire collapsed, there was a movement of Jewish folks back to Israel with the British Mandate that accelerated, and then that was blocked off due to tensions between Muslims and Jews in the region. The formation in 48 was actually not America instantaneously jumping onto the bandwagon and being like, woo, Israel. There was actually a decade or two where we avoided Israel like the plague because we didn't want to get involved in their BS. But what ended up happening was they proved that they weren't a fluke. They proved that they weren't going anywhere. And so we warmed relations with them in the 1960s, especially after once they started drifting away from the socialism that they had been founded on. Once they decided to be a mixed economy capitalist, relatively open society, we opened up our relationships with them. And Nixon is quoted as saying that there were two pillars of American security in the Middle East and North Africa. That was Iran and Saudi Arabia. I would argue that the two modern pillars, because Iran has become hostile since the revolution, is Israel and Saudi Arabia. And to point to what Garrett said earlier, in the Middle East and North Africa, we really do have two major, intel sharing groups. A lot of them are the Gulf states, but they don't want to share what they don't want to share because some people within their governments are actually allied with our opposition. Whereas Israel views the enemy of their enemy, or excuse me, we are the enemies of their enemies, therefore we are their friends. So not only do we share intel, we also share the military-industrial complex connections. We can get into the details in reference to that. They have a pretty aggressive entrepreneurial spirit. They have a pretty aggressive Western-style open society with 20% of their population being Arab Muslim. They are a nuclear power, meaning that they have nuclear weapons. So we are not interested in the Middle East and North Africa taking over a nuclear power if Israel was ever invaded. And then also, we could go over their entanglements with Iran, but effectively their entanglements with Iran have benefited us in the past decade or two. Their intel sharing and not only them taking out the nuclear facilities in 2010 via computer hacking, some of that is some of the most brilliant intel assassination operations on the planet. You're saying that they're our psychotic girlfriend. I mean, I kind of agree with you, but I think your psycho girlfriend, when she can hold her own, you back your psycho girlfriend. We can get into the Judeo-Christian mythology that was created in the 20th century and get into whether or not that's valid. And then also Gen Z, 60% of them are pro-Palestinian. I don't care.
It's not really mythology. They're the Christianity is born out of Judaism. We do know this to be true. Even Jesus justifies the old books of the Bible while he's alive, and he does say that he is there to fulfill the Old Testament. So Old Testament is still valid within the Christians' eyes. Now, that may not apply to the Torah, which is what most Jews use within their practice, but the Old Testament is Judaism. And so the idea of Judeo-Christian beliefs or Judeo-Christian values, this is a thing. There's a reason why lots of Jews are fairly conservative if they're actually religious practicing Jews like Ben Shapiro. They have a lot in common with Christian conservatives as well because they have a lot of the shared values. So
arguments ad populum where people are popular or arguments are popular, I don't give a shit. That has nothing to do with correctness. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself.
All right, well, we are going to go into an open discussion. Thank you so much, Counterpoints, Garrett, for your introductory statements. Before we get into the open discussion, I do want to remind everybody hanging out in the live audience, once again, if you smash that like button where we're live, you'll help boost us up in the algorithm and more people will get to see the debate. It's going to be a lot of fun, so please do that. And also, we are going to take super chats at the end of the discussion, so if you're hanging out in our modern day debate live chat right now, I see there's quite a bit of you chit-chatting in there, you want to put in a super chat, we will read them live at the end of the discussion. Except for these two from Even Lord, one that says, "Good evening, Mr. Ryan, you're looking sharp." Well, thank you. I'm sure you're looking great yourself. And Even Lord says, "Win with Grace's singing, much better than First Offender's poem." All right. We'll just try to bring up the mood a little bit there with that. Thanks, Even Lord. Let's hand it back over to the Thorpes to respond to some of what they just heard there. And feel free to jump in, Garrett and Counterpoints, when you're ready.
Dad, you're muted. Yeah, you muted yourself. Oh, Ryan, is he muted? Counterpoints. I wanted to say, you said, oh, you agree that it's your psycho girlfriend, but she can handle herself, so just back her up. But without America's backing, Israel would fall apart in 2 seconds. Like, we prop them up. Backing someone up is different than propping someone up. Don't you think that's true?
I don't think that's true. I think if that was true, they would have lost in 48, 56, 67, 73. So no, I disagree.
And not only that, they wouldn't fall apart. If we abandon Israel, they'll just go to somebody else. Like
That's not true. Nobody else backs them. Like, they all think what they're doing is disgusting with the
Yeah,
genocide.
but what we give them on an annual basis is like what, 3.2, 3.8 billion dollars in effectively like
We
military.
give them
industrial
$15
complex
billion. $15 billion this year.
I don't even think that's true. I'm pretty sure it's 4.
3.8 per year.
Yeah,
currently.
so
Per year. but
Plus an
I don't
added
know, much
13
more this
billion.
year.
Yeah, so it is 3.8 per year, and that's in just like a regular subsidies package. But then that's like planned one way or the other. Then they and then they add more, especially during the war. They've been adding more and more per year. So
well, I mean, if you're talking about since 2023, I wouldn't consider that like an annual thing. But at the same time, if it was 15 billion, if it was 3.8 billion per year, at the same time, like their economy is substantively larger than that. Like I think it's stretching towards the $200 billion mark. I could go ahead and take a look at their income taxes and take a look at their GDP, but effectively, this is like it's a percentage. They
So
would
your
be able
point
to
is,
find the
so
money.
wait, so your point is they're doing great. Okay, great. So they don't need us. Bye. Why would you make that point?
But we also need them for the intelligence gathering in the
Okay,
Middle
can we
East.
pick up the intelligence? Okay, it is well known in the CIA, in the intelligence community, that the Israelis are the worst partners we'd ever have. They have absolutely no regard for the rules within the intelligence community. They're banned literally from the CIA building. They operate without any restraint, and they spy on us, which we don't do to them. They are not an intelligence asset. They spy. They use their intelligence officers openly to spy on us. They try to bug everything. Donald Trump recently, like the Secret Service, allegedly, like it was bugged after Bibi's arrival, and they openly did this to their past greatest ally, which was Great Britain, who was the last great power which backed them. They screwed Great Britain over royally. They terrorized Great Britain. They hung their soldiers from trees to show who really was the boss there. What I find amazing is I was like, okay, they're going to come up with something. Every single one of your points is exactly opposite of what is true.
No, it's not. And on
Give
top
me
of that, like we got
one.
caught.
Give me another one.
Okay. Well, I'll.
Hey, Mantis.
Here I am.
Ooh, your mic sounds pretty good.
Does it?
Yeah, it sounds it has like a little bit of like after you talk, but that's pretty normal for the way that PlayStation does their audio.
No. It's just an inline mic, but it'll do for now.
It'll do for now. Wasted. Mantis has gotten 2 mics before you ever got one. Isn't that kind of fucked up, Wasted? Isn't that a little fucked up, Wasted?
Yeah, you could just go and buy what I did and just buy like a $10, $15, $20 like earbuds.
Yeah, you got the I forget
Skull candies. Yeah.
Skull candy, yeah.
Where are you, Katmere?
Katmere's so his internet provider cut his internet off, and he's waiting for them to turn on the new provider. So he said it could take a couple hours or tomorrow.
Cringe.
Yeah.
And you can't handle hotspotting. Where did you go? We were in a party while Meerkat and his friend playing zombies and doing other stuff. And Katmere just disappeared. Classic.
Game. Okay. Do you want to play Battle Royale or Resurgence?
Resurgence.
Okay.
I just want to get good fast, but I had the worst games today. I probably played like 4. I just wasn't in the mood.
Yeah. Did you listen to the beginning of this debate that we're watching?
No, I did not, but I saw it the other day.
Oh man, you saw it the other day? So Grace, did you see Grace's opening statement?
No.
She sang a fucking song.
Oh my god, cool. She's so fucking unhinged. What did she sing?
Katmir's doing a hotspot, so she said.
Pull out.
She said the. Wait, I just invited her.
Pull your. Ayo.
Yeah, they said she said the younger generation is against us funding Israel. And so it's time for the curtains to close on that. And then she started singing, you know, go on and take a bow. The is over now. And she like it kept going. It kept going for so fucking long. Like I thought it was gonna stop and it just kept fucking going.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
What's that Catmere? Meerkat? I can't hear him.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything, so at least we got everybody with the full tag.
True. Her singing is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Can I be honest?
How do you know what I sound like when I sing? What?
She wasn't talking about
Here
you.
he is.
No,
you.
it sounded like it was. It was.
Grace.
She was. Sorry.
We were talking about
You would love Grace.
Grace.
You would love Grace.
Is this Coldplay's daughter?
No, it's
Who?
Ben Thorpe's daughter.
No. Oh, okay.
Grace Thorpe.
She's insanely cringe, but
Yeah.
she I like the confidence.
It's a little rough. The confidence is what drives me a little crazy. Like somebody just said in chat, I think it was Ghosty that said in chat, like the worst thing about Ben is that he's so confidently stupid. Like he thinks he knows way more than he does. Yeah, but they're the same
Grace is
person.
like- No, but Grace is kind of funny, and it is cringy. It makes you want to cringe, but also the confidence is kind of hilarious. Like for her to go onto a panel full of black people and use the N-word just confidently and not even give a fuck is hilarious, dude. Shut up.
Whatever.
Wait, is Meerkat actually out of play?
What?
Oh, wait. Why the fuck am I lagging? I'm hosting.
Might because I'm on a hotspot. If it continues, it'll drop out.
Wasted said he's rebooting his router right now, so.
Oh, what is it with Australia? Guys, your internet is dog shit. W New Zealand.
I'll just respond to exactly what you said. You said,
Well, I
they're
apologize in
spying on
advance
us. They
for
use
how
their
dog shit I'm
intel
about
and
to be
diplomatic staff in
this
order to
game.
spy on their allies,
It's not been a
including
good
us.
day so far.
We got caught doing the exact same shit in 2010.
We go into the spot.
European nations. We got caught sneaking bugs into all
yeah.
of the major
Yeah, sure.
European governorships. So this is like pretending like, the CIA has its hands clean, but Mossad is actually, the real dirty one. That's just fucking cope. That's naivete.
Okay. How do you think Israel got a hold of nuclear technology? Didn't they steal it from the U.S.?
Oh my goodness. I don't even have a fucking gun in my hand. I don't even have a fucking gun in my hand. What the fuck is happening? Oh my goodness. This is insane. I don't know how the fuck I just got out of that.
Well, I would say that from the 40s to the 60s, effectively they were on their own, and they
Another one.
take a lot of intellectual property from the military-industrial complex, from commercial areas, because nobody would give them anything. And so,
Do you know who wanted to put a stop to them getting our nuclear secrets?
Is it JFK?
JFK. That's right.
Yeah. Do you think that's why he got shot?
Maybe.
Okay. Listen, that's like what's so funny about like the JFK documents coming out for the 50th time in a row is that the JFK documents effectively showed that there were 12 different groups who all had motivation in order to shoot him in the face, and it ended up being Lee Harvey Oswald. So that's Okay, so hold on. Let's nail down on the
wait a
detail. Let's not
second.
even
You
jump around.
champion.
So hold on.
Wait, you
So Lee Harvey
champion.
Oswald.
Wait a minute.
Hold
Let
on.
me respond to that.
Hold on.
You champion.
Are we really turning this into a JFK debate?
No. You champion how great it is that Israel, and they openly do this, assassinate leaders all the time. You love it. You think it's fantastic. You think pager attacks, utilizing a new form, introducing to the world a new form of terrorism, which is what that is fantastic. Introducing it into the supply chain, right? The industrial supply chain.
You're echoing through
C4
Grace's
explosives.
mic. You might want to close that
Oh my
door,
god,
Grace.
I'll mute my mic. Sorry. No, his door's closed.
So you don't
okay.
think they assassinate people? That's
No,
a
I would like
conspiracy
it if you. No, I would like it if you use words that like made sense. So, for instance, you're talking about the pager attack, and you're saying that it's terrorism.
Yes.
As far as I know, they actually infiltrated the logistics network and for the beepers and the pagers that Hezbollah was using. It's one of the most accurately targeted anti-terrorist operations in history. And when you're talking about terrorism, what terrorism is intentionally targeting civilians in order to achieve political aims. So no, I don't accept that Hezbollah is the normal kid walking down the road holding some roses. That's
You're shooting at us. Chill.
Okay, so that's not a form of terror. What about assassinations? Do they openly do assassinations?
We openly do assassinations against our enemies. So
And who are most of those enemies? What's
What's
the last assassination we did?
I mean, we had
Should we move?
Operation Phoenix, which was effectively a mass assassination program throughout the 1970s. We did that. We did that in the 80s in reference
didn't
to the
Trump
drug
say
war.
he took
We're
out-
doing that right now in South America. What the fuck are you talking about?
Here's what the fuck I'm talking about. We assassinate leaders on behalf of the Israelis.
Meerkat's favorite place.
Okay, I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think assassinations make much sense. Are
Okay,
you
there we
saying
go.
that you think
Fuck.
assassinations are a good idea?
I think it depends on the enemy.
Okay.
You have to add some context to what you're talking about, though. Like what you're
Assassinations
saying.
are
Hold on
war
a second,
crime.
Ben. Let's give Garrett some
Yeah,
space.
I'm an American, so I actually don't care about killing communists or killing jihadists. That's actually like
You care
cool.
about international law?
Not really.
The United States.
All right, let's look at it.
Okay, perfect.
Hold on. I'm just gonna throw.
Yeah, I care about international law. This is kind of dumb from counterpoints. Shit, I was about to go get a loadout.
Be unfair for a second. Let's let Garrett in there, guys, with a point.
I thought the United States was not held to international law.
Come back.
Are you talking?
I thought there was more.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's
We're not signatories to
law
a whole bunch of international law,
Sniper,
specifically
no
because we don't want our
sniping.
people to be held accountable to standards that we might not want to follow.
Right. Okay. So do you think that there are any international laws that apply to the United States? So the United Nations is in New York. We signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, right? The only country that hasn't is, guess who? Israel, our greatest ally.
You're all over the place. Can you pick one and stick with it? Because
Nice.
the reason
Well
why they
done.
want nukes is to make sure that they don't get
Saved
invaded,
my
because they've
fucking
been
ass.
invaded
There's
in
another one
48,
coming behind.
67, 73. If you were
We're
invaded
right.
every decade, wouldn't you want nukes?
Yes.
Isn't that rational
Those are
self-interest?
all lies. Those were all preemptive wars. Those were not invasions.
Oh, okay. So if I put a bunch of tanks, soldiers, and aircraft, and I start jet fueling, and you catch a bunch of radio traffic saying, "Oh, hey, we're gonna hit them next week," you have to wait for me to cross your border before you do something about it.
Yeah, before you call it an invasion, yes, Connor. It's called English. You should learn how to use
Okay.
it.
No,
That's just
this is
absurd.
insane, Cope.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I understand what an invasion is, but you guys don't understand it. Now, assassinations are
Well,
war
no,
crimes
that would
because-
still count as an invasion. If you're talking about picking up radio transmissions as a result of your intelligence gathering activities, it's an impending invasion, I would still say that counts. How does that not count?
I think you're crazy then. Okay, so a preemptive war is a war of defense. That's not true. Every country which has invaded another country does what you're saying. Putin did
Okay, so
Putin do
what
the
you're
same
saying
exact
is,
thing?
so France during World War II, when Germany was building
There's
up in
someone behind
order
you,
to
Greg.
do what they were doing, they had no right to do anything until the Germans crossed into their.
Damn, I thought you guys were still over here with me.
Germans justified their
I've
invasion
still been
of
killing
France
people.
by saying that the Versailles Treaty gave
Yeah,
them a
they're-
raw deal and took away land from them, right? And so invaded them, and they took their. Every aggressor throughout history has always said that it's a defensive war because it's embarrassing to invade
Okay,
another
thank you.
country, other than
Wait.
Age's
So hold on.
empire.
By this logic, Israel is the aggressor. Okay, and they,
Yes.
to your credit, they took the Sinai. Why'd they give the Sinai back?
They gave the Sinai
Still
back.
going on the
Why
left
did they
as
give the
well.
Sinai back? Because they were pressured to do so.
Okay, but they
Why don't they
want
wipe
it.
all the Palestinians out?
They want it
Because
fair and square. They could
they're not
probably
doing
hold it against Egypt. Why did they give it back?
They did it because they were pressured to do so by.
Okay, Ben, what I'm getting at is the fact that if Israel wanted to be offensive, they have a centuries-long history of kicking the dick in of Arab armies. But typically what ends up happening is Arab armies swarm their fucking border like they did in 48, 56, 67, and 73. They get their shit kicked in. Israel expands for a little bit, and then it up until the the clean break memo, which was like the 90s and the thousands. Up until then, their position had been they're going to give up territory for peace. That had been their consistent position for the better part of a century.
Right, it's called right. So if you're saying, well, if Israel
There's another one here.
to other countries, they would be the emperors of the world. Right. Okay. Yes, there are reasons why invaders hold back. Right.
By the way, Connor,
crazy?
Connor, Israel, you said they have a history of kicking the dicks in of
Mantis.
Arab armies.
Oh, shit.
They were humiliated by a couple of Hamas.
Never mind. I thought I was picking up Katmir. I was trying to tell you to come watch my back while I was picking him up, but I should have been yelling at him to come over here.
Dude, I got knees.
Watch out for the
Cute.
precision strikes.
Oh shit.
There's 2 more down here. One more. You got him. Another one over the wall.
Behind us.
Where the fuck did he go?
Oh, he got me. Yes.
Come on, reviver! Fuck! Whoa, that was close. Shit. The fucking lag over here is rough. Okay, they're in the building. Or on top. Yeah, be careful. They're on top of the building.
You. I don't think he knows that Katmir is not playing. Do you know that?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
He's not in the game. Dude, I need a gun. I've got nada.
Fuck, I'm dead. Why? Where is he?
Gotta get into the... I'm gonna go. Oh no! Oh fuck!
Damn.
Militiamen on October 7th, utterly humiliated, had a
So did he just
Stats on that one?
Yeah, you had 20 or sorry, you had 7 kills.
It's a new personal best, guys.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. So I thought that was Katmere that was playing.
No, it was some random. He
Oh.
immediately.
Okay. Yeah, I had 20 kills and 1 death. Let's fucking go. And it was the death right there at the end. That was my only death. The guy he wanted to play with us again, and it wouldn't let me it didn't let me team up with him. You can I'll back out and send him an invite. Input Boxered. Yeah, I'll send you an invite.
a temper tantrum up until and including right now, and killed 60,000.
Yeah, he did really good at like
wasted coming
staying
down.
with us.
He's waiting.
So you ran off with that guy. See, I thought you were with Katmere, so I was like, I was thinking y'all went somewhere together, but yeah, I didn't know that was just some random.
I'm so proud of myself. That was like not that bad.
Well done. That was good.
I really need to practice aiming.
Okay, so let's see. How do I go to recent? There it is. And then he was, what was it? Input Boxered? Yeah.
How does Katmere have 811 and Meerkat have 745?
They were talking about it yesterday that they like reset their stats sometimes. And then it helps them like level up. So it's like I think each one is like as a ranking, you reset it and then it like ranks you up and then your number restarts. So
You wish, Katmere. You are not better. Wasted. Wait until BO7 comes out and buy it.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'm going to get a PS5 for myself for Christmas. Okay?
Yeah, he didn't I guess he didn't come, so we'll just start without him.
Thousand innocent people
just
for
you and
that.
me.
But I know I wouldn't 20,000 of those people.
Yeah, Input he never came, so. So yeah, he said every time you get to 55, you reset at 0, and then once you've done it 10 times, now you just go on forever until you get like 1,000.
Oh. Are you gonna do that?
Probably, yeah. Last time they were telling me to reset it, so I should. Do we both have the same character? I keep trying to change my character to the girl with the hat, and I keep thinking that I've changed it, and then it doesn't change.
People are militant, so once again, you're just wrong. And not only that, if you're making the statement of, oh,
but my
Israel
point is they got
so
humiliated. My
militarily
point is they got
incompetent.
humiliated.
Israel
so
is so
they need us.
militarily
That's my point.
incompetent.
They got humiliated.
I'll wait, but then I'm just going to say what I was going to say anyways.
My point is they got humiliated by a couple of militia guys. That's why they need America, because they actually don't kick the dick in of Arabs.
Wait, hold on. But by your own logic, Hamas militants invaded Israel for one day. They killed 900 civilians. They killed 300 IDF members. And then immediately after that, for the past 3 years, Hamas has not had a single military victory since. They've lost 20,000 fighters. Even logically, by your own statements, don't you think 20,000 is a larger number than 300?
Who gave you that number?
reporting is that the fight, okay, the estimated from the Gaza Ministry of Health is that 69,000 people are currently dead, and estimated 200,000 people are currently estimated to be killed by indirect circumstances like dehydration, death, starvation, whatever, okay?
Right.
Now,
Right.
out of that 60,000,
which is kicking the dick in, right? Which is like rah, rah, rah.
Hold on, you asked me a question, I want to
Dehydration
answer the question. I want to answer the question you asked
and the
me.
targeted killing of children,
I want to answer the
journalists,
question
and
you asked me.
medics.
I
Rah,
wanna answer the
rah,
question you
rah.
asked me.
You must have such low
Ben,
self-esteem that
let
you
him
have
answer the question.
ultra-violent, psychopathic, genocidal.
I don't know that. Oh yeah, no, I do have the girl with the hat. Okay. Weird that it doesn't show normally. All right, same place.
Control center?
Yep.
Sure.
Do you love me?
I think I already have 5 kills.
What?
Yeah.
Nice. That's crazy. I'm trying so hard. Went over to the tent, that's why. It's fucking crazy over there.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. You should go.
Oh, it's crazy over at the tents. Shit, I thought you meant over at the.
And you're not the only person I talk to. If you're the only person I talk to, why can you not put me on? My dog was definitely gonna be in the cave. I thought in the cave every morning, so I don't feel like taking him back. And two, on my mom, he don't play or so. He don't play or like that. He has a friend.
Okay, where are you?
And two,
I'm inside the building, but I'm leaving.
I need
I told him how to sit, how to stay, trying to place and shit like that. He told him how to fight.
Here, if you come back outside, I'm out here. Yeah.
That's it, my dog. Go get him. Go get him. Go look at him, look at me, that's it.
I need a gun. Bad.
On the other side. Did you get it? There's a bunch over here. There's like a Ladra right there. There's a couple more.
Smoke all even true. Goddamn, I got a scratch right
UAV.
Bad food.
Up on the stairs.
Stop talking to me. I'm not true to stink ass, funky ass.
Come on, bro. Leave. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Smell like cheese.
Don't do that, dude. Get back. Don't do that. Stop by. Stop by. Get back. Move.
I just don't want to talk to your ass, dog.
Over here.
Get back.
They're all on top.
Yeah, but now he gonna slap that dog. He slap all that. Yeah, I'll be a nice bitch. Like he ain't over the other, bro. I feed you the I can feed him these, huh? Like that. You can eat these, huh? How long? Eat that truck. Now niggas quick. All right, me probably I want to take that shit. Yeah, eat.
Where the fuck are they?
All right, is you going for that? You don't got no fucking choice. Come up. What up? Let's do it. Come up. What? Let's do it. What? Let's do it. What? Come on. What? What? Come on. What? What? Oh, all right. Got you on it. Got you on it, bro. Got you on it, bro. I got you on it, bro. Oh, wow. He on there right now. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. What you gonna do? Bitch ass, what you gonna do?
You talking shit?
Come up. What up? What up? What up?
Well, this one's not going.
Hold on, let me get something to done, bitch.
I think I'm 11-1 now.
No, there's some reason to you, so you can't jump at them up.
I'm killing. But I guess
Yay,
there
at
are
least we
people
can
as
do
sad as you in this world.
Okay,
How
so
dare you
answering
as
the
a
question that
Christian?
you asked.
How dare you?
Yeah, they're right down there at the bottom. Like the double
Yeah, no,
doors.
they just ran.
I just killed like 4 of them and then they all ganged up on me.
Damn! He tripping me out.
No ammo.
Fuck, I don't even have a gun.
Shit.
I need a fucking gun.
Why are you making me? Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
Dude, there's so many people fucking.
Yep. But I just got an LC-10.
Sit down. No. Sit down.
Paper.
Lay down.
Alright. Is that a sniper that you pinged down there?
Lay down. Lay down. You fed me, bitch. You fed me, bitch. You fed me, bitch. Stop.
They're on the other side of the building. There's a lot on the other side of the building.
Over by the tents.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's under the... We just killed a ton of them under the bridge.
Get in.
Wait, that's where they're shooting. Hold on, watch out. Okay.
I don't know how to know that. Oh, so I was like, oh, this girl is to see y'all. You see your shit. Stop. Yo, oh, this girl is to see. Get up my face. Get up my face. Get up. Get up. Get up my shit. Get up my shit. Get up. Prison. Sure, they're in prison. Good child.
You answering the
dare
question
you?
that you asked. The question that you asked is how do we know? It's because the IDF estimates for the amount of fighters that they believe they've killed is 15,000. And then some people have put it higher because those are the ones that they've identified. So that's people that they have photographs of, names of, networks of. That's not even the ones that just picked up an AK and got smoked.
You are such a ridiculous person. You are pro-Israeli because you're a loser who thinks it's cool that psychopathic, violent terrorists kill children and women. What wouldn't you be in favor of? You must have thought that like the way that the Native Americans were treated was baller. And what about the blacks in Africa? They got their dicks kicked in by the whites. What is wrong with you?
At no point was he talking. At no point was Connor glorifying the deaths of women and children. He was specifically no. He was specifically talking about militants that were killed.
He said Arabs.
Yeah, he did. He did say that they got their dicks kicked in, and it didn't sound good. Like the way that he was talking about like how many people have died and shit was not a nice. Let's go, dude. Damn, we had like I was on the other side of the fucking map. We had a lot of space left.
Thanks for carrying me. Should leave and get wasted in.
And even in
Yeah, we got to back out and pull him in.
I see you don't give for me no more. I love that for you.
I think I went like 15 and 2 that one, 16 and 2, something like that.
I ain't about that no more. Fuck.
Or maybe 1. I might have only died once. Yeah, I only died once. 15 and 1.
Get away. Get away.
All right, we're backing out. If you guys want to join the party, you can. You want me to send you an invite?
Do I leave match?
Well, I'm in control. I'm just asking Alasia if he wants me to send him an invite. Oh no. Okay. Well, he put play again on, so.
I want to go get my other glasses.
Through 3 games, I think I've died 3 times.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
Where are they? There they are.
By the way, Ben, here's the unfortunate part of this conversation. I already know, I can already tell, I know shitloads more history than you. In West Africa, just as an example, Europeans never invaded West Africa. They relied on kingdoms like Benin in order to kill and capture the people in West Africa.
Yes, I'm aware of
So
that.
all you're doing is you're moral frogging because you don't know what you're talking about.
Moral
Can't get a
okay,
microphone.
nice. Okay,
Mr.
so you're
doesn't have
championing
20 bucks to get
a group
pair
of people being
earbuds with a
ultra violent
microphone.
towards other.
Yeah, it means we get to talk all the shit we want, and he can't say anything back. Oh, also, Mantis. So at the top, where it says store, if you click on that, it'll normally say something free, like under where it says store. You already got it? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah. Actually, how do I use like my 2 times whatever taggy thing?
So in the bottom right hand corner.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got like 15 minutes, 1 hour, maybe a
Do the hour one. Well, I mean, depending on how long you think you're going to play. If you think you're going to play another hour, definitely do an hour. I'm not doing one right now because I don't really have anything that I'm like working on. I don't think. Oh wait, I do. I think I have a weapon that I'm working on. Let me make sure that I do have it on there.
Other people. What is
How do
so
you have
positive
two-
about?
two
Yeah, the
guns in a
Ladrum.
weapon?
How do you what?
You
So
have to have a gun and a melee weapon. You can't have two guns and a melee weapon.
yeah, well you can. Yeah, your second gun will either be a melee weapon, oh no. You can do a knife if that's what you mean. Like in your
Yeah, do I just have to find it?
in your build. When you go to your
I load out, yeah.
your loadout, under guns, it'll have the option of choosing a different thing. Okay, let me. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do the double XP because I'm working on the. Fuck,
Nick
I always.
coming or nah?
No, he's staying out, I guess. I can never remember the name of this gun. The Ladra. That's the one. The Ladra. And then let's see. What is the legacy for? Okay. All right. Y'all ready?
We've been waiting.
Did I start my double XP? No, I did not. Okay.
That in your mind.
No, we are not
Wait,
championing that.
well,
What we
yeah,
are
yes, you
championing
are.
is
Even by his
maintaining
own
the
rules.
That's
relationship with
shameful.
Israel.
What'd you say?
This is my last one.
Oh, is it?
Well, it's 10:30.
Oh,
My
okay.
bedtime.
Yeah, I forgot y'all's time moved backwards, so. I always forget. Yeah, I think because I started stream early. I thought
I didn't use the 1 hour thing. Wasted. I didn't use it.
Well, I did.
Yeah, but you're probably going to play for another hour, no?
I'm only at 7 hours, so yeah, I kind of have to play another hour. Katmir said that he's going to pay for the last because I didn't get the last group of 25. Although I guess it's a little weird that now he's not even playing. But initially he said, he's like, if you don't get the last 25, I'll pay the last 25 tomorrow so that you can stay on and play Call of Duty with us. And so, yeah, when we only made the first 25 for the gold, and I was like, okay, well, since you guys didn't hit the 25, I'm going to go play Call of Duty for the last 2 hours. And so, yeah, I still have an hour left on the clock. But I thought that I started stream way earlier than that. I guess not. I guess, yeah, I started at 9:50.
Ben, this is how stupid. Ben, this is how dumb this line of argumentation is. You're cheering on ultra-violent people. I'm sorry. What was October 7th? A fucking walk in the park? Or was that a bunch of militiamen walking into a rock concert, finding a bunch of civilians?
Well, that's a little stupid. I don't know that they cheered on October 7th. I don't. Did they say
Are you watching
anything?
a debate?
Yeah, watching modern day debates. My sensitivity is way up now too. I don't think I changed it, but my sensitivity is way up to where normally if I back off the mic, it makes it to where you guys can't hear me, but now you guys can still hear me. So this is a little annoying.
Yeah.
Same place?
Here too.
You tell
Yeah,
me.
we're over. Headquarters? Ha 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 ha.
You mean?
Just kidding.
Oh.
Go control center.
Okay.
Headquarters is actually fine, but
I normally go to this spot first by the truck because it's easier to like find weapons and shit over here. Without getting like shot at. There's not like 50 people shooting at me as soon as I land, so. Fuck. I'm down. Oh, kill him. I gotta get out of there. I'm about to die. Good job. Got him. Fuck you.
holy shit. Is this what you did last time? So you just got 5 fucking kills straight up?
Yep. Just piles of bodies. 2 of those guys were real people.
I want this gun back.
LC10, bitches.
Going.
You ran up on me when I have an LC10 in my fucking hand? Wait, where are you? Oh, okay. I got
I'm right
you.
here.
Sorry, you said shit, so I thought you were about to die. Okay,
I
there's.
was, but...
Watch out.
Oh, shit. No ammo. Fuck? Refill my ammo, bitch.
I think he just tried jumping off the building and just died. Or downed himself.
Are you gonna load out or anything?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, is that a... gas mask. Okay, they're coming from up on the other side of the building.
Oh.
Oh. This is the worst part of that. Shit. Right there.
They're on the other side of the wall as well. Dude, where am I getting shot from? Oh. Oh, there you are, you motherfucker.
Who? Someone's...
Yeah, they kept shooting me. I didn't know where the fuck it was coming from. They were on the other side of the wall. But they always, like, their heads just barely stick up over the wall. So lots of times it's just hard to see them at all.
Oh my god, I won a one-on-one. A 1v1.
Nice. Let's go. You're a
Getting
fucking pro.
slightly better sometimes.
Nice try.
Oh, what? No! There's a guy right here.
Yeah, I'm about to die. I gotta.
I'm gonna self-revive.
Whoa, this guy's fucking Spider-Man. That's pretty cool. I just killed Spider-Man.
Okay.
Make sure you're reloading your plates and everything.
I did.
And make sure both guns are reloaded.
Hey.
Like every time there's a wall, you want to make sure both of your guns get reloaded. So that you're able to... Okay. You're a fucking pro. My bad.
Do I dare to go to the tents? Or do I?
Are there people over there? If there's people over there, then let's go. Alright.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. I just fucked that guy up from so long away.
Although I'm still fighting over here. I haven't gotten over there yet.
Alright, it's maybe not that many people. I'll come back.
They're all dead now. I just saw somebody landing over there.
No, same. Yeah, I don't know where.
Got him. There's another one.
Two. Okay, there's heaps of people over there.
Nice.
Damn it!
You just went right into the fucking thing.
Okay, Catmere, I'm gonna stay on and play. Until I'm dead.
Shit. I'm fucked.
Just fucking dropped in.
Well, I'm down. Don't let this be my first death. I have 19 kills and 0 deaths. Okay, I'm dead.
Oh.
There's a real person who just killed me in the... right by the, thing. He's got like a Jason mask on. Or Freddy. Yeah, Jason.
Where are you going?
Me?
Same area?
I'm dead right now.
No, when you respawn.
Yeah, I'll go back to the tents.
Go wasted.
Okay. Go into the tents. So there's 2 real people right there.
I would like to, but I think I just need to...
Yeah, let's go back to the other side of the building, because yeah, I need to like re-up on guns and everything. I killed a ton of people over here, so there should be a lot of fucking guns. You stupid.
Oh shit, behind us.
Nice. Good job. I just napalm strike the tents. I'm hoping I'm gonna get... Oh yeah, there's a kill. There's a kill. Let's fucking go. Hey, he's down.
Oh,
He's down. Go.
He's down.
Oh shit.
Shit,
I just
not
got
a good
fucked up. Yeah. I just napalm striked it, so I thought they were all dead. They're all over by the tents. In between the tents and the building.
I'm going out.
Yeah. Oh, there's no buybacks. Or I mean, sorry, there's no respawns. You have to buy me back. Behind you, behind you.
I don't
Go.
know how to do that.
Behind you.
Who?
You Mantis.
Me? Where's
Yes,
I going?
he's over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He got him. Okay. Yeah, if you go out that window to your left, the buyback station's right there, but you probably don't have enough money yet, so.
No way.
Wasted has to buy me back. It's down at the bottom, Wasted. Right in the middle. Yeah. Turn around the other way. Oh, yeah, I guess there's one on the ship as well. Damn. I think you just press X when you get on there. Wasted. He was trying to buy me back and he died.
Shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. It was a good game.
Guys, my brother is proposing.
To you? Nice. You New Zealanders know how to do it. Are you going to say yes?
To his girlfriend. Shut up.
Oh. Right now?
On the 1st of November.
Oh. How do you know his girlfriend doesn't watch my show?
Trust me.
That clip's probably about to go viral. And now she's going to find out.
I'm sorry. Nobody knows who the fuck my brother is.
But everybody knows who Tom Foolery show is. This is going viral.
You wish, buddy. You...
So yeah, I went 22-2 that time.
I got 9 kills!
Ooh, Wasted with 20 fucking kills in the house, bitches. Mantis with 9.
Shit, Wasted.
Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Is that the most kills you've ever gotten?
That's the most I've ever got.
Dude, you almost got double digits.
I'm so proud of myself. And I literally didn't imagine I'd be able to get 1 kill.
Sorry, when it loads like that, we can't hear you anymore. You have to keep an eye on the right side of the screen.
My bad.
Yeah, so what were you saying? You said in you only what?
I said only less than a week ago, I couldn't even imagine ever getting 1 kill.
Yeah.
Not even 1.
You even in your first game, I think you had 2 or 3, right?
I mean, yeah, but actually, yeah, I was really shocked that I got 3 kills.
Yeah, you had like 3 or 4 one-on-one kills just in this game. Now, like, I didn't help with it at all. I just watched you kill people.
Yeah, I stole a couple, but
yeah, those are so apparently those don't count as kills. Those count as eliminations, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're not kills.
So you had 11 eliminations.
Based.
Yep. Okay, so Katmere, Mantis said she's staying if you're jumping on, so.
He can't get on though. He hasn't got internet.
Oh, I thought that's why you were saying you were staying on, is so that he could jump back on. Okay.
No, I'm just staying on because fuck it.
Because you're fucking killing it?
Well, even if I wasn't, I'm not going to get better if I keep saying no.
Yeah, keeping a good sleep schedule makes you suck at this game. Being a responsible adult sucks. Really?
I haven't eaten. Yeah, because I've been like kind of like nervous, I guess.
About the game?
Yeah.
The other day, as soon as we started, like before we even played the first game, you were like, "Oh, I love this game so much. I love this game. I fucking love this game so much." Like we hadn't even started the first game yet. You were sitting there talking about how much you love it. This is what it's like. What like a lot of times when I love a game is I will like dream about it. I'll think about it at work. That's how it felt.
You dreamt about COD.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, that's how it felt for Factorio. is I would like be at work thinking about Factorio all day, and then I would go to sleep and dream about Factorio, and like everything all day, every day, everything was about Factorio. Like I could not stop thinking about Factorio. And then I would, like, when I couldn't get my mind off of it, I would just go back and watch my gameplay from the day before. I would just put my stream on from the day before and just watch myself play.
Yep.
I got to show you the game from a while ago. Remind me before we get off, okay? I told you that there's like a highlight from like 3 years ago when I was playing like every night on stream. And this is what I was doing, is that like the beginning of stream was about politics, and then the end of stream, the last 2 hours, I would play Call of Duty with like Jola or Jay Chow or
Why
Blizza.
haven't you invited Jola?
I did. I did. He said right now he's only streaming an hour a day. And so I just said boo.
What?
But yeah, he says he's only streaming an hour a day right now.
Is he running for Congress or some shit?
I have no idea. I don't think he can after having me on his streams.
Oh, please, you're not that bad.
I think anybody who's ever had me on their streams, that will immediately come up. Like, this guy said on stream yesterday that he raped a woman and that nobody cared about it, or that nobody cared that he didn't rape all of the other women that he's ever been in front of in life, and that they only cared that he raped the one woman.
At least your nickname isn't the Aryan Queen, and you're known for dropping N-bombs.
Well, I do have the Aryan Queen as my head mod, so that is just another point against me. Aryan Queen is my head mod. Do you know you have someone? Well, that's how this came about. That's how the Aryan Queen thing came about, is they were saying, do you know that your head mod calls herself the Aryan Queen? How are you pink every time?
Because I begged for it. I actually hate pink. So.
One fun thing is every time they do that loading screen, you just fly out into the ocean. Just go as far as you can. Just parachute out all the way out into the ocean. I think you and I have the same character now.
Where are we going this time?
Same place. I'm still gonna land on the other side of it and try to get my fucking weapons. Oh shit, there's like no boxes over here.
Yeah. I came to your place this time.
Well, thank you for not taking the weapons that are here.
I don't like them. Oh, this one is. Cypher.
Sniper, no sniping.
Cypher.
Fuck. There's people all around me.
Oh, you went to that same spot again.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what happens. What gun is this?
Oh, fuck. Dude.
Fuck. Yeah, there's a bunch of people out by the road. There's two real people in the trailer. Yeah. One of them's Chucky. To your left, yeah, in that building. Yeah, those are real people. One's Chucky. Yeah.
I know. I thought Wasted was behind us. The yellow guy. Is that Wasted?
Wasted is normally yellow. Am I?
I thought he was over there.
No, oh no, I'm yellow. Yeah, there's like 4 people over there. I think it's a team because they're not shooting at each other, so. Alright, I'm going on top of the building.
Okay, let's not go there. Let's not go there this time.
Right now, I'm just trying to stay alive so that you guys can come back, but...
I want to stay over here.
I got one of the real guys. Chucky's left.
Why?
Who the fuck just did that?
I thought I'd get my special. I thought I'd go get a special. I thought I'd get a special. Job time. Yeah, you're straight.
Okay.
Are you going on the helicopter?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Ah, shit! No, I'm not. Someone just shot me.
Did you die already?
Get him up top, up top. No.
Fuck, I'm getting shot at.
Shit. How can we not kill that one guy? I didn't mean to press square. That is actually so fucking annoying. Okay, this is not going as well. Where should we go instead?
Are they on top of the building? Mark them.
Yes, and I accidentally landed on top of the building.
Okay, good one. Yeah, if you can, just mark them before you land, and then I can come up and help you.
Shit! Okay. Fuck.
Damn, he jumped off. Wait, get this motherfucker. What are you doing? Who is blue? Is that wasted? No, that's T.
This game is chaos. This game is fucked.
Yeah, I think I've already died 3 times this game. I'm like 4 and 3.
I've died so many times.
Yes, I got back in just in time. Woo! Okay, let's go somewhere different.
I'm in the tent, which is probably worse, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I just marked the spot for us to go to.
Okay, well I'll come up there, but I need some guns. I need some.
There's loadouts up here.
Shit, there's people dropping in.
Where are you?
Watch for movement.
Where are you dead?
I'm right here next to you. Are you yellow?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just need a...
Where are they shooting at you from? Oh, from the prison. I got him.
What are they doing?
There's like everybody over by the prison. I'm out of fucking ammo.
Come get some.
Okay, thank you. Nope, still don't have ammo. I just gotta pick up a different gun.
Shit, there's someone behind you.
Help, over here. Got him.
Shit! Shit.
Oh, you got. I thought that was you that just died. Somebody's coming in. Watch out.
We're gonna get.
Watch for movement.
Nice. Oh. Nice. Good job.
Shit. Someone right here.
Another one over here. Coming in the building. Got him.
Get this guy over here. Shit. I forgot I had this gun.
Fuck. Get him. Okay, I got him. Oh, behind us, behind us, behind us. Good job.
Yeah, right here, right here, right here. It's coming in. Shit. Did you get him?
Yep.
Ooh, what is his gun? Let's grab it for funsies. Oh, he's gonna be so angry. Where are we going?
We're staying in this area.
He's coming. Uh-oh. Behind.
Did you get hit?
Out, yeah, out this window. Over here.
Yo, what the fuck? Got him.
Watch your hand. Above. Shit.
Get inside.
He's up on the roof.
I know.
Quick, 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 quick. No. Oh no, I'm trapped.
Get down.
Into that one. They're up on the roof.
Fuck.
Damn. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, that was good.
Ish. I didn't get many kills, but I still had fun.
You had 8 eliminations.
Meh. Okay, I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go? I only have like 20 minutes left on my XP.
I'm over it.
Wait, actually, I think I'm at... Oh yeah, I have 15 minutes left on my thing, so... Alright. Well,
Okay,
it was
enjoy.
fun.
It was.
You did good. Yeah, you got 7 assists, 8 eliminations. Pretty good.
Oh, I did 9. Okay, GG's, I'm out.
Later.
Shooting them in the back of the fucking head, and all the circumstantial evidence of fucking sexual assault. They have women tied up to trees. They got women shot in the back of the head. They got their
Babies
pants
in
around their
oven.
ankles.
We've heard all
they
this
got they got
bullshit.
fire on their
Are you getting
genitals.
paid
So
by the
sorry,
IDF,
hold
I
on.
hope?
You're morally indicting
Babies in oven
me
stacked
because
up
I'm a
20
legend.
tons.
Hold on there, Ben. Let's Ben, 1 second.
And yet
All
you
right,
won't
1
acknowledge
second.
real evidence. Like, go ahead and tell me what you think about that. What do you think Hamas did on October 7, 2023? Please enlighten me what you think they did.
We don't know
They
what
brought
happened
cake,
on October
right?
7th of 2023 because do you know who would have the ability to research that and
Yeah, see, this is the thing that I always looked at. I always looked at the damage points. In almost every game, I end up with like the most damage points. So I thought I had the most I thought I had the most points. And I was like, "Oh shit. Why do I keep having the most points, but it keeps putting me in second every fucking game?" It was the same like every time we played with Meerkat, I'm always like, why does it keep putting me in fucking second? And sometimes I would even be second to last, and I'd be like, I have the most points. What the fuck is happening? But yeah, I was looking at damage every time. The score is over here. And I guess I don't know what gives you all of these points. Like, I guess it's like redeploys. I would assume picking people up gives you points. I would assume like, yeah, assists and crap, but I only have 2 assists. In the last cut, I think in all 3 or 4 games, I only had 2 assists in every game. Opening loot boxes? Okay. All right. Yeah, I have 22 minutes left on my XP, so. I was gonna see if you wanted to switch to Battle Royale, but that would be way too fucking hard to play Battle Royale without a mic, so not doing that.
figure out what happened? the UN, right? Or any number of agencies. Guess what happened after October 7th? The Israelis buried everybody and the cars and all of the evidence and have never allowed an independent investigation to take place. So we have no idea what happened on
No,
October
you
7th.
just never read the report. The UN report talked to the morgue staff. They talked to first responders.
Also, I would guess that your points go down. Oh, I forgot to check how many deaths I had. Shit. How many deaths did I have? Did I?
For your race, predators pride themselves on hunting the strongest life forms across the galaxy.
Oh, I
Your
had
goal
3.
isn't just trophies.
Yeah, 13-3. That was my worst game yet. As I think the least amount of kills and the most deaths that I've had all night. What up, what up?
They talked to soldiers, they talked to cops, they talked to fucking everybody. They reviewed video evidence, they reviewed photo evidence. Matter of fact, if you wanted to, Ben, there's an entire fucking video series that Israel posted online where they showed Hamas's own homemade footage. And you know what it shows? It shows the mass slaughter of civilians, men, women, and children. You
No, it does
fucking
not.
nerd.
It doesn't. I've seen that footage. It doesn't. It shows a guy hitting an ambulance tire. It shows a guy shooting at someone who's shooting at him while there's a woman who ducks down who he leaves alone. It shows people taking out. They're obviously their motive there. And it's in the, you can talk over me. Go ahead. You talk over me. Right.
I've watched people
right.
be
IDF.
decapitated. What the
just
fuck
talk
are you
over me,
talking
just
about?
like the IDF guys do. Go ahead. Yep.
Okay, yeah,
Talk
you're
over me.
lying or you're stupid, and I don't know which one because I've
Great
seen the
argument.
footage as well.
Great argument. Okay.
Great argument.
I would love it if we could not do the
started
IDF
with
routine. Of you.
your
Okay,
stupid
you're going to
stuff,
talk
just to
over.
remind you.
Get it.
I mean, that was it. You're the one who started
Just
the ad
talk over.
hominem.
Just go ahead. You guys.
Mod.
IDF.
Let's,
Can we get a
hold
mod?
on, let's be fair
Yeah.
and also let Grace and Garrett in on the conversation as well there, guys. I know it's getting a little juicy over there, but you've been sitting back and kind of just absorbing a little bit there, so let's...
Yeah, see, my character keeps changing. I don't know why it keeps changing. This is getting weird. It's a different fucking character every game. Ooh, it's showing me my weapon this time. It must be special. Ooh, a Wadra. I like you, baby girl.
Behind you, yellow, behind you. Well,
Well, at least I'm getting some assists in this game.
well.
Oh, that was a real person.
I'm gonna go in that action, bro. Fuck that shit.
You're fitting the what?
I'm gonna go in some action. Dang, I had to reload, man. Good shit, y'all. They're like the SWAT team on there. What? Coming in like the Narcs. We're coming in like the Narcs on there. What?
Oh shit, there's a real person here.
Damn, man. I'm dead.
Why are you running up on me up there? Holy shit, die, motherfucker. You guys see how many times I had to shoot that guy who was down? It was fucking insane. It hit, like, I'm getting hit points every fucking time, too. And it's still just, he would not die.
Nobody got an armor box?
Nah.
Oh, found one. That's crazy.
I thought I saw one under the bridge. Between the building. Yeah, here's an armor box. I got it. I'm pink. Okay.
Let's see his ass. Top of that roof.
Let's hand it over to you, Grace, and get your opinion in on here. All right.
Well, is it not somewhat counterproductive to your own argument to say Israel's doing a great job on their own? Why do they need our help? Let them do it. Let them commit the genocide or kick the dicks in of Arabs, if that's how you want to say if that's how you want to characterize it. If Americans don't want to help them, Americans think it's disgusting, especially my generation who is going to be coming into power. Let's just let them do all the awesome stuff they're already doing. They'll fail. That's what they want us because they'll fail. You making an argument that the Israelis are awesome and they've got it and they're capable and they're not incompetent. Okay, let them be awesome. I don't want to fund it. I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to a genocide. And neither does 60% of my generation, and nor do more and more Americans. How does it help us? You still haven't made that
Well,
point.
Connor has low self-esteem, so he needs to feel like he's a big man.
You're out of
through
turn.
Bibi Netanyahu.
Hold on, Ben. You're trying to set everything on fire.
It's worth $15 billion to prop this guy's loser ego up with.
I have really fantastic self-esteem. So
All right, let's not get into an old dink measuring competition here. We're gonna try to
Dink
get back up
measuring?
here if we can. Garrett, help us out.
So the Thorpes have not presented a solid foundational case for eliminating or cutting the ties to Israel. You simply haven't. There's many benefits to maintaining this relationship with Israel, from economic ties to intelligence to like any number of situations. Like I said, shared values. And the most important question is the Middle Eastern intelligence that we gain from them. Who would replace Israel?
I can answer that question. Who would
Go for
replace
it.
Israel in getting $15 billion in aid? How about Americans? How about that?
I
How
didn't
about
say
Americans
50.
who are struggling? How about young
That's
people? who are
an absurd
struggling
answer
buy
to my
Hey,
question.
Can I finish
I was
talking?
was
I didn't
specifically
interrupt you.
talking about
Oh,
the
here we go.
intelligence.
Hold on.
The intelligence gathering.
Talk over me. Yep. Okay. Yep. Rabbi
You've been talking over everyone else.
So yeah, I was gonna say just because he was just trying to make a point of clarification there, I think it was fair for Garrett to jump in. But go ahead there, Ben, and if you can continue with your response.
Specifically, the intelligence gathering.
Can we make a rule here that one person talks at a time, or no?
As long as you follow it too.
Okay, that's great. So, my point is, who could use $15 billion? Americans. I don't think that money is well spent.
That's
anywhere
not what he
in
asked.
America, and I don't understand why we're funding a genocide that has turned the entire rest of the international community against us, that has made us the arch enemies of the neighbors of Israel.
I'm so glad
which
you
are
guys came over here
powerful
at that
nations,
time.
and
That
have
was
alienated
fucking
us
key.
dramatically from the Muslim world of 2.2 billion people. Make it make sense.
Hold on, I have a response. Wait, I have a response to your intelligence
All right,
question.
well, no,
Was
because
it-
we're going to detract. Just if you can hold it right quick, and then we'll come back to it. Just because we're got counterpoints coming in to respond to what Ben just said.
Okay. Yeah. I think you spend too much time on TikTok and not enough time reading. If your assessment
Never
of
been on
reality was true, then why wouldn't Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, why wouldn't they have all publicly taken the side of Palestine? And the answer is that this conflict over the past 2 years is actually fairly unique within the past 100 years in that these partners have largely stayed silent. One of the most interesting moments of the past 2 or 3 years was a Saudi Arabian newscaster, female newscaster, not in a burqa, not in a hijab, challenging the leader of Hamas over why he was openly saying that they needed to martyr their own civilians in order to destroy Israel. That was a phenomenally interesting moment. Now, I'm not naive. I believe that this peace is largely bought by American security guarantees, but I would rather have a pretty stable Middle East and North Africa, especially if the 20-point plan that Trump has already fallen through on. If the 22-point plan was actually executed, I think this would be a brilliant moment in the Middle East and North Africa. But just one more thing though. You guys are basically just like blasting like TikTok talking points at me. 60,000 out of 2.2 million over the course of like 2 years is not a genocide. I'm just going to put it right there for you. So
we do have to hand the floor,
I think just
to be fair.
I hope you feel the same way when it happens to you.
histrionics are not competent arguments.
Dang.
I can't. Oh. I didn't know that motherfucker was shooting at me. I wondered how the fuck that guy just shot me with 2 bullets and killed me. It's like I just bought everybody back. How the fuck are we all dead already? That was my only death again. 15-1. The Thorpes are interesting characters. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. How many times? Oh, yeah, wasted. How many times did you die? I don't think there's a way for me to see your death count.
Okay, so all right, so you're saying that 60,000 majority women and children, not a problem for you, even though there's been no civilian
Wasted.
anywhere near that. In the
How many times did you die?
I don't think
Okay,
you're familiar with
including
the
I got my new internet connected, but the old one won't disconnect because their system has my wrong date of birth. You're probably just typing it in wrong.
targeting. No,
warfare.
shut the fuck
All right,
up.
1
I'm
second.
talking. I didn't interrupt you. Connor, I know you got
Hold
low
on.
self-esteem.
Don't get distracted.
Control
Just,
yourself.
let's just carry on if you can.
Stop with the meta.
Me stop with the meta. This guy's saying I've never been on TikTok.
I don't know. I had the same redeploys as you though. Bro, I went back to the screen like twice so that you could check. What up, Gen X? Morning, y'all. Thorpes are a waste of oxygen. That is what you say every day that you wake up. It's just morning, everybody. Thorpes are a waste of oxygen.
Moron. I have a master's degree. I've read books. I know what they are. What are you talking about?
In a
I'm not
minute, then.
TikTok guy. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Okay, so can we talk about substantive points?
I had a response to Garrett. He said that what would we like we need.
Okay, I got one more game. I think what am I at? Yeah, I got one more game until my double XP is over, so we'll do one more. I don't know how to look. Okay, I will show you real quick. It is the most important thing in the world. So like when you want to know how you did, your ratio is the important thing. So you want to know how many kills to deaths that you have. The more like generally the idea is you want to have more kills than you had deaths. That way you had an actual positive effect. Whereas if you had more deaths than you had kills, then you kind of had a negative effect, right? Okay. I can't believe I just bought everybody back. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to show you. Actually, hold on, let me show you how to buy people back. Wasted. You just go in and hit X. That's all you have to do. So when we were running from the tents, they were saying buy us back. And so I killed one dude and then ran over here and I go to the buy station that's in between these two buildings, right? When you hit this, it says right here, X redeploy all. So you can see as soon as I get there that it had two names because there were two people who were dead. And so when I hit X, it'll, let me turn up the quality so you can actually read it. So yeah, so it was you and me who were still alive. So when I hit X, it says right there, X redeploy all. So all you have to do is just click on the screen. That's it. Once you click on the screen, as soon as you click on the box and then just hit X, it immediately will redeploy all. So you're just buying them back immediately. So as soon as I hit X, it shows 1 down, 2 down, gone. I don't even have to wait. I can just hit X and then run away. So that's really important, is yes, just hit X and then run. So right here at the bottom of this screen is where you see your kill to death ratio. So the kills is right here, and then deaths is right there. So it's 0 contracts, 15 kills, 1 death. Ah, fuck. my screen just disconnected. So give me just a second to reset that. So you got it, Wasted? You see what I'm talking about? Mine doesn't say match summary. It just says summary. Wait, are you talking about right now? They're different things. So right here, it's this is at the bottom, right? But then at the top, yeah, it says match summary here and then scoreboard over here. So when I flip over to the scoreboard, it shows all of this. And it says, yeah, we ended up in 4th place there. Then once it because I didn't back out of the game, it finished the game, and then it goes back to the summary there. So it shows their stats as the winners. Then here it says I have to press, I think it's X to view my squad. And so, yeah, I press X to get off of their screen. So, yeah, this shows them. But then I hit X to get off of them. And then it shows here. It shows us. And then the kills and everything at the bottom. I have somebody's chat pulled up below, but. And then scoreboard is there. So I hit LB and RB to go back and forth between these two. And that's where I can see everybody's kills and everything. But it doesn't show how many deaths you have on the scoreboard. So it just shows eliminations, kills, assists, redeploys, damage, but it does not show deaths. So that's why normally I'll ask how many. No, that screen is only on PC. Oh, really? Wait, but he's on PC. Oh, you did it through Steam. Yeah, I wouldn't do it through Steam just because I think you even have to have Steam open in order to play. I use Activision, where it means I just download it straight from the website. And then Activision, I have to open Activision in order to open Warzone. But as soon as I open Warzone, I can X out of Activision. So. Oh, I already lost the XP. All right, we'll play one more.
Get a motherfucking kill, nigga. Hey, D, get a kill.
Don't get a kill. Don't do it.
God damn. That's what the last teammate told him.
Is this y'all's first time playing?
No. We played
Okay.
this is out too.
Well, you're both level 1, so.
Hell yeah. No, it can't be. It's somebody talking to me. I don't know what you talking about.
The intelligence is super good, right?
His
The
name
intelligence
Foolery
gathering
or something.
activities that Israel performs for the United States.
Okay,
Who would
wasn't
replace
it
them?
wasn't it BB? Well, hang on. I just have a question about the standard of intelligence. Well,
Yeah,
didn't BB
motherfucker on our
Netanyahu
team, Tom
get us
Foolery.
into Iraq by saying Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, which was a complete and utter lie, which led to 4,400 Americans dying and $2 trillion spent in a war that he started under false premises because of Israeli intelligence? I'll pass, Garrett.
You and your boy
I'll
could
pass
what?
on the Israeli intelligence on Middle Eastern nations.
Garrett, can I address this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this is again where I feel like you guys are just like internet talking points, all right?
Oh my god.
During the
Keep saying
we had the
internet
twin
talking
pillars during the 1970s, which was our
TikTok
security,
talking points.
our attempts at security within the Middle East and North Africa. The two countries that we relied on were Saudi Arabia and Iran. Well, what happened in '79 was Iran was the Shah that we had appointed, effectively dictator or king of Iran, was deposed, and Iran became hostile to us. Well, Saddam Hussein, being
It gave me a different character again this game. Why does it keep doing that?
You might have it on round.
Yeah, we're going to
Random
control center.
dick, invaded Iran, trying to seize their western oil fields. What ended up happening was Iran counterattacked, and they ended up doing quite well. They were kicking the shit in of Iraq. So what was scary was that 1/3 of the world's proven oil reserves are in Iran, 1/3 are in Saudi Arabia. And so what we did is we sold weapons of mass destruction to Iraq during the 1980s. We sold them botulism, we sold them anthrax, we sold them precursors for VX. We sold them the weapons of mass destruction that they used. But what ended up happening in the 1980s is rather than using it against Iran, they started using it against our allies. So they actually attacked Israel. They attacked Saudi Arabia. They didn't just attack Iran. They also gassed their own ethnic minorities and religious majority, but they gassed the Shia Muslims of Iraq. They gassed the Kurds of Iraq. And so as a result, we said, Saddam Hussein, you're a fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. We're not giving you any more shit. And that was basically the precursor to the Gulf War in '92, where we kicked his ass out of Kuwait because he invaded Kuwait. So the whole point is that, like, you're saying, like, oh, the Jews lied to us or Israel lied to us about weapons of mass destruction.
I said Israel. I didn't say the Jews.
No,
but
of course,
that's
this
another
is
little
it.
sneaky thing you'd like to add in there.
Out of everything I said,
You're interrupting.
I didn't resent
He corrected himself.
You guys have broken the
Extra
rule.
takeaway
You
kind of
broke
feels
the
like a
rule.
lame takeaway
Hold
to have
on.
after everything I said.
Hold on.
For real.
But anyways, we knew that they had weapons of mass destruction because we sold them weapons of mass destruction.
All right, let's hand it over. There's definitely lots lots to react to there, obviously. So I'll give it to you, Grace. You get the first word there.
I mean, are you claiming that Bibi Netanyahu's claim that Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, that was not a false claim? It was false. You didn't respond to my point about.
No,
I'd
it wasn't false.
forget instead of you reading off history that's not relevant to the point I'm making, just to gish gallop and just argue into oblivion, just tell us something random. I'd like Garrett to respond to my point because he made the point about Israeli intelligence being so awesome and worth $14 billion of our dollars last year. I'd like him to respond to my point about what Bibi said about Saddam Hussein.
Okay, I'm just going to say that my point was exactly pertinent to what you were arguing.
That's exactly
Garrett,
what I
go
thought.
ahead.
I don't need to respond. Connor asked to take it from me, and I agreed. Let's move on.
Hold
Okay.
on. So, no.
So you have
I'll
no
respond
response.
more
Okay, good to know.
directly without history. I'll respond more directly without history. So the intel that he had a new WND program, I'll agree, was largely based off of bullshit. It was based off of a single source. Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, and George Bush were looking for an excuse in order to get into Iraq. But what I would say as far as the intel goes in reference to Iraq having a weapons of mass destruction program in general, no, that's not bullshit. And also knocking out
wasn't his
Iraq,
claim-
knocking
wasn't-
out Iraq
okay,
is
go ahead,
in
sorry.
America's geopolitical interest.
Ain't nobody bought no load.
But wasn't his claim what got us into the war that cost us $14 trillion and 4,400
No,
dead
he
U.S.
was
soldiers?
he was one of like
Was that
10,000
not
people who were
Oh,
saber
and
rattling
Israel
at the
doesn't have
time.
special power over U.S. military nations. Okay, sure. The lobby.
Yeah, Israel does not have special power over.
Yeah, no, so if Bibi Netanyahu says, hey, you should attack these guys, that doesn't mean anything now, even though he's bragging
No, it
about
does,
America.
but he's
America in his
Fuck.
pocket. That doesn't
Hold
mean
on one
anything.
second there, Grace.
There's two between the tents and the building, the control center. They're real people. Right over here. There's another one there. Oh, there's like 5 over by the tents.
Watch for movement. I see an enemy. I see an enemy.
Fuck. Okay. I'm just getting away so I can stay alive. There is a loadout over here, by the way. Oh, shit. I got the wrong one. No, reload. No, fucking reload. No. Let me fucking shit. Got him. Oh my goodness, why won't it let me get the fucking loadout? Yo, 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 get this motherfucker! There's 2 right here. They're bots. Kill. Fucking shit.
We can't really can't gather anything the counterpoints is trying to respond to there. So
Well,
let's just give him a
all I
chance
was
to
going to say is
frame his
that
thoughts.
Bibi Netanyahu is one stakeholder.
Wasted's down.
We also talked to the
What about
Saudis.
it?
We also talked to the
Oh,
Qataris.
the
We
dude-
also
the
talked to the
dude up to the
Omanis.
left.
We also talked to the Egyptians. We had talked
Right
to
now.
fucking everybody in the region. So pretending that like Bibi Netanyahu just like snaps his fingers and then America hops too, it's bullshit. It's
That's
not
what
even-
he says.
He says America's in his pocket.
He
in fact.
openly brags that he controls Donald Trump.
Yeah. So.
Well,
document.
Donald Trump is easily manipulatable, so I don't really hold that as like a high standard.
You added an
Another one landed on top of you.
Read more books.
Oh, he jumped down.
Look, we can move on from that point, but I just don't think you guys really responded. You can just agree that the intelligence is not really a winning point. Let's move on to another point. Why should we continue funding them? Go ahead.
No, because I'm not
Well,
going to
no,
concede your point. Because as
Right.
an example, we took out, or the Israelis took out Iran's nuclear enrichment program in 2011, which was like a masterstroke of intelligence gathering and sabotage. So no, I don't agree with you that just because this
shit, there
one
he is.
thing that I don't even
Fuck.
agree with you on the context is no, I don't agree with you at all.
Okay, can I ask you a broader question? What is the? what are-
Hold on.
No,
Hold,
your
hold
guy
on.
just
You
talked.
still haven't. The question I
let him finish
asked
up his
still
thought.
has
Yeah.
not been answered.
Again. Okay.
Who would replace Israel for intelligence gathering?
The American
Regardless of
people.
how good.
So let me respond.
We're just going to put Americans in the Middle East. to
Yeah,
be spies.
All right, it's
and
fair to
spy
let
on
Ben
other
respond at
countries.
this point. So
American
just 1
government
second
should
ago.
serve Americans. Here's a broader question, guys. What are the interests of the United States of America in the Middle East? And what justifies all of the pain and suffering that we've experienced at the hands of Muslim terrorists, 9/11, all this stuff, all of the expenditures, all of the wars? What are our interests? If you say energy, that's not true. Europeans have interests. The Russians have interests. India has interests. We do not really have energy interests in the Middle East. We're energy self-sufficient. But you could say trade and things like that. All of this is
Everybody good?
destroyed by our relationship with Israel, or mitigated.
No.
We have to, as Connor correctly,
All right,
thankfully
I'm on the way.
said,
That was
we
on
have
the
to
way.
pay them off billions of
I don't even know where
dollars
y'all at.
to not
We're
listen to their
over
own
by the
populations,
bridge.
which want the Palestinian problem solved justly. So what
Okay,
can you
yeah,
name
I'll
what it
answer.
is that we're doing in the Middle East? Why are we?
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
can
see that
answer
load
this.
up.
So you're just wrong again. 2/3 of the world energy supply is in the Middle East and North Africa. We did not become energy self-sufficient until the past decade when fracking opened up a shitload of new energy availability within the United States. So we were only energy available within the past fucking decade. So ignoring that context is fucking crazy. Not just that, the stability of our oil reserves and our oil exports is reliant on the global market. Not just that, since World War II, the United States through unilateral, bilateral, multilateral trade negotiations and security agreements,
There's another
we are
guy
responsible
down
for
here at the
$70
bottom.
trillion of the world's annual $100 trillion economic output. So
Damn,
yeah,
he
we're the
was
world police, but the world police comes
pretty
with
fucking good.
privileges. It comes with cheap international goods, and it also comes with responsibilities. And those responsibilities are making sure that we avoid World War III. That's the real answer to the question you just asked.
Okay,
So
so
global
you
global
believe that the
Oh,
United
shit.
States is
How the fuck did they just down me? Where the fuck did that come from? Oh, there's a sniper up top on the rocks above the, I don't know, above the vehicle on the side of the building.
I think he just dropped down.
The emperor of the world, and you like that, and you think that, do you think that's compatible with the principles upon which this nation was founded?
Yeah, we fought Barbary pirates within 30 years of our founding. We expanded westward the entire first century. We fought banana wars in the early 20th century. World War I and World War II, isolationists such as yourself made arguments that we had no business being in Europe. Well, you know what ended up happening? We got sucked into European conflicts anyways. So preventing World War III is infinitely cheaper than waiting for World War III to kick off. Yeah, that's
preventing World War III? Israel is causing World War III.
Do you think that us being involved in World War I,
you think bombing a single nuclear weapon site
Just 1 second.
World War III?
Just 1 second. We'll let Ben finish his point, and we'll let you.
Do you think the United States being involved in World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, has and Iraq, Afghanistan, all the rest? Name one of those things that was to the benefit of America.
I would argue that World War II was 100% to the benefit of America because Europe has remained for the past century one of our largest cultural and economic trading partners. And if they fell to communism, that would have been like a massive blow to the free world. I would argue that Korea is a massive trading partner and also has high. No, you asked me a question. I'm going to answer.
Can I just? Okay.
No, I don't. No, I want to go.
IDF gets the floor.
Okay, so with Korea, tens of millions of people are free now, and they're productive, and they're economically productive, and we benefit from that relationship. Weirdly enough, we lost Vietnam, but because the Vietnamese hate China more than they hate us, we now have a positive relationship. And then I would argue that all of our little military adventurism through the 80s and 90s, fighting jihadism and fighting communism, were absolutely fucking beneficial to the United States of America.
Okay, are you aware, you just said that our involvement in World War II prevented communism? Are you out of your mind? You have no idea what World War II was about?
I said,
we were
if I said that, then I spoke incorrectly. What I'm talking about, since 1950, since approximately 1950, we decided to have an anti-communist, interventionist world policy. It was called the Cold War. Just in case you forgot.
American soldiers died in World War II.
Fuck. Fuck. I was worth letting me die as long as I could get you guys back, but I reloaded instead. I hate it when that fucking happens. It just reloads instead of actually fucking doing the thing.
That damn game done glitched out.
Yeah, I think I lagged out. Shit. I think I had 20-something kills. But... Oh, okay. GG's.
GG, bro.
So yeah, I went 21-4.
Shit, run it back.
All right, I can play one more. That was supposed to be. Well, they can't hear me now. So.
Prevent communism from taking over Europe.
Okay, I misspoke. Hold on,
you
Ben, stop spurging.
Yeah, that was supposed to be my last game.
If
but
I said that,
I'll run it.
I misspoke. Now listen to what I'm saying. Since World War II, the United States and the free world has taken an aggressive posture against communism. It was the Cold War, and arguably Korea, Vietnam, and a whole host of other conflicts were involved in that conflict. And the fall of communism through military adventurism, trade, and diplomacy was a good thing. So if I misspoke, my apologies.
Okay, that's
fine. With what I said instead of my misspeak.
Hey, maybe if you fuck something up, you could say like, I fucked up instead of going like, hey. Right? Okay.
That's what
you made a
mistake
mistake.
is, Ben.
You made a basic mistake about world history.
Humility, Connor. Humility. Something you and the Israelis could use a dose of.
Wait a second.
Contend with what I
you
said.
think the Vietnam War was a good investment of 50? I would like my 50,000, mostly brothers, American brothers, to not have gone there and have stayed here.
Let's
in
bring
America
it full circle back. Let's
You're
bring
in
it back
favor
to the
of
topic.
Vietnam War
Hell
and
yeah.
the Iraq War? Are you in favor of the invasion of Iraq, which killed 1 million Iraqis?
Okay,
no
number
reason,
one, go to the
and just
Iraq
went
body
to a
count
worse
project. It's
government
not a
than was
million
there before.
Iraqis.
Well, then I
Number
have
two,
nothing to say
go
to you.
talk to Iraqis now and ask them how they feel about it. Do you prefer living in this world right now, or do you prefer living under Saddam? And I guarantee you it's going to pull in the high 80s, high 90s. They prefer the current world.
Let's pull back. Hold on, Ben.
Nah.
Ben, you're pulling us all the way out to here. I'm so sorry. We have to bring it back to the topic. Looks like Dr. James is hanging out in the chat, so tag him Modern Day Debate and say hello. We do have quite a few super chats that are popping in here. It's been a wild panel, guys. Lots of passion on screen. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely. Once again, hit the like button. We're gonna hand it over to Grace. Let's try to get back on subject.
I'm not sure if Connor actually cares about America or what Americans think. This whole debate is about whether America should cut off aid to Israel. As I already said, over 50% of Americans, generally speaking, are anti-Israel. 60% of my generation is anti-Israel. And the two wars that he just said were a great idea, the Iraq War and the Vietnam War, 61% of Americans think the Iraq War was a mistake, and 66% of Americans think the Vietnam War was a mistake. So I'm not sure Connor is really here to debate whether this is good for America or Americans or cares what Americans have to say. I think this is just about him and his ego and saying that we're going to fuck up the Arabs because
Ooh, I
we're
got the
Muslim.
fucking LC-10. Y'all fucked up.
So, I would argue that the Vietnam War
Sirski.
was justified based off of it being a defensive police action for a mixed economy, capitalist, democratic government in Southeast Asia trying to resist communism. I think that's a moral fight. I also think that defeating communism multiple times in the field, but also defeating it commercially through the 80s, was probably a moral imperative of the free world. So, no, I'm actually proud that my uncles, because I do have uncles and a father who are Vietnam generation, I'm happy and proud that they were fighting communists all over the world, okay? Now, when it comes to the Iraq War, I actually think the world probably would have been a better place if we had only invaded Afghanistan after the 9/11 terror attacks. However, I think that if you talk to modern Iraqis about the modern state of Iraq being liberated from Saddam Hussein, they're going to say, yeah, the 90s were fucked up. The sanctions were fucked up. They're going to say Saddam Hussein was a fucking monster. And they're going to say that the modern state of Iraq is better off than it was under Saddam or under ISIS, who are more jihadist assholes that we fucking wiped off the map. So yeah, I'm not going to apologize for fighting communists. I'm not going to apologize for fighting jihadists. And if you want to turn your tail, you want to tuck your tail and run away from the world, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Just to tag along with that, I was looking up Iraqi body counts during the Iraq War, and it looks like it was actually between 186,000 and 210,000.
Let's try not to go back there since we are getting back into our topic.
Just wanted to correct the record.
No worries.
Appreciate
Well,
it.
I think
there's civilian. It's
Hold on,
including
counterpoint, to
civilian
be fair
deaths.
here.
The argument too there, though, the parallel argument is that like Israel unilaterally got us into Iraq, which is bullshit. We had our own interests there.
What were they?
Energy.
Okay, so do we now have energy from Iraq?
Yeah, they sell it on the open market.
Okay, so we had to go to war so that we could purchase energy from Iraq when we are a net exporter of energy.
Net exportation, I've already addressed this. That's only happened in the past decade with fracking. And
I said we are.
The stability,
Present tense.
and the stability of the world market is still of interest to us, considering I already addressed this as well. Unilateral, bilateral, and multilateral trade alliances. We are arguably responsible for $70 trillion of the world's $100 trillion economic activity. So guess what? The United States cannot solely provide the energy for the world. So yeah, it's still in our interest to be in the Red Sea. It's still in our interest to protect Saudi Arabia. It's still in our interest to protect Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Israel. Yes, it's still in our interest.
So think about when Russia invaded Ukraine, gas prices went up. Global instability causes markets to experience upheaval. Global stability, including in the Middle East, is a primary United States interest. That's one of the reasons to maintain the relationship with Israel.
Okay, so you guys basically believe, I think this is fine. I can't argue against this.
Just go.
You guys believe that the United States should be the emperor of the world, enforcing their economic hegemony and military action. And
I actually got out of there, and I was down. I had a revive, and I pulled myself up and got out, got through the fucking gas, and they still fucking killed me. There's two guys just waiting for me.
the wars in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and keep going down the line were prudent actions. I don't know what to argue against that. I think
they
anyone
could
who
have
believes
been
that's true,
imprudent, but
that
I'm not
combination
gonna...
of things.
Damn.
Look at this shit.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Shot
just gonna
left
try to
and
get
right.
somewhere so that you guys can stay alive.
I don't know what kind of shooting he was doing. That was a spread shot. That's how they hit you. All right, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm going to the loadout.
I need a fucking gun. Wasted, stay with me real quick. I need to find a gun. I don't want to die trying to find a fucking gun.
Hey, 2 people over there. Go to the loadout. You running right into some folk.
I don't see a fucking loadout.
What kind of shit is this?
You... Oh my goodness. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way he just killed all 3 of us. Holy shit. Oh, there was another guy peeking in the fucking window. That's why.
Way to stay alive, D.
Yeah, you just need to stay alive long enough for us to redeploy.
Go.
Don't get in any trouble. Okay.
Is absolutely crazy. But like, hey,
We're not the only ones that
be
benefit
considered
from that
imprudent
global stability, though.
But wait, Middle East stability, Garrett, didn't Israel bomb Qatar like a little while ago when they were doing negotiations with Hamas and Israel and America? And didn't Bibi have to be forced to apologize by Trump to Qatar? Who's the one making it unstable? Our ally, dude. Every argument you make, the intelligence, stability, you've got to be kidding me. Israel is helpful to us on those levels?
Hence Connor's reference to the psycho ex-girlfriend being kind of okay when the situation calls for it.
The situation didn't call for it.
You guys have no sense of scale. Okay, this is the other thing. When we're talking about like Middle Eastern and North African military adventurism, the war on terror, while it did cost a healthy chunk of treasure, was actually like spit in the ocean in reference to blood. When it comes to Vietnam was infinitely more bloody, Korea was infinitely more bloody,
What
World
the
War
fuck?
II was infinitely more bloody.
I just got sniped again. I am sucking in this game, bro. I think I have 4 kills and 3 deaths now. I am pure garbage.
War I was infinitely more bloody, and I'm talking about like factors of like 100. Okay, that's how much more bloody the world is. So you bringing up like a solitary terrorist attack 2 years ago, and Israel's response to that terror
All right, I'm gonna
attack
try to go
60,000
to the loadout. Watch my back,
again,
Wasted.
I think you guys, you got a PhD or a master's or whatever. Congratulations. You read some books. Awesome. I invite you to read more books.
Okay. So, but you don't deny. You think America should be emperor of the world and enforce
I
its
am
military
relatively
power.
speaking
Can you let me talk?
neoconservative.
You talked for like 5 minutes straight, and we had a fucking rule here. But now you're just going to interrupt.
To be fair,
me
there's been
because
a
you're
lot.
Omar,
Hold on,
you're
there's,
IDF, so go ahead.
there's been a lot of interruptions, but I want to hand you back the floor there, Ben. To be fair,
Go ahead, Ben.
you did have. I think it's fair, like I say, for you to respond. But yeah, you guys have been just kind of intermingling your words a little, and that's fine because it's translating. I don't mind myself. Like I said, you guys are pretty passionate about the topic, but we can't.
We listened to like a 5-minute long speech from Connor.
Okay,
Uninterrupted.
Let's hear your response.
So I get 30 seconds before you interrupt.
Hold up. Let's just do the response. He's on mute right now. Okay.
So I actually like I think that anyone who has your mentality is crazy, and you're as psychopathic as the Israelis. And yes, you're Americans and you can vote, but if you feel like your low self-esteem is going to be made up for by having military actions that you don't participate in, that my sons are going to die on the fields of in the Middle East, so that you can feel like you can say based about violence as a Christian, then I couldn't be more offended. But like, I have nothing to say.
Okay, that was 30 seconds by your choice, not by my choice. I participated in these, Ben. I have family who have participated in them. Both of my grandparents are World War II veterans. One served in the Pacific, one served in Europe. I have an uncle and a cousin who are both infantrymen. They both served in Afghanistan. I was a Marine. I served 4 years. I served in Iraq. And I served 4 years in law enforcement. So no, when I'm saying like, violence on behalf of liberal democratic republicanism is based, that's because not only am I a student of history, I've also seen these things fucking close up. And by the way, jihadism, fucking evil. Authoritarian communism, fucking evil. And I have no problems. Slavery, fucking evil. I have no problems with Republicans or liberal Democrats who think that America is based shooting communists, jihadists, fascists. I would rather that we fight those kinds of people than let those people rule the world.
Let's get Grace back in here, everybody.
Yeah, let's have a war
Hold
against
on.
2.2
Hold on,
billion.
Ben. I just want to ask very kindly, we can get Grace in here. She hasn't said as much, to be fair, and had her hand up.
Thank you, Ryan.
To be fair.
You're so sweet. Okay, maybe we could take this in a different direction. Okay, so we sent $14.3 billion to Israel in 2024,
There's a sniper
obviously
somewhere.
to help in their response to October 7th. Do you, okay, let's just take that right there. That's our aid. That's a lot of aid. Do you defend?
At me? Yeah, there's a guy right on top of the prison that just killed me. I got a guy down right in the middle of the, like, square. Right outside of Control Center. Or, sorry, right outside of the prison. Front door. Oh, he's not. Oh, he is chasing you. Wait, go kill him. You hurt him with that fucking grenade. Nice. Yo, that was fucking key. Oh, we back. Damn. Wait, so that was a pretty sick fucking grenade throw, bro. Crap, I need to get some fucking...
Holy shit. D, die out, man. What the fuck you doing? Bleed out. D, bleed out. So I can buy you back, fool. Yeah. Look at this shit. I knew it. Sitting over the fucking...
Damn. Damn, they had all four of them right there. Fuck. Alright, that's it for me.
The Israelis bombing Gaza and killing innocent civilians that they have crammed into an open concentration camp on the land they stole from those same innocent civilians? Do you really want to say that you want your American money going towards that? Forget the intelligence. Forget all that stuff. Forget the stuff about the Middle East. Let's just talk about what Israel is using that money for. I mean, how can you defend that? It's not a war. It's just oppression.
Okay, so Garrett, if you ever want to interrupt me, go ahead. But I was going to say,
after your
Yeah, I ended up 6-5 that game. That was horrific. That was fucking horrific, dude. I almost ended up even, dude. That was so bad. That is by far my worst game of the day.
you're done, I'll chime in for sure.
No, I want a two-state solution. I would be perfectly fine with 67 borders. I think that you would need 2 willing diplomatic partners in that effort. I don't think Hamas is a willing diplomatic partner, as evidenced of the past week. Also, when it comes to Israeli tactics, I am a critic of Israeli tactics. I think that if you actually look at the American battles in Hue City, if you look at the American battle in Fallujah, we actually did do a interesting amount of like tactics in order to reduce civilian casualties. And as a result, so you guys are arguing that it's effectively a 3-to-1 or a 2-to-1 civilian casualty to armed combatant ratio. American conflicts, we've gotten as low as a 1-to-1. So I would want Israel to change those tactics, but I'm also just an asshole with a webcam. So all I can really do is criticize the state of Israel while still generally supporting the existence of the Israeli state.
All right, let's get your thoughts there as well, Garrett, when you're ready.
So I'm also in favor of a two-state solution, but unfortunately Netanyahu is not, as of 2023, I believe. I think I read about that today. And as
Most
far as
Israelis aren't either.
I mean, to me, a two-state solution makes sense. It would reduce the violence for sure.
Yeah, see, why does it keep changing? I keep changing it off this person, Blaze, to Wreck. I keep changing it. And it goes back. I don't know why the fuck, but it keeps going back. It's so annoying.
It's a pipe dream.
All right,
It's
one
a
second
pipe
there,
dream.
Grace. We're going to give Garrett a chance to get his thoughts out too. Go ahead, Garrett.
Thank you. We should absolutely criticize Netanyahu and Israel for the heinous actions that they've taken, but I still say that the benefits outweigh the negatives, like the positives outweigh the negatives. And I'd like to maybe this. I know this is a different topic, but 40 billion to what is Argentina? I mean, come on, like that just seems excessive, right? So like if you're not okay with the 14 billion to Israel, then you shouldn't be okay with the 40 billion to Argentina. I would
Okay,
think.
but you just said we should criticize Netanyahu and Israel for their heinous
Yes.
activities. How about taking their money away from them? Let's start there.
Sure.
Let's not give them money anymore, and then you
I
can do all
don't
the
have a
criticism you
problem
want.
I don't have a problem making the aid conditional upon their behavior.
Okay,
I
so you
don't
think
have
we
an issue
should
with
cut
that.
aid? You think we
No.
should cut aid because they're
I
not going to
didn't-
stop killing
no,
civilians?
I
So you
didn't
think
say
we
we
should
should
cut
cut
aid?
aid.
You think we
No,
should
I
cut aid
didn't.
under certain conditions? So you agree with our side? So Connor's the only one left. Let's see what you have to say, big boy.
No, that's not what I said. Because if you apply conditions to the aid, they will follow through on the conditions.
Okay, buddy.
Oh my God.
That's worked for the
Okay.
past 2 years.
Okay, that's a good one. Can I ask another
Well,
follow-up?
has conditions been applied to
How
the
did they
aid
get BB
in the
to
last 2 years?
apologize?
All right.
Just a
How did they get
quick
BB?
Well, we've gone around the
Israel
whole
does what it
panel.
wants to do.
Let's be
Like,
fair.
How
He's
did
not
they get
immune
BB
to
to
criticism.
apologize?
Hold on there.
Just a quick point.
I was gonna say
I would-
we're going around the panel, so let's let Ben in here as well, and we'll just
Just a
continue
quick
to balance
point.
it.
Connor said, and maybe he's got something. He said, if you went around in Iraq and you asked people whether they thought like the war that was waged against them that cost somewhere around 1 million lives, not necessarily in battle, but otherwise, they would, I think, say like, yeah, that was great. Now, I would just like to say, like, I believe that is a complete. You said high 80s to 90s would say yes. What is your basis for saying that?
Well, number one, that's not what I said. What I said was, if you asked Iraqis if modern Iraq was better off now than under Saddam, then you would probably pull in the high 80s.
Okay, so you're
That's a
saying
different
that, like,
statement.
you're saying like with all of what's gone on since Saddam Hussein, which is basically our intervention has been the main thing. Okay, high 80s, 90s. What is your basis for saying that?
Well, number one, 60 to 70% of the population is Shia, and they're automatically fucking ecstatic that motherfucker's gone because he's been oppressing them for generations. I think another 10 or 15% of the population are Kurds, who are also probably ecstatic. So we're already at 75% right there. Now, when
Okay,
it comes
so
to Sunni
it's just
Muslims within
assumptions. You're
Iraq,
making
hold on.
assumptions.
When it comes, well, I mean, I could Google it real quick. I could see if I could find some Pew Research.
Okay,
polling.
well, what would prevent
But
you
hold
from
on,
saying, I think the
I'm not done
Palestinians
yet because I also
are
want to
high
bring up something
polling
else
at
that you're unaware
90%
of.
that they love
I want to
how
bring up
the
another thing.
Israelis
I also want to bring up another
liberated
thing,
them from
which is that
Hamas.
the Sunni are split. Because obviously, there's plenty of Sunni, because for those of you who don't know, Saddam Hussein was a Sunni Ba'athist. So the Sunni were largely the privileged ethno-religious group within Iraq. And so half of them probably made their bones on Saddam. They were probably, the people who executed Saddam's power. So they're probably not happy about Saddam being deposed.
But I'm not asking
the
you
Sunni
what your
are
speculation.
split, therefore, we're probably in the 80s.
I just asked you for a simple answer to a question. On what basis? So it's just on your wild fabrications. Right?
No, it's
So
based
why
on the
wouldn't you-
religious descriptions that I
why
just
wouldn't
gave you of
you-
fucking Iraq, Ben.
Okay, what would prevent you from saying 90% of Palestinians are super enthusiastic about how the Israelis have liberated them from Hamas?
Because I have no basis to believe that, whereas I do have a basis that I just
Well, I'm sure
explained
you
to
could
you
say
10
that-
seconds ago, Ben. Just because you don't understand it doesn't
You
mean I
can
didn't
make stuff
explain it.
up. I mean, that's all that Hezbollah is.
No,
Like,
no, 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 no,
add
no, no,
more
no,
of
Ben,
this made up stuff.
Ben, I need you to listen
Tell
to
me
this
about
because I
beheaded
really want you to
babies,
understand
babies
how
in
dumb
ovens.
you are.
It's
Hold on,
just
hold on.
made up
You
bullshit.
understand?
Ben, 1 second, please. Let's
You
kind of point
understand? Because I've explained this, so you not understanding it is not my problem. Okay, so Saddam Hussein was Sunni. Okay, that's an ethno-religious group within Iraq. 60% of the population is a group that was oppressed. Another 10 to 15% was a group that was oppressed. Now I'm going to go ahead and count that as like probably 80 to 90% of those motherfuckers are happy that dude's dead. They're probably ecstatic. But what I also said is that the Sunni themselves are split because the Sunni profited from Saddam's reign, but also large swaths of the Sunni did not profit from his reign. So if you don't understand that because you're saying I'm pulling it from my ass, that's not my fault. I've explained it. You just don't understand.
You're pulling it from your ass. That's
Okay,
that's
I'll see
all.
if I can
That's all.
find some
That's all I'm saying.
Pew Research
You
for it.
have
It's not my
no
fault you don't
actual
understand ethno-religious
research
demographics.
other
That's
than
not my
what you
problem.
find in your ass. Yes.
That's not my ass. That's understanding ethno-religious
I do think
demographics
that
of
your
a country
brain is
in a different,
located
on a
in
different
your
part of the world.
rectum. Yes.
Okay.
No, you just don't understand
Not that we're
words.
not
That's not my
riding
problem.
on the highbrow of conversation here, guys. But once
I
again,
think you are a shithead.
You want to talk about? Wait, can I jump in? You want to talk about You want to talk about percentages?
I'm going to pretend that you're talking
Okay.
to me, and we're going to just carry on and try not to get too distracted by all the fireworks. All right, go ahead, Grace.
Very, very passionate.
Garrett and Connor, do you guys think that ethnically cleansing Gaza? You said you're in favor of a two-state solution, so I assume you're against the ethnic cleansing of the Gazans. Is that right? Would that be a fair thing to say?
Correct. I'm against ethnic cleansing of Gaza, which, by the way, is why I'm against Trump. But
Okay,
continue.
Garrett, would you agree you're against ethnic cleansing?
Yes, correct. Which I'm also against Trump. So
Would it
makes
interest you to
sense.
know that Haaretz, one of Israel's oldest newspapers, reported that 82% of Israelis are for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza? The Israelis that occupy the country that you want to send our money to? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider your position based on what you just told me?
Why would I? Okay, and is this after October 7th, 2023?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that makes a fuckload of sense. Imagine that Al Qaeda lived in New York.
But you don't
hold on,
support
hold on.
ethnic cleansing.
Imagine Al
You
Qaeda
don't
lived
support
in Rhode
it.
Island.
You
and
don't
they
support
attacked New
ethnic
York.
cleansing. And yet you want to send money to people
No,
who do.
Grace, this is great. No, Connor is right. According to his theory, we should ethnically cleanse the blacks from the United States too, right? It's the same logic. They cause a lot of problems.
Ableist
The
slurs
statistics
because
are on-
He says this is great because I think he actually would ethnically cleanse the blacks from the U.S. So I'm never sure if using these bullets actually gives you like more hit power on the head, or if you get less hit power on the legs. Let's see. Can we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Fuck. I fucked that up at the end. Alright, then in the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 12 with one and 13 with the other. So there's not a huge difference between shooting somebody in the leg and shooting them in the chest. Huh.
Unbelievable.
Ethnic people don't like it when I use ableist slurs, but Ben, this is legitimately some of the dumbest argumentation I've ever encountered, and I've argued with Admiral Gibbs. This is bad.
Ethnic cleansing is fantastic.
Yeah, but they both just said it's not fantastic. They
They
don't back
support
what Israel
genocidal
itself is
and
doing.
No.
Shit, we
See,
said
now
criticize
you're
the
putting
Israeli
words
state
in our
when you
mouth.
fucked up shit.
I asked you if you support ethnic
ethnic
cleansing and you said no. I asked you if you support ethnic cleansing and you said no. And then I made the point that the population of the country you want to send money to supports ethnic cleansing. How do you get out of that one?
Those aren't contradictory statements.
You want to send money to people who are doing something you don't support? Is that your stance?
There's plenty of fucking countries that do shit that we don't support. We have good relations with the Saudis. You think I support the Saudi regime?
Okay, so you want to send money to a country with 82% of the population supports a morally heinous act that is against international law. Is that your position, Connor?
Sure, but I think that you
Okay,
don't understand
well, I think I just
contradictions.
won.
Let him
I don't think
finish.
you understand what contradictory means.
You have a contradictory position, which means you lost.
It isn't
No, I
contradictory.
No, it's
don't.
perfectly consistent, Grace. You don't understand.
Hold
He-
on. I'm going to explain this to you guys
Sure,
because
go
it's
ahead,
actually
go ahead.
mind-blowing that you don't understand it already. So within the realm of geopolitics, do you guys know that we logistically and financially supported Russia during World War II?
Yes, you didn't know that.
No, I know that. Thanks, man.
You said we fought World War II
No,
against communism.
you're still taking
No.
the misspeak that I don't even know if I did, and you're sticking it up your own
No,
ass.
you
That's
did.
not my
You
problem.
did. No, no.
All right, hold
Okay,
on.
so
Just to be
anyways,
fair, he's saying that. Hold on.
The
He's
reason
saying
why I'm
if he
bringing
said
this
that,
up,
it was a misspoke.
I'll go ahead and I'll cut ahead to the chase, which is you can support people who are achieving geopolitical ends that help you while not fully supporting every single thing that they do. This should be obvious, but you're acting like you don't understand that.
Okay, hang on. I do understand that point. However, I believe that ethnic cleansing is a morally heinous act that is an international is against international law, and
I'm trying to play with the keyboard and the mouse, but it doesn't turn with the mouse. Like when I move the mouse side to side, it doesn't turn with the mouse. So like it's shooting with the mouse and it's aiming with the mouse, and I'm using the keyboard to like move around, and I figured out how to run, how to melee, how to, sit, all of that crap. I don't know how to I don't know how to turn. Like with the controller, I can turn pretty easily. But I don't know how to turn with the mouse.
therefore,
We
I
agree.
think that should meet the standard
Yes.
of not supporting a country that's doing that.
But you are
And
not
so do you,
addressing Garrett.
except uniquely in the
Sorry.
case of Israel.
Garrett and I have already made this argument multiple times that Israel is a relatively modern state, that it's a modern military power, that they have microchip technology that's phenomenal, that they are intelligence sharers with us within the Middle Eastern and North Africa. They help us play the game of power within the geopolitical realm. And we want to do aid that is contingent upon their behavior. But we don't want to cut them off completely, because one of the giant geopolitical risks is that Israel says, oh, okay, you don't want to fuck with us anymore? Fuck you. We're going to go ahead and sell all of our intellectual property and all of our military property. We're going to go ahead and sell it to Russia and China. And guess what? Russia and China are still geopolitical rivals and enemies of the United States. That would be bad.
Okay.
So
Sounds like
deal with that. That's like a perfectly cogent point.
Sounds like we might be. Here, I'll just.
Okay, let's start with the first thing you said. Israel is a modern country. What does that mean? How is that relevant? All countries are modern countries.
They are within the Middle East and North Africa.
All countries are
not all countries are modern countries. They don't exist in the year 2025.
Oh
Well,
my
they
goodness.
do, but
That's not what modern means. Holy shit. Holy schmoly.
Do all countries
There are,
have
tell me what
access?
the ancient
I gotta
countries
look
are.
something up real quick.
Tell me about the ancient countries. Is the Babylonian Empire somewhere that I didn't?
Wait, hold on.
know
You're
of?
being so obtuse, it's borderline laughable. Do you think Pakistan and Afghanistan are what I would consider modern countries? Can you steel man what I'm saying?
I don't know what you mean by modern countries, but I don't
Okay,
understand
what I
why
mean
it would
is that
why
there's
it
some
would be
countries-
relevant.
No, I'll explain it to you. So there's some countries that whenever a woman is accused.
Oh shit, I did something on my gun that changed it to single fire instead of rapid fire. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so that'll make it easier to test this.
Of adultery. They're not even proven to have committed adultery. They bury the woman up to their fucking hands, so basically their hips, but they also bury their hands at the same time, and then they take rocks and they throw it at her head until she's dead.
Right,
I would view that as a barbaric.
Part of Hasbara is
culture.
Islamophobia. Yeah,
Whereas
Islamophobia. They throw
And
the
Israel
Gaza-
is a
Not
country
even
that
including that.
Israel is a country that kills
We get it.
children who go to aid sites looking for food, which is also barbaric, Connor.
But they
That's
do it with
incredibly
modern
barbaric.
weapons.
We do it with
So
modern
they're
weapons.
cool.
So how
They're
could I
cool
forget?
guys because
They're a
cool
modern
guys
nation that does it with
loser
modern
Connor.
weapons, so it's not barbaric.
Well, they
Okay,
have Apache
I think you guys
helicopters,
are
so
being
they're cool.
obtuse, and worse yet, I think you know you're being obtuse.
Agreed. Are there
That's
countries that don't have
that
clean running
happened.
water? Are there countries that don't have clean running water?
There are not entire countries, but there are places in countries, yes.
Okay.
Including
Wouldn't that
parts of
be a-
America. Including parts of America.
Right.
Okay,
But-
so is America a modern country? And what
Well,
the
yes,
hell
of
point
course.
is there of saying it's a modern country? What is the point?
Like, America is the modern country. Like, you know, if you're a modern country based on how well you stack up against America as far as, like, you know, modernity goes, as far as, like, your technology and everything. All right, I'm heading out. I will be back on tomorrow. I appreciate everybody coming and watching. Do me a favor, since none of you fucking losers donated today, hang out for just a minute and leave a comment. It's very helpful for me in the algorithm and makes it to where more people will find the stream and be able to see the content. So also remind me tomorrow when Catmere donates, I'm probably going to add it to the goal when it shouldn't add to the goal. It's supposed to go on to today. And I did that last time. Last time he told me, hey, stay on. I will donate all the money tomorrow. And I was like, okay, I'll stay on. And then the next day he donated all the money. And I was like, oh, sweet. He's covered all the goals for today. And I didn't think about the fact that it was for the day before. So yeah. But all right, I will be back on tomorrow. Also, I mentioned earlier that they canceled the modern day debate that I was supposed to do tonight. I told them I would always rather do a one-on-one. Always. I would always much rather do a one-on-one. Sorry. And yeah, they did not give me a one-on-one. So what the fuck is happening? What the fuck just happened? Okay. Sorry. Oh my goodness. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Whatever. Anyways. So yeah, I'm hoping that they'll give me a one-on-one for this later instead. They canceled IRI's debate last minute too. What was he supposed to debate? I heard that they canceled it last minute. What was it supposed to be? Do you know? Yeah, I'm hoping they'll give me a one-on-one instead. So we'll see if that happens. But yeah, hang out for a minute, leave a comment, and if you have any questions that I didn't answer or something that you want me to talk about, or you want to say something about the content, leave it in the comment section. Let me know, and I will respond when I get a chance. Till next time, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you then. Later, fools. And then sometimes they'll convict you, keep you in jail for a while, and then deport you after your sentence is over. And then sometimes they'll deport you as soon as you're sentenced. In this case, they don't have any convictions or charges. And sometimes they're even deporting people who are legal immigrants, but they're still putting them in prison for absolutely no reason. So this is a very, very different scenario.
It's important for everyone to understand. I came here as a Canadian to the United States in 2008.
What if,
Go ahead.
what if they came and just like put you in jail though, because they wanted to revoke your status? You hadn't actually committed
Okay,
a
so
crime or
sir-
been charged with a crime, but they went and put you in prison instead of just revoking your status and deporting you.
At what point did you go ahead and ask these people, hey, are you here legally? And did you go ahead through the process? Did you ask those people those questions?
No, of course not. I wouldn't believe an answer that they gave me.
Exactly.
I would never.
You're going to go ahead and spread misinformation.
Says the-
Take that line, hook, line, and sinker.
Do you think it's okay
and
to
say,
lie?
Okay, that's the truth. And there, spread it some more. Well,
Do you
what
think it's okay to
happens?
lie like this? Are you okay? Do you
Well,
think you're a
I'm
good
asking
person
you,
lying?
sir. I'm the one who immigrated here. Sir,
So what?
Did you immigrate here, or were you born an American citizen?
I've immigrated here a million times. A million.
Well, you can't immigrate anywhere.
Yes,
a
I
million
did.
Times,
I
but-
immigrated a million times. I'm the expert here. So
A
actually,
million
I can look
times.
at the study better than you because I immigrated a million times.
Hang on 1 second. So how do you immigrate as a U.S. citizen? How do you immigrate to the U.S. a million times? Are you trying to say that you went through passport control, like you traveled to state France and then came back? You know, you went on a vacation or something, and you.
Gravel, I think it's clear that he never immigrated or did anything through that.
I think it's clear you never did.
No, sir, I'm so sorry, baby. You dug your grave a long time
I've
ago.
immigrated a million times. You don't know about this as much as I do, okay?
Okay, no, first of all, I hate to say this, but I'm having a little bit of secondhand embarrassment here. You, sir, no one immigrates a million times.
While we've been on this call, I made it 1,000,001.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. There were most likely some of those cases, but y'all looked away.
No, where's the
Okay,
evidence
so
then? Where's the evidence then? Where's the evidence that those cases existed?
Most likely is an assumption.
Our point is,
Most likely is an assumption.
Quick second.
Yes, she's making it up.
Okay. No, I'm not making anything up, actually.
Just like you're an immigrant.
If you call her a liar one more time, I'm dropping you.
I just want to say she's a fucking lying bitch, 100%, but I won't say it again.
Why are you going so
There we go.
crazy
There we
on
go.
me?
That's all you need.